that's crumbling as well.
MOUZ is in a huge amount of trouble. He's gonna try and take matters into his own hands. Couldn't find the second shot fast enough, but Dax, he drops in. Oh, talk about an Astralis. Oh, about a superstar. Talk about the elite.
USPs at the A-ramp is shut down. Starry gonna get his name onto the feed with a 3K. Oh my God, one more. Nex is able to cross over. He's got a smoke. He's got a kit. Nexa, don't do this to him. Don't steal it with the smoke defuse. Nexa, no! A knife! Ah!
And he wants a hunt, but is he Sudden Pious! He was, and how late he be heard. They're coming for you. They're coming for you. Sudden Pious! Continue! Oh! Break! Oh, God!
And here we go. That's right. The CAC starts back up for just one more final day. It is a championship Sunday. My name is Trace, and I'm glad to be here. Thankful to have you here with us as well. I'm not alone. We've got Pimp down on the end. Not yet. Keep trying.
Bled in the middle.
There we go. Yeah, it's part of the trick, you know. So, Bled in the middle. Guys, we've arrived. This is it. The final destination. Hopefully not.
The final justification, as a famous man once said. And yeah, I'm ready for this. I'm super hyped.
Yeah, a lot of things to look into today. With Astralis v MOUZ in our first semifinal, we look at FaZe versus ENCE there with the second one. Then we have the big grand final, Jacob.
Yeah, that's gonna be it's gonna be interesting day of Counter-Strike. There's a lot of stuff going on with the games today. High quality teams coming into it, of course. Some of the world's best in CS2. So I am excited, Trace.
As you should be. We had a long day of games up to this point. A lot of things to catch on to. So let's catch you up to speed.
The quarterfinals of CAC 2023 are underway. Hometown heroes Lin Vision Gaming looking to put their best foot forward here, show us they can compete at this level and maybe make a run to the semi-finals.
Frozen, he was in connector previously, but he's decided to come help out, and
Beautiful stuff.
half of them are going to be running through the smoke, and Jimmy's on the other side just doing excellent work. He spins around, he's looking for the quad kill, he lined up the headshot right there.
They didn't necessarily confirm it was clear, but now they're going to know exactly what's up. So this comes down to these frags. Young Jimmy arrives at the scene of the crime, mows them down with the quad kill there. Nothing but headshots on that Glock. Joining them, Amelia's going to get a lot more than he bargained for here. Big spray, and I think he goes down. No, Jimpad actually comes out on top.
Just thinking about it, there's down to 19 seconds. There comes the back you were talking about, but it doesn't even matter. He just ran into the smoke, managed to find the shot, and it will be MOUZ leading off into the semi-final of face-off against Astralis.
That opens up the chance again to further this for ENCE.
We're going to go right at him, right at the weak player. Then it's going to be on Hetrick and Config to find a way to shift downstairs.
This time it's Essetag and Hetrick. The wombo combo coming through the decon door. It's Hetrick with another quick shot on Snappy. Defuse being stuck through that smoke. He's not getting the position. He's not getting it. And that's Hetrick right through the smoke. Nails it for 5 at the half for NIP.
Good shot from Snappy.
And the confidence finally betrays Rez. The peak goes down. And now it's Config. He can still go beast mode. He can still break them apart. And from the truck, he peeks first. It's Snappy at low health. Gets away unscathed. Now the peek up. That's the bomb down. 10 seconds left. That's it. That's going to be the map. Config does it in 3. If they don't molly in the middle of that ramp, he can get into that beehive and have a position here. Rez is looking to fight him. And the confidence works against him this time. And Madden's not stopping. He wants more control, and he might get it as well. Config finally puts him in his place, but he's not really followed up on it. And Config shows he can do it better. He can do it much better.
Config gets that space. S-Tag needs something. Kill this.
Oh, it might be. Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't betray him. And he gets a lineup of 2 players looking the wrong way, and Nerfs gets the double, sinks the ship of Nip. that is the one that probably has broken the back of the ninjas in pajamas. It's Nerd, Snappy, and Vladin taking one huge leap forward.
Wrap it up, boys.
That's it. Semi-finals locked in. ENCE have a matchup with FaZe, and NIP are out in China.
Nip, sinking ship. Yeah, I like what you did there, Nico. Nip are out of here. In fact, they are done in the quarters, and that is the end of their road. But yesterday gave us a lot of the results, set us up pretty nicely for today. If we take a look at the playoff bracket, it'll probably paint that picture as well, huh, Jacob?
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, we saw MOUZ getting it done against Linvision Gaming relatively easily, you know, convincingly. No problems whatsoever. They won that game, moved on. No problems moving on to Astralis today. Whereas for ENCE, they had to fight a little bit for it, and that's been the tournament for them so far. They're playing with a stand-in in Vladin. He's doing all right as an individual, but you can definitely feel that ENCE is not playing on all cylinders right now. So that semi-final matchup against FaZe Clan, that's going to be another rough game.
Yeah, I think this is the best scenario here if you're looking at the quality of Counter-Strike, so to speak, right? The three Asian teams are unfortunately falling short, NIP falling in that battle of the stand-in situation. And for ENCE, you know, if they're able to continue the form they showed yesterday, I think they were looking pretty good in a couple of maps right there. Potentially, they could at least make FaZe sweat, because it is a bit of a revenge matchup with the caveat that there is, of course, a stand-in situation, Trace. But that being said, both the games, potential bangers.
Yeah, potentially. Now, that is the idea. The first semifinal we're going to have today is Astralis v MOUZ, and then the second one's going to be that of FaZe and ENCE. So that sets us up for a grand final. Again, we talked about the confines of teams playing today and what it has to happen in order to play in that grand final and succeed. You have to first play your semifinal, win it.
Yep.
Have to win it. Yep. Otherwise, who cares?
100%.
Have to win that to play in the grand final. But again, there's a psychological effect to that, and a bit of a tiresome effect as well, Jacob.
Yeah, it is kind of an interesting format in the sense that you're playing two best-of-3 games in one day. You're playing your semi-final and your grand final on the same day, especially for the second semi-final between ENCE and FaZe. The turnaround time is roughly 1 hour from that game is finished into the grand final starts, so you have to be on top of your things, right? You can't really prepare for a final where you don't know what opponent you're meeting in set final, so it'll be a little bit more of a Wild West type of Counter-Strike game where everyone is coming in as unprepared as each other, and I think that's kind of cool.
It takes me back to some of the, the earlier years of CSGO, Trace, where you wouldn't, you'd play maybe 2 or maybe even 3 best-of-3s in a day, and then eventually you have to come on top. It's going to be a marathon session here, but if you're kind of the favorites in these two matchups, for me personally it would be MOUZ, and of course on the other side would be FaZe. You want to make this a quick affair. You want to make it a 2-0 affair, get a little bit of breathing space, a little bit of prep time, have a banana, glass of water, and jump into the game.
Yeah, but don't have too many bananas. You don't want to become lethargic. That's a lot of nutrients, I guess, entering the body at once. You know what else you can take in right now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, the results of MOUZ and Astralis across the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah, let's do that. Astralis, much more quicker affair. They make very quick work of Linvision there, and then taking down ENCE. Even though it was a 2-1 affair, the 2 maps they won were super, super convincing. 16-2, 16-2, taking down ENCE, and then, of course, for the side of MOUZ, dismantling Wings Up. I think the best series we've seen so far was the game against FaZe, of course, where they fell short at the very end. And then again, making quick work of Linvision. They're looking good with Jimmy. They lost to FaZe. That's fine. They're the best team in the world.
Yeah, I would agree with that. No doubt. MOUZ have been looking hot to try. Not their fault. They're in the same group as FaZe Clan. Notoriously a matchup that is not going too well for MOUZ, but maybe they get another shot in a couple of hours in the grand final. So I'm not worried on behalf of MOUZ, whereas for Astralis, sure, at this tournament they played some decent Counter-Strike, but leading up to it online, they've looked pretty poor, so I'm not sure where to place Astralis just yet, and I think this semi-final we're about to see is going to help me understand a little bit better where they're at right
It's going to be the real test, right? Because, taking on Linvision, look, great job, but I'm not going to be reading too much into that. No. And then you've taken on ENCE convincingly, fair enough, but ENCE with Vladin's debut in this team as a stand-in, now going up against a world number 2 team, this is where I want to see where Astralis stand. Is it just a bit of a, what do you call it, a flash in the pan? Or is it going to be a real thing? Yeah. Or is it going to be a flame and inferno?
It's is it a fallacy or is it real? That's kind of what you have to ask yourself, right, Blay?
Yes.
Wow, guys, killing me here. Astralis v MOUZ. I look at the MOUZ side, and you think about those caveats of having come in here, stand in, this, that, or the other. But they've made it this far, Jacob.
They made it this far, and fortunately for MOUZ, they're not dealing with a stand-in situation anymore. They did in Sydney, unlucky for them. Still did a decent job. Now they're coming into this tournament full squad, and honestly, a great opportunity to win a trophy. There's not going to be that many CS2 lands until the end of the year. MOUZ haven't qualified for the Blast Fall Finals, for that matter as well, and then we have the World Finals, and that's about it. So if you're MOUZ right now, you got to be super motivated. You got to work extra hard to go into this tournament right here and see if you can claim your first trophy, because there's not that many opportunities left.
For me personally, I'm looking at MOUZ and the sort of mentality they need to have. If I was in their camp, for example, wouldn't be obviously you have to give respect to Astralis and obviously get that win. But for you, the eye is that rematch against FaZe. It's probably going to be the fourth time they're playing in the past three or 4 weeks, or this month rather, of which 3 matchups would be on LAN. But that is where you're looking to get a little bit of revenge and proving that you are a top 2 team, maybe even top 1.
Top 1.
Top 1.
That's a big one. It's not a top CAC. It's a top 1.
It's a top G right there.
But excuse me?
Top G.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a top game. I agree. Of all things that G could stand for, I will go with game.
That's exactly what I meant, Trace. Top game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How's your up dog, Jacob?
No.
Interesting. Very, very interesting stuff. Yeah, so MOUZ Astralis, I want to know about the crossover there when it comes down to where we're going to play. Like, it's not a super, insane mathematical problem that we're talking about here. We're talking about a best of 3.
I am curious who's going to blink first and ban out Anubis, right? Both these 2 teams don't play Anubis. But if I'm MOUZ and you are kind of the favorites here, you don't take any chances. You're like, you know what, I'm just going to ban it out.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think MOUZ have to play the top dog role right there, the up dog role, to keep it in Trace's phrases. Astralis, yes, again, as I said, they've looked so far decent in this tournament. They've only beat ENCE with a stand-in where they also lost a map. So if you're MOUZ and you're coming in scared of Astralis, scared of the map pool, or by any chance or stretch of the imagination at changing your approach to the game, I think you already lost it there. So I don't expect MOUZ to be afraid of Astralis at all. And to be completely honest, I think MOUZ can do whatever they want to in this video.
Yeah, I feel like Astralis, they just banned on Mirage. It's a map to struggle on. MOUZ like playing that map as well. Anubis gets banned by MOUZ. Assuming Astralis pick Overpass, it's a map that looked pretty damn solid on. They go for that as a first pick. And if you're the underdog here, you just go for your safe options. For MOUZ, just go for Inferno. It's going to be Overpass Inferno, I believe. And maybe they might just shake hands on a potential, I don't know, like Nuke, maybe an Ancient.
So tell me how this looks out. If you look at it from a top-down perspective, Anubis, neither team playing that, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got this real Aki Momo with Astralis and
Aki
Mirage.
Momo. Is that what it's called, Jason?
Well, yeah, after hours. Though.
Okay, cool.
Only after work hours. Tell me how a veto like this takes shape. Like, how do you go into your camp when you think about, okay, we both don't play the same map?
Well, it depends on, again, how you approach the game. Obviously, it depends on who's banning first. You have the opportunity, if you're the team banning as the second, you can float it, you can take a bit of a risk. But as me and Blur discussed right here, if you're MOUZ and you're the favorites coming into a game, you'd probably not risk anything. There's no point for MOUZ in going into this game thinking we're going to take a massive risk to try to force Astralis out, being slightly uncomfortable, when on paper we're still by far the better team. So it's about mentality, it's about who's the first one to ban, and it's about, how much are you willing to risk. Whereas if I'm Astralis in this one, and they're the ones banning second, I would float it.
And especially when you're MOUZ and you have such a very deep map pool, and very successfully deep. There are teams who have a deep map pool but are kind of garbage on majority of the maps. MOUZ aren't one of them, so why do you take the risk, right? So they should be banning out Anubis here, Trace. I think that's a logical conclusion. And for Astralis, you ban out Mirage. The picks, I guess, would be probably Inferno for MOUZ and maybe an Overpass for Astralis. I'm just going to put it out there. Let's see.
Hold that thought.
All right.
Hold that thought. My phone's going off.
Oh, no.
Just kidding.
They may have gotten one of the easier quarterfinal games, but one they certainly didn't take lightly. This MOUZ Sports have the energy and the confidence to take them all the way, but they need to be able to play the game without mistakes, without hesitation, without allowing Astralis a way in, or their journey in Shanghai could come to a fast end. They must keep their foot on the gas even when things get tough.
在6场赛中，他们再次展露出变幻莫测般的战术调度和极高的默契程度，成功挺进下一轮。在即将面对作风稳健的 Astralis， 他们势必要拿出自信，减少失误，并持续把节奏掌控在手中，才能继续谱写属于自己的故事。
Shuhei, Frozen, Torzi, Exertion, Yimfat, and Cyclone. Shanghai, this is MOUZ! they find themselves in prime position. And this was where they topped the group and soared through closer to the stars. Having walked over Lin Vision and viciously beat ENCE, the Danish side is one game away from glory. Now it is all about to take to the stage with some ferociousness to conquer today while keeping their composure and stamina.
他们目前处于绝佳状态，在小组赛势如破竹，连续击败 LVG 及 ENCE， 以小组第一出线，并锁定半决赛名额。荣耀离他们近在咫尺，现在学耀在队伍唯一的疑虑就是，他们是否能维持小组赛时的势头，继续披荆斩棘。
BlameF, Device, Buzz, Borup, Stare, and Kassler. Shanghai. This is Astralis!
That's Astralis, that's MOUZ, and that's our first semifinal of the day, Jacob. You see their faces. Tell me exactly what you thought when you saw their expressions.
I didn't really think anything, to be completely honest, Trace. I saw two teams who are entering
Nothing
a
new.
beautiful stage, to be completely honest. Me and Blair was just discussing it right here. It looks great. Crowd turned up as well. Of course, if you're Astralis, if you're MOUZ, as we discussed already, it's a great opportunity to win a trophy. It's not a tier 1 tournament. We're not at Cologne. We're not in Katowice. We're not at the fall finals. But it's a big tournament. A lot of prize purse in there. And the quality of the teams is a testament to how hard it is winning. So, if you're Astralis, if you're MOUZ, you're going into this game with everything you got.
But what will the numbers say about Astralis? We look back at Astralis and kind of their journey up to this point. What are they telling you about their time spent in China?
I mean, it's looking good right now, at least in China so far. But if you look at the historical data, like go all the way back to EPL, post-EPL, they played online as well. It was miserable, Trace. It was looking like a dying star. But the fusion reactor might have just started up.
But we can't neglect the fact that we had rumors, you know, circulating around this lineup that Stown and Yabi were leaving Heroic. They're now on the bench, coming into Astralis. Contractual obligations, let's call them that, have made that impossible so far. So it's a bit of a rocky moment for Astralis. So them winning this semifinal could potentially help something. But I still think long-term, heading into the major in Copenhagen, the PGL major, I don't think Astralis is going to be the same five-man as you see right now.
I agree, but also if you look at the performance of someone like Stare, right? If you're not Device and BlameF, you're probably a little worried, Trace. Do you still have a spot in this team? And he's just maybe trying to deliver, trying to show that, hey, I deserve to be here. I am good enough to deliver. And Stare has delivered so far in this tournament. Like, insane ratings coming out from him so far. 1.42. This is a far cry from his average level altogether. 95 ADR as well. Now, let's have a little bit of a caveat there. They kind of completely overran ENCE, who looked lost at times, right? But even keeping that in mind, it's been an impressive run coming in from Stare, especially when you have BlameF and Device in a team. The fact that they're able to take away a few kills from them, it's pretty solid.
Yeah, BlameF. I think that was the key word I'm looking for right here. A lot of people say, or used to say, or the forums might tell you that BlameF's see you later at the bomb site or something like that, right? So, Jacob, what is it about his approach to the game that makes it unique?
Well, he's very unique. You know, for a rifler with that aim, with that skill, with his individual qualities, he is very passive and has always been very passive. And sometimes I think the critique is fair enough that he is a little bit too baity-effy. I would argue, though, that as an in-game leader, he's stepped up his game a little bit. He's found a bit more balance to that style. I think as an in-game leader, the preparation that he puts in, how he sets up his team, and how he's calling from time to time as well, he's a great in-game leader. You know, in big comparison with the rest we have in the game right now, I think he's doing a good job. And the individual quality, the rating 1.60 so far this tournament, you can't put a finger on that. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. If there was one thing I could do with BlameF, it would be to turn that balance into a bit more versatile. I wanted to see him a little bit more aggressive, dictating the games a little bit more, because sometimes BlameF would have 25 kills, but he wouldn't be dictating the game.
So let's do this. I'm going to roll the vetoes out. We're also going to sit
spicy
here, and I'm going to tell you Overpass is coming out.
That's spicy. The Inferno ban coming out, forcing MOUZ to probably go for Mirage, I guess. Overpass pick from Astralis. That is what we did kind of hypothesize. And we assumed they'd go for the, you know, which one they would go for. There we go. You ban Mirage, MOUZ is going to pick Inferno. You ban Inferno, they're going to pick Mirage. Decided, Jacob, I think they might just shake hands here on a nuke.
Yeah, I think nuke is very much up in there right now. I like what Astralis did, though, you know. Oh, okay, no nuke. Astralis don't want to play Nuke, they want to play Vertigo, a map they have played quite a lot, you know, big games, big tournaments, not in CS2, but they used to be okay in CSGO, especially later stages, so curious to see how much effort they put into that map. MOUZ is by no means a bad Vertigo team, though.
No, they can definitely play Vertigo. I feel like Astralis are taking the map, you know, taking us to a map where MOUZ don't necessarily feel the best as well. The final map could literally be a bit of a street fight right there. It could get a little ugly.
Good thing we won't need it then.
Yeah, you're going for the 2-0, huh?
Okay, so you're telling me a 2-0.
I think MOUZ is good enough. They have enough quality right now. They have enough stability around the lineup. Jimfat playing fantastic as well. I can't see a world, at least not the one I'm living in, where Astralis is going to beat MOUZ in this match.
Wow. Okay.
I agree. I think MOUZ takes this completely because Astralis have looked good. The numbers look good. Blame of 1.6 rating. Ridiculous. But look at it played. A team with a stand-in and Lin Vision, or was it Tyler? I think it was Lin Vision right there. So now they're going up against a world number 2 team right now. MOUZ, who are looking to win tournaments, not just win games.
The only thing that makes me doubt my own statement a little bit.
Here we go. Backpedal it all the way.
No, but it's just the fact that they beat ENCE so convincingly on the 2 maps. They still gave up a map against ENCE, which means that they are not, you know, stated the map pool is not there. All these rumors circulating the lineup, you know, Stair is in a rough position right now, so is Borup. So I feel no matter how you approach this game, if you're Astralis, you are the underdog, and maybe they can snatch away a map from MOUZ. I'm not saying it's not going to be a close game, but I think MOUZ overall, in a course of a best of 3, will definitely have enough opportunities to win.
I'm going to stick with the MOUZ winning this 2 pretty convincingly, because I feel if Astralis face ENCE today, after the rest they've had, ENCE still beats them.
Sure.
Yeah.
The numbers.
Yeah.
What did it mean?
They almost check out. Just to run this by you, gentlemen, one more time. That's Overpass. That's going to be a MOUZ CT start. Mirage, Astralis CT start. Vertigo. You guys are saying we don't need it, Jacob. And that's what you're going to stick to. MOUZ start with T side there. And that makes all the fixings of a MOUZ walk away with a beating Astralis 2-0.
It could happen, you know. As I said, I think MOUZ are heavy favorites in this matchup. I don't think it's unlikely that Astralis can win a map. It's not like we're looking at another 16-3, 16-5 game. We have 2 very competitive European teams. Astralis, as I said, not a bad team, just not in the best state of mind as of right now with all these things going on. So honestly, if you're MOUZ and you're contending to be the top 1, top 2 team in the world, you'd expect to beat a team like Astralis in a semifinal at an event like this relatively convincingly. So let's see if MOUZ is up for that task. That's at least what I'm expecting, but there's no guarantees in this game.
I just think there's just too much firepower in this MOUZ team as well. You're looking at Jimmy, he's looking fantastic. Exertion's opening up as well. Everyone's just clicking right now for MOUZ.
What's going on right here?
Let's find out. Might be a noise meter.
那我们就会有8份精美礼品随机掉落给现场的观众们。那如果大家准备好的话，就一起来跟 Banks 一起做活动了。
Shanghai, we need to make some noise and raise this roof. Let me hear you go now! Come on, keep it going! More!
Woo! 好了，我们也成功解锁了120分贝那我们马上就会看到，到底是哪8位幸运观众获得掉落呢？现在大家可以看一下上面的大屏那也恭喜这些幸运粉丝。那我们也把我们的时间交还给我们的分析席。
Jacob, how does that make you feel, man?
Good. The crowd is there. They're ready. They're fired up. I like it.
Yeah, they're ready.
How does it make you feel, Trace?
I mean, that's a pretty packed out place. I can imagine it is pretty loud in there. Blay, you'd probably have to wear earmuffs, huh?
Yeah, earmuffs, those noise canceling in-ears.
That's a stupid word.
Earmuffs. What part about it stupid, Jacob? Come on, then lay it on me.
The muffs?
Both of them, yeah. The muffs in particular.
You just like saying the word, huh? Say it one more time.
Earmuffs.
All right, I'm done playing around up here. Let's get this game started. It is Astralis v MOUZ, and it is our first semifinal of the day. Brought to you by Doinkmo.
All the fixins in that death segment.
Yeah, definitely had everything, including the hate for muffs. I don't understand it, but we got a semifinal. We've got all the noise in there. Banks is measuring it. We got all the sound we need, and this is going to be a great semifinal.
Yeah, going to be absolutely lovely. Astralis taking on MOUZ. I agree with the death sentiment for the most part that Astralis, like they've looked better, they've improved, but MOUZ is still going to come into this as the heavy favorite. And you still have a question, you know, for Astralis, we kind of touched on with the Operas yesterday. I want to see Device have a good game today. He was pretty quiet in the group stage, and yeah, it wasn't necessary because they qualified all the way through, obviously, to the semifinal on day 1, but didn't get that device factor too much.
Now, we've had device back for just a little bit, but we haven't seen too many semi-final performances, quarterfinals on the big stages of the superstar caliber Alpers. So I'm really excited to see device back on the stage again. This is where he can put in some of his best performances, and those are the players you're going to have to lean on. Because you look at some of the youngsters that played well throughout the group stages, are they going to go missing on the stage? Is the pressure going to start getting to them against a team like MOUZ? So you're going to rely a lot more on the likes of Playmath
and just the comfort they've had within the team haven't seen consistency, but that was one of the great factors for Astralis in the group stage to like kind of negate the fact that device was a little bit quiet. Perhaps part of the reason he was a little bit quiet is because all the other three players outside of him and Playmath each had their map, each had their game, so it started to look a little bit better. Stare, I thought, was really good for Astralis, but MOUZ is going to be a different beast, and you're going to need all those pieces clicking because this team is one of the best in the world, winning events right before the transition into CS2, and now we have an interview down on the stage, so Banks is going to walk us through some pre-match.
Experience so far?
It's crazy down here. It's definitely the best experience I've had so far in my career with fans. They're just crazy and they're cheering and they're showing so much support and love in the hotel and everywhere you go on the streets, so it's just amazing.
也是问到他在这里对于就是整体的一个体验感觉如何？他说这里太疯狂了，粉丝太热情，然后无论到哪里都可以看到非常多的粉丝，也很开心。
Now, when it comes to the game, though, you guys cruised through to the semi-finals. You've been able to sit back and relax a bit, but how's it been looking in terms of practice and what you guys have been able to do? Where have you spent your time?
I think we've just been working on a map pool these days, just trying to practice every day, but not going too hard so people can still have a little bit of time to relax and be mentally ready for this match. So yeah, just a lot of grind, honestly.
这次他们有稍微比其他队伍稍微多了一点时间嘛，因为他们小组赛是成绩非常好，所以呢，他们有多一点时间的情况下，他们是怎么进行准备的？他们当下也是进行大量的，就是去把所有的跑图都做好了，可并没有说就是做于过多的训练，因为他们觉得每个人的个人休息还是必须要有的。
I want to get your opinion on just where you feel this MOUZ is at right now, because when we look at the world rankings, right, people may say, yes, they should be favorited coming into it, but how much do you take that into account? Where do you put yourself? Because we're still in the early days.
I think they have proved themselves a lot in these last couple weeks or months. I think they've been looking great. But obviously, CS2 is a new game. You have to prove it in CS2 as well, and I think it's open for everyone to show what they're capable of in CS2.
也是问一下他们是怎么看待他们的对手 MOUZ， 因为毕竟以排名来讲的话，的确是比他们高一些。也说到对方已经多次证明了自己是属于非常强的一个队伍。可当然，现在目前也是属于一个新的一个版本的一个情况，所以一切都不好说，因为现在还有很多可以继续开发的东西。
I got to touch on the fact that against ENCE, you had 2 maps where you absolutely dominated. You guys were running with great momentum in that. Is that something you feel like you can pull off against these guys as well?
I think it's easier in CS2 to pull it off because the matches are shorter, so there's less time for them to make the comeback, right? But it's hard. I think MOUZ is a really good team. ENCE had a stand-in as well, so that made it a little bit easier for us. But yeah, I respect MOUZ a lot, and I think they're playing really good Counter-Strike, so we'll have to see.
刚刚问到说，面对 ENCE 的时候，他们处于一个碾压的一个事态嘛，那今天是不是有机会也能够说平推对手？他也说到，就是当时是因为他们节奏已经滚雪球滚起来了，然后现在整体的回合数又比较短，所以会有可能发生。那今天面对 MOUZ 的话，他觉得他非常尊敬他的对手，对方也是非常强的一个队伍，一切皆有可能。
Lovely, Playmath. Go sit down, get yourself ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, Mito, I want to have some fun and see which sides we're going on here, right?
大家懂的嘛 ，Thanks 的特别环节又来了。
Okay, how are we feeling over here? What about this side? This one seems louder. What about you? And again. Okay, one more. Astralis. MOUZ. Astralis. MOUZ. All right, I think we're ready, right, Mito?
Definitely.
All right, guys, as always, it's time. Shanghai, Counter-Strike fans around the world, we're gonna bring the hype! Astralis, MOUZ, let's get it on!
As always, James Banks bringing the hype in Shanghai.
He's got his little, like, his thing going on.
He's definitely got the jump. He's nimble on his toes, ready for that fight. Yeah, I mean, he got the crowd riled up. But the great thing about the crowd in Shanghai is there's no Chinese teams left in the playoffs, which means they're unbiased, you know? They're just like, yeah, cheer for everybody, I guess.
All their favorites have been eliminated, so now we get to move on, and they just get to be there in the arena with no Chinese
and getting hyped as we head into the semifinal. Going to be opening things up on Overpass, 100% win streak from Astralis so far. You know, they're looking really solid on this currently. A map they're going to feel pretty comfortable on, but looking at MOUZ across the board, not like they're going to be falling off here.
No, the stronger team. I mean, we'll just put it out there in the open. MOUZ, the stronger team coming into this, I think, player for player and just team cohesion-wise, and obviously with the recent history of the events they've played in, this is a big favorite for MOUZ, I think, and this would be a nice upset for Astralis to get. It's going to be extremely difficult. Like I said, it's going to take everyone all at the same time kind of contributing. Device having his good game, BlameF keeping up his performance, Stare, Buzz, Borup having the impact that they were able to have during the group stage, and the competition is just a step, maybe even 2 steps above what they faced off on day 1 to get here.
Well, it is time to begin the semi-finals of the CAC 2023. It's been a fantastic time in Shanghai, and we're kicking off the final day. Astralis versus MOUZ, starting on Overpass.
Oh, baby.
And Astralis are going to be on that T side to kick things off. Plenty of utility here for Borup. Everybody else at the moment sitting on Kevlar.
Oh, we got dualies as well out for MOUZ. Dualies on Zershin, dualies on Torji as well. Let's see what they've got with them. Pushing down towards the blue door, down the stairs. Shuei's going to be pushed up towards middle, watching an angle out towards Fountain, but there's a timing on that as he backs away. And over towards the B bomb site, 3 players from Astralis. This could be a little bit of a distraction towards bathrooms, and then a really powerful hit at the B site. Actually, Device turning into a little bit of a lurk.
A massive lurk. He's on long, and the rest of his teammates outside of Monster. Let's see what Device gets up to in this round, but we'll focus on the pack as well. Shuei, he's in middle, just around the divider, and Device is able to get past him or take him out of this round. This could be a massive start to the round, because Shuei now has to call for his teammate to come back up connector, which keeps Frozen's attention on Device, and Device finally will go down, but it's the B play from Astralis starting to come in now.
Yeah, they know exactly what's coming. MOUZ well aware. Dualies behind the bomb site in the water. They turn the corner, Buzz goes down, clothesline, and Zershin still got plenty of ammunition inside those dualies, and this is all shut down. The response is beautiful and handled with ease.
Yeah, that looked perfect. You know, Device got the kill upper. You know, if he comes down connector, he gets that second kill. Sure, you're looking at a very favorable round for Astralis, but MOUZ hold on. Kill comes through the connector, and MOUZ have the first round of this semi-final.
They never had the information that there was aggression because they never put anyone down in that underpass towards blue door Astralis, so they never actually saw this push. Device obviously plays it a little bit differently, but that fake is more effective if blue door is not in the control of MOUZ's defense. It causes, or it allows for a really early shift over and completely shut down as Astralis.
Yeah, they don't get a bomb plan, of course, which means you're going to have to see that full eco come across the board. The only player with anything to talk about is Device's Deagle, and that's gone immediately. So Frozen helps out for MOUZ. He's going to be holding on from the party. The final most people expected coming into this tournament was, of course, FaZe versus MOUZ.
Man, Frozen, he's stuck around quite a long time as a solo player with that M4. I think Astralis was really interested in hunting that down, so good on him to find the timing to just back away and make sure he doesn't lose the rifle. Flank coming in up the ladder pretty soon as well. And Torji's going to spot a little bit of action.
Yeah, should be seeing this round come to its natural conclusion at some point. But Stare with the Deagle, he's picked up that off the back of Device.
I like this, though. Look how passive MOUZ is playing it. They're just like, you guys don't have the tools or the resources to really take any of these bomb sites, so we'll just let you have whatever map control you want because we're going to shut things down. They control the middle of the map. They can shift. They can flank in multiple different ways. It's all to make sure Frozen just doesn't go down to some silly Deagle shot.
Well, there's a quick little chase coming in here from Torji around the back. He would love some money on this MP9, and they're now drawing attention towards him. It's exactly what you want for the MP9, the kind of position you want to be in, but only the one kill. Frozen's able to help out, and here comes the second of the rapid gun. It's going to find himself a round win, and Zershin picks up the extra cash. So 2-0 start here for MOUZ. Money in the bank for Astralis.
Should be able to have a pretty strong buy up against at least 1 or 2 SMGs still on the board for the MOUZ defense. See if they can take advantage of that. However, there's also an AWP on the board. Torji has it in hands early in round number 3. Good utility for Astralis with these AK-47s, and we're going to get started into this first gun round.
See what kind of calling BlameF has for us here in the semifinals in the T side. be staying outside of Monster with one that is Buzz, and a default spread from Astralis to kick off round 3.
Doors blown open. This is where the SMGs are as well. One short, and then Shui with his at the stairs. Taking those close angles. Jimbat's going to be in support of both of them. And to answer your question, it's Astralis, so we know it's going to be methodical map control. We know it's going to be contained aggression, peaks with utility to make sure they don't get picked off early, and try and slowly constrict onto this bomb site.
Timing.
Ah, nice Shui. He found that, he hunted it down. A good trade for the SMG.
Yeah, great work from Shui, but a fantastic trade from Device coming in, playing off the back of BlameF. And now the play forward from MOUZ, proactive into Buzz. This is his first test of the semi-final, and he holds up Zershin, second kill locked in, and Buzz does his job so effectively.
Yeah, really, really well done. Prepared for that entirely, and the aggression does not catch him out. So Torji's in a bit of a recovery mission, going to stack up towards the A bomb site with Frozen, hope to get a pick at range. If this goes south, saving the op is the goal. But they can't stay back on their heels. MOUZ have to be aggressive to try and bring this round back. If they want to contest for this round, they need to be able to find some frags because Buzz is starting to hunt towards the B bomb site. But with the time on the clock, Astralis might not have the chance to reconsider.
Not a lot of utility available. Buzz is the only player with a smoke right now, and that's a free kill. Stairs is walking long open. Frozen's still in the bathrooms. This round can still go wrong for Astralis. Device is running with a bomb, and that's going to be Frozen's kill locked in. Now Borb has to pick it up, but from a 4v2 to an even number situation, there is no time for this round anymore. And Frozen's won it by dropping the bomb. Frozen's going out. They just eliminate everyone from Astralis, despite Astralis having every advantage in this round.
Mismaneuvered on the map from Astralis. With so many forces out towards long, while Buzz is exploring the B bomb site, you're so far away from being able to actually open up that avenue of retreat, that plan B. If you're working your way through bathrooms and playing contact there, you can kind of quickly transition over towards the stairs, but they get caught entirely on the wrong side of the map despite Buzz being able to clear out the B bomb site.
This kill just felt too easy for Torji. They're just standing in the open at long.
I think the assumption from Astralis is that with those kills from Buzz, that AWP or someone, there might have only been one player at the A bomb site. Someone is going to rotate over, and that just didn't happen.
They didn't detect the AWP early in the round either, right? So that was kind of a secret weapon into the late moments, perhaps not anticipating an AWP out so early. Orpo gets absolutely destroyed by Frozen.
Just keep an eye on Frozen so far in this game. We saw it a couple rounds ago when he pushed up towards Fountain, albeit against pistols, and this one is as well. He's being very aggressive and very confident in this fight. He's being very in your face to the Astralis players, not giving them space to work with.
This is a man that can take over the semi-final. You know, he can take over a map and give it a huge performance. And the timing for Zershin to look away. Buzz has his number again.
I could have sworn he saw him. I could have sworn he saw him. Maybe he just didn't register inside his brain.
Yeah, maybe a quick mini-map check, looking at something different, but did not register at all. All that is registered is a kill from Buzz, and now 55 seconds remain in this round. Astralis trying to get closer to this A site. Frozen was initially down inside of that connector. He's gone a little further back. He's still playing relatively aggressive. He's looking for some picks using the shadow to take out BlameF, and that's worked out pretty well. So smoke down to cover it all.
Nice defensive smoke deployed. A little bit of a gamble up against the Deagle through that smoke. But he's got the cover of Torji, and he's taken more bullets through that smoke. It's blown open, but not the HP to peek with it. And now there's actually a little bit of pressure applied. Good shot from Frozen. He goes back for more. How is he alive? He's on for the ace as well. And Shui's going to take it through the smoke. But what a round from Frozen.
10-0. 10-0 from Frozen to kick off the semifinals here. MOUZ are looking good. And in particular, this young man, the young veteran as he call him, he's up there on the stage performing. Astralis have to take their first tactical timeout. 0 rounds posted so far. The first gun round, despite having a 4v2 advantage, they were unable to convert it.
Yeah, that one's really going to hurt for Astralis, a team that plays so by the numbers. That's going to be one they feel like they absolutely should have had. Got to put it in the back of your mind for now and start having a conversation about negating Frozen, because he came to fight, he came to play today.
And we often talk about Frozen being the best player on this team, but in the group stage, it was Torji that topped the board, right? He topped the charts for rating, 1.3 rating throughout 6 maps. Frozen was second rated on the team, but, you know, in the big playoffs, in the big moments, you want your star rifler to be showing up like this.
Well, the big conversation about Torji's just rebound since Shui rejoining the team has been huge. A guy under a lot of scrutiny in the previous lineups with previous in-game leaders, and this seems to have found him a certain level of comfort to where now he's able to put out those performances that we expect from him. And then when you look at the immersion of Jimmy as well on this team and how good he's played, all of a sudden, you've got a 4-man deep of like star players around Shui.
It's a scary team, this MOUZ roster.
It's a luxury that not a lot of teams get.
Especially with the average age being so low. And oh, a little too risky there for Torji. Commits too far forward, gets caught by the flash, and that's the AWP out early.
Yeah, he was playing a dangerous game. He saw those jumps. He wanted that peak, wanted that fight, but didn't like the result of it at the end. Shui's going to stay here. Gathering a lot of information. Molotov out toward his position. He swings and not able to handle the close angle.
Yeah, great utility from Astralis, really winning them these first 2 fights.
Good patience, really good patience on this aggression, and now they get to work the map.
Yeah, with a 5v3, you're starting to feel very good about a first round win here for Astralis.
MOUZ is going to sink back, and they're going to gamble towards the A bomb site, so this is going to end up being a clean win for Astralis as they just march in towards B. MOUZ has nobody home as they just shift to the other side of the map, and they'll let Astralis have it for nothing.
There's no money for Astralis, no hunt. It's going to be the
save call's already been made, so almost no reason to even risk it being this close. You can see those bullets just whizzing through the smoke, so...
You can just imagine. Come on, Jimmy, let's go. Let's tuck up out of here.
Get on your hustle, baby.
Yeah, really strong start here. There's Torch's AWP. They're going to be looking for that right at the end. They want to grab that weapon. Carry that over to the next round, and Astralis will have their first, and one off the back of maybe an over-aggressive extension from Torji, getting caught by the flashbang as well.
Yeah, he saw that jump twice, I believe, so he knew someone was there. I guess he was just calling his bluff to a certain extent. I'm curious. It doesn't look like MOUZ want to overextend to try and get that off. They realize that someone could just be watching it with the hunt. Jimmy's got plenty of money to drop one over if they want to replenish it.
Which is confusing. Like, he could have thrown the nade to get it back.
Yeah, couple options there. Either way, Astralis is on the board out of their first time out, and that gets them started on this T side of Overpass, this T side of the semifinals.
So here's that opening moves. There, good flash over the top, then catches Torji.
Maybe if he doesn't hit the immediate headshot, there's time for that reaction, but Torji's really, really leaning heavily onto his individual skill and individual ability to flick back.
Yeah, rough position to be in. But he's got the ult back anyway. He had the resources for it, so he's got the AWP and he's got it back. Here's their exertion, getting up into the short boost. You can do this yourself now, get up on top of these sandbags. Now the walkthrough from Buzz, looking for the fight on Yimfat, but he's going to have to come back after trying that opener.
No, but I like that play. I like that Buzz is just confident enough to take that angle and just see if he can find that fight. He had one chance to kind of swing out and nab the headshot. Wasn't there, but I like the fact that he's showing he's willing to do it.
And gets out of dodge quickly, too. Doesn't stay committed. When he realizes he's missed that window of opportunity, he drops back. Values his life.
Look how passive these T-side openings are. Not the Buzz side of things, but towards the A bomb site where they've encountered some of that aggression. They're just really making it patient. So if MOUZ want to push forward, they have to be a little bit nervous around timings, getting a little bit mixed up. Just now turning the long corner. Torji and Frozen still haven't seen anything outside of a smoke at the front of bathrooms.
Borup clears the bottom of connector.
Bombs drop towards Fountain as well. This is going to get late into the round timer.
The Astralis don't mind running that clock down, but eventually they've got to go through the bathrooms, and it's not going to be an easy setup to break apart. It's Torji and Frozen set up together. AWP posted. Frozen hiding behind the divider. This is going to be a rough position for Astralis with only 30 seconds left. Frozen has the chance to break them apart. First kill locked in from Frozen. Freezes him out for just a moment, and then Torji frags out and goes deeper into the bathrooms. He's got his teammate Shui rotating up. 19 seconds left. Shui's got the position. That's the bomb down in limited time. Kills are coming in, but they have to get back to the bomb in time. And Blamaf would have to sprint to the site. Yimfat is in a position to deny this all. If he gets around, if he gets this kill, that's the round. Young Jimmy does it, and it's Stair running away.
Yeah, just that round took so long for Astralis to really get it going. They waited patiently for any aggression until like 1 minute and 5 seconds on the round timer and started moving up. They chewed a lot of time off the clock themselves, and MOUZ mount just enough resistance to make it impossible. 5-1. Frozen with 27 seconds, goes 1 for 1. Torji with the follow-up peek. And a new angle that Device didn't expect. That's the bomb being dropped and no progress forward for Astralis.
That's the risky run with an overpass T-side. This methodical, you can often leave yourself with such limited time.
Oh, and it's one of the big things about this map. It's one of the features that this map has that not a lot of other ones in the pool does, is just the sheer size of it, of how long it takes to move around the map.
So far, this T-side hasn't looked all that inspiring. It's not looking like, at this moment, there's going to be enough for Astralis to get a good half out of this unless they change it up.
And this time the aggression for MOUZ is over towards short. Exertion's got the angle towards the short tunnel. Torji's got the angle with the op in towards blue door, which is blown open. It's just Buzz kind of lurking here while the rest of Astralis work the other side of the map. Borup holding on to the middle.
And probably a conversation to be had for Astralis to try and get some map control a little quicker. Go through the motion slightly. And they're going to get a couple of players up long, stare applying pressure in bathrooms. But if they come back down that connector, Torji's watching for it, and Astralis are deciding to rotate back to B. So they are going to have to face down connector, and this looks so good for the Hungarian. He's going to have a great chance to take a kill here if they come through that doorway. And Borup, oh, he might just think about it. He's coming forward. Torji's scope is ready to take him out of the round, and no problem. Absolutely no issue for the AWP.
Yeah, well, Jimmy's got a big test coming up next. Buzz is going to turn the corner with utility. Oh, that flashbang catches him, and he's not ready. The op is still there. They know it, and Buzz has that as well. But they didn't know about exertion the whole time.
Oh!
He somehow spins, but the bomb site is lost.
I don't know how he doesn't get that kill star, but his teammate Buzz is performing massively. Another round, another kill, and that's going to be Astralis taking a chance to level up at 2 here for themselves. And here's Device coming through. Xerxion's feet on the save away. It's not going to be allowed. Device punishes that. No getaway for him.
And this is a great round when you look at the money of MOUZ as well. Astralis has set this up and primed it. Frozen, does he want to go for that op? I think he's got to prioritize the AK-47 to a certain extent, especially now that Device has been spotted and Device picks up the AWP. So Frozen bails out, and MOUZ is going to have a really struggled, labored buy in this next round to try and prevent an economic collapse.
Well, it's great to see Buzz having this kind of performance on the stage, right? 7 and 5, had huge 3 kills coming into this bomb site. The 2 entries, and then the 3rd follow-up when things started to look a little rough. And that really cancels off any sort of retake scenario for MOUZ.
And it's great to see some of the strengths of Astralis converting from the group stage, which is that supporting cast stepping up and having impact. Buzz, as you mentioned, all those entries in this round, he had the nice stop of the double aggressive push earlier out of the B bomb site from the MOUZ defense.
Oh, first timeout here for MOUZ. Cyclone having his say as he relays with Shuey.
Yeah, they might have to get a little bit creative in this next round. They won't have the AWP. They won't have all the rifles in the world or all the utility. And this is where if you're MOUZ, you kind of want to have some sort of an aggressive play, see if you can push up and catch them off guard. But Astralis' slow pace and methodical style is kind of designed to negate that as well. So in some ways, you're almost got to be a little bit paranoid about playing into their hands.
Now, when you're playing the slow, methodical style, though, there's another piece that you need, and it's that ability to, when you decide to burst into the site, have one player that can crack open the bomb site, and Buzz does that so effectively. So keep eyes on whether or not he's able to do that consistently. Round 8 kicks off. This is what MOUZ have to play with.
And previously in the group stage when we saw Astralis play Overpass, a lot of it was Stare initiating things towards the A-bomb site as a more aggressive lurker. So this game they've kind of changed up the style and given Buzz a few more play calls for him to get aggressive and have impact in the early stages.
He certainly had the hotter start here on Overpass in the semifinals. Stare gets flashed around the long peak. Torzi having to come off the angle. No AWP to be seen this time for Torzi, but he's got sight. He's seen Stare. Now the reaction from MOUZ again is this double push of Xerxion and Yimfat.
And change of pace. This round is much, much quicker. 1 minute and 15 seconds, and Astralis is already at Divider, leaning up towards Banana. They're going to come for it. Frozen, isolated, on his own. He's got the first. Spray continues into the second.
Oh, isolated, but the Iceman doesn't care. He stands in the corner towards his switch, then gets the reload off and a 3rd kill. Even when the weapons look weaker, even when it looks favored for Astralis, breaking through Frozen has become impossible. To get through that ice wall, it's just not happening for them. And Stare stuck at bathrooms, there's nothing he can do. Yimfat's behind, should execute him with a 5-7. Not so clean, but if it doesn't come from Yimfat, it'll come elsewhere. And that's going to be Stare going down, and Astralis' quick call gets destroyed.
Yeah, that actually looked really scrappy and a little bit disorganized from Astralis. That faster play call, the timing of it, they didn't really seem all that coordinated turning the corner. Frozen able to just kind of sit in a very well-known popular spot and grab a double kill. An immediate headshot, a flashbang comes out that blinds Blame F, so the trade isn't available. And Astralis gets stopped cold before they can string 2 together. That's Borup, excuse me. But Blame F completely blinded by Torji. Good utility usage from MOUZ, but that hit goes absolutely nowhere.
Second timeout of this half for Astralis, realizing that that's the kind of round they needed to win. If they win that, if they break apart the money of MOUZ, then they have a chance to recover this half entirely.
And they didn't even get close.
Yeah, they didn't get close at all. They didn't get beyond the bathrooms.
They didn't even get a kill. It's just free upgrades for MOUZ, a couple of AK-47 salvaged, a free AWP salvage, money now in the bank for MOUZ's defense. That was exactly not the way Astralis wanted it to go. They had them at a breaking point, and they've let them off the hook.
Well, questions are, where's BlameF? Where's Device? These are the two players we wanted to see pop off in the playoffs. These are the two players you somewhat rely on if you're Astralis to have good performances. And that nade, tagging with the shot, it isn't going to finish him off. Only 2 HP damage from that nade.
Yeah, a little bit late, a little bit too far. Stare ran past it despite getting tagged. Buzz gonna challenge again. Yeah, he's gonna do his best inside the smoke. Xerxin has no idea. Buzz does it again, but he's got low HP and a follow-up isn't there, but Jimmy is. Jimmy around the smoke, and BlameF can't handle it either.
Wow, that's so sick from YimFat. 3 kills off the side of the monster pillar. It looks so good for Astralis with that entry. Xerxin should have got that pick, but Buzz was able to pick it up, and then YimFat had to recover everything, and he does so. And this is going to be so frustrating for Astralis now. Shoot way through the smoke. MOUZ playing with confidence, playing with freedom, realizing they're up so heavily here. This is Stare alone in a 1v4, and it's an unwinnable 1v4. This is the problem. This is what you were talking about earlier today. You know, this isn't just one star rifler. This isn't just a team with only a couple players that can frag. Everybody is capable of shutting a round down, and you see the amount of options that MOUZ have available to them. If Xerxin goes down without getting a pick, YimFat steps up with a triple.
I love the way they're just messing with him. They're just fighting, and they're not staying back. It's just like every time. Shui's just jumping back and forth, getting in a position, calling teammates open, and they all get aggressive. But that round's all about Jimmy around that smoke. Fantastic B defense, where previously kind of struggled to pick up the pieces in a hit earlier. This time he handles it perfectly. And still, as you're kind of alluding to, the only bright spot at the moment for this Astralis side has been Buzz in these B site entries. That's it.
Where's the rest of the supporting cast? One-man show at the moment. Torji again going for the opening. Astralis not giving him anything. Perhaps BlameF would overextend, but Torji feels like his time in the sun has come to an end there. He doesn't want to keep re-peeking. Device moves a little closer with that deagle.
Torji's got so much confidence to peek these angles, though, because he's got frozen in the stairs.
Yeah.
Once again, a very passive round from Astralis with these deagles. They're looking for the follow-up push. Look at the way Astralis is all spread around the map. Each player has a various choke point to watch, and that's it. No one doing anything. Hoping for a peek, for a mistake, for someone on MOUZ to go hunting.
Xerxin very proactive towards B. Taking short control. This is going to make the round a little more difficult for Astralis, just having him here. They want to go in towards this B bomb site, but they're all coming from the same side. They can't split Xerxin, so he has a chance to just spot them out. He has Frozen with him, and to be honest, they might not even be required because YimFat's so damn good inside of this B bomb site. He's just jiggling for info. We'll deploy that smoke. It'll be a little late because they're already up. And he's going to use it for defensive purposes instead. YimFat starts his spray. Is he going to break him? He'll start to push them into the ground. He's got the rest of his teammates just hanging Astralis out to dry. There's nothing they can do here. Stare once again left alone in an impossible situation. It is flawless for MOUZ. They don't lose a single player.
Yeah, they're swarming to the point of attack. And the nice thing is, if you're YimFat, that's a good display of sometimes if you could just negate the opposition with utility, really the aim doesn't necessarily matter all that much. A scrappy fight, he does get one in the smoke, but you drop that smoke and no one from Astralis can pass through with those deagles. 8-2.
This is way more one-sided than I thought this was going to be.
This was always a potential, though. He kind of mentioned it. I mean, MOUZ is without a doubt the better team, and we're seeing a lot of that team play. The utility usage in scrappy, tense situations when the attacks are coming in. Now, Torji missed the detail of Borup crossing over. Oh, there's a timing. Oh, there's a timing, and Torji tags him anyways.
He hit that shot. That is so sick.
Yeah, but it's not a lot of damage. It actually seemed a lot worse than it really is. It's only down to 84 HP.
Just more impressive on the mechanical level rather than the impact it has in terms of the round. Oh, Borup's had a rough start as well. So I just there, and you know, you look at everyone on Astralis, no one fragging out at all. There's just been no kills at this point.
This is their map pick. That's a worrying sign.
Yeah, it's just a terrible start from the Danes. Round 11 is a slow one again. Borup getting through connector, realizes because of the damage he outputted on Torsi, it's unlikely that he stayed inside of the connector, and there may be a shot that is completely empty.
What's really hurting Astralis as well, and you want to just talk about, we can pile on a little bit more about how rough this T side has been. Outside of the 2 rounds that they've won, there's been no bomb plants. Like, other than that, it's pretty clean victories from MOUZ. Okay, that's not fair. That's not fair at all.
No, not at all.
Won't be ready for Blame F. And Torji with the AWP is going to have to manage 2 angles, misses the shot. He doesn't have the HP for this.
Realizes he has Shuei though. He's going to just deploy that smoke, but he is going to die. And Shuei now is in a position where he must step up. The in-game leader, we haven't had to see him have a massive round on his own, but here he goes! Everybody from MOUZ having their moments. And Yimfat with a 1v2. Now he is quick up connector. He's got into position really early into this round, and that bomb plant going down at the dice box. It's actually planted for Yimfat here. He has a chance to turn this into 1v1s because of Borup's position. They think he's coming up the stairway. And there's the free kill from Yimfat. It's now down to just Device. Yet to have impact. And Yimfat's trying to figure out where he is. Where could Device have got off to? And Device peeks him with the AWP. Finally, Device rings out with some impact in this semi-final.
Yeah, Jimpat was just wishing beyond anything that he would have a little bit of information of where Device was actually playing that from. Good clutch, good 1v1 for Device, but that shot from Frozen is disgusting. That smoke almost ruins Shui's position as well. That makes it a very tough transfer over to Buzz. Astralis have 3.
Man, it really is such a luxury how many players can frag out on MOUZ. You know, you look at your in-game leader and he's got that mechanical ability, so much depth on the team at the moment. But the problem is for Astralis, even winning that round, you gotta still go up against a very solid buy into the last round of this half.
Yeah, you're just gonna go for a B execute here. Mac 10 on Blame F, but it's not leading the way. Blinded is Jimpat, he's gonna back off. Molotovs and nades raining in.
Well, Yimfat is short, he's got plenty of help too, plenty of options for MOUZ to get a couple of kills here. This is looking very difficult for Astralis. They've got to burst through, and once again, it's the battering ram of Buzz to get 1 kill for Astralis, but it's been stalled out. The Sting's out of the attack, and stinging faster and harder than anything else, it's Yimfat with a double. Device looking to clutch again. The first locked in, nice position, but Yimfat will close on 9 for MOUZ. A story of dominance from the youngsters.
Yo, Jimmy's put on a little bit of a clinic a couple times at this B bomb site with the way he's using these smokes. I mean, that smoke this time towards the right side of the pillar gives himself a new angle that you're probably not super familiar with in the T side when you're trying to entry in. But that protection of the smoke allows him to stand in the open at an off angle on the bridge, peering towards toxic barrels, and nobody from Astralis was going to handle that.
Man, I know we've seen him multiple times at this point, but the fact that Yimfat is so comfortable and not making too many mistakes in a stage environment like this is just so wild.
Yeah, he gave that like beast interview. He gave that. He was just like what did he say? It actually has been pretty easy adapting to Tier 1 because it's always the question we have. We've seen a lot of players struggle with it. It just, I mean, I guess like a typical Finn, and you know, he just comes in. He's like, yeah, it's been fine.
Yeah, from Counter-Strike family. You know, Sergey's older brother was kind of a breakout player for a while too, and so.
I hope Sergey's watching somewhere. I hope he's tuning in, watching his brother do some work.
I hope he comes back. That's what I hope for.
Okay, yeah.
CS2, that would be real nice. But yeah, Yimfat definitely very impressive this year. But it was interesting, you know, they were pretty candid about the fact that at Pro League, Yimfat was feeling some nerves at some points, and he was very mature about it. You know, instead of just saying, I'm not feeling nervous, you know, it is easy for me. He actually was pretty honest with his teammates and said, you know, I am feeling a little nervous here, and sort of talked through that before the matchups, and that shows a level of maturity. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of his career as it pans out here.
I'm looking to see more of Frozen, 17-2.
Well, you've not seen enough?
No, I want more.
All right.
With this kind of a level, give me more. I'm excited to see him on this T side. Maybe Exertion get aggressive, get an entry kill, open up some space for old boy Frozen to go to work.
Well, regardless, we have to see Astralis win this pistol if this is going to be a competitive first map. If they don't, they are not really in a position to survive this.
Oh, I don't think Device spotted any of that information.
I don't think so. I think they just got behind the stone in time.
Oh, that's such a weird timing it creates now.
Oh, they're so close to him too. Oh, Device, this looks so rough, but he's going back at the right time at least. And Device anticipates it, sees the edge, sees a couple of players now and is under so much pressure, calling for his teammates. He needs some help. Flash goes in, commits to it, and he actually gets one out of the wild gunslinging.
Damn.
Blame F up through connector. The Jewel Beretta is doing some work here. And Blame F, is he going to get this one? Frozen will handle the pressure.
Yeah, but that was probably a little bit awkward for Frozen, that engagement, and unfortunately he goes down immediately as well, so no clean answer for Exertion and Shui left in this 2v3.
Yeah, where are MOUZ going to go with this one? Where are they going to go? You've got a smoke available for Shui. Looks like the B play is on the cards here, and it is exertion going down through the connector. Worried about some of the control that Astralis might have.
Yeah, he's actually worried someone's pushed all the way towards T-spawn as well. Yeah, they have time to make this. They've got a smoke as well. You imagine Shui's going to put that up towards, actually, I don't know, maybe play it towards heaven, but also you might want to save it to just throw it inside the bomb site when you get there. 20 seconds now, and they got to make their move. Toxic barrels is where Buzz is sitting.
Oh, he's worried about 2 angles, though. 2 angles for Buzz to have to deal with. Pistol in hand. He needs this round for Astralis. Buzz gets one, and the shot from Stare from heaven. They needed that for Astralis. They pick it up.
Yeah, Buzz, that you might have been able to win it if he doesn't get that kill, but that makes it so much easier. Sick little one-tap, following and reading where the next peak is going to come from, and Astralis survived the pistol. 4-9, they try and close this gap. Ooh.
That was a really awkward fight between BlameF and Frozen. Yeah, that one kill from Buzz definitely helps matters completely. And Astralis, they've got to convert on this now, though. MOUZ didn't get a bomb plant, so they're going to have to take the full eco here, which should allow Astralis up to 5 without too much issue. CT side is where you expect some of these Astralis individuals to get going too. So if they can actually get comfortable start in the second half, what's happening here, Lil?
They're actually dancing in real life as well. Shui's getting the head bob going on. I like this. Hitting the clubs.
They're having a good time up on that stage.
Yeah.
Nice and comfortable. You know, it's a full eco. Let's just waste Astralis' time and hang out at the nightclub.
Yeah, just a couple of dudes getting up to some shenanigans.
Maybe they don't have the age requirement to get in or something here. Maybe they're just hold the door, enjoying it from the outside.
Yeah, just enjoying the music through the walls.
Yeah. How about that? Just drawing out the time, taking it as a little breather moment.
I mean, it's not. It's a little bit silly, but obviously you can still have a conversation right now. We all know about the French timeouts by this point. But also, I mean, you're hopefully getting Astralis to like replenish and spend some of their nades. You're having them sit around feeling focused, wondering what's going on. So a little bit of cheeky mind games perhaps going on for MOUZ here, and it's going to come to their death over towards Monster.
Yeah, Borup should have a chance to mow them down. This would be a nice little stat padding round. There's Borup adding a 4th to his tally, Stare with him. And everybody from Astralis getting involved. Let everybody have a kill. Let everybody have a little eco kill apart from device. BF comes in to clean it up. And it's 5 rounds for Astralis. So MOUZ have had their party. It's time to purchase and get into the second half now with the gun rounds.
Yeah, AK-47s come out now. Astralis know it's coming. Replenish some of that utility. Let's see what they've got in this first gun round of the second half. Shui's clapping his hands. Let's get started, boys.
Yeah, you can see already it looks so composed in the MOUZ camp at the moment. You know, everybody looks super confident. Everybody looks chill. And right now with this kind of performance, you can absolutely understand why. Astralis, they've got FAMAS, they've got MP9s here. It doesn't look too pretty going up against AK-47s, but if they can win this kind of round with some of these bonus weapons, it would go a long way in building a good start on the CT side. And BlameF, he's already up the slide. And look at a slide down on Xerxin, but the AK-47, the superior weapon, and BlameF will go down. Good peek from Frozen. Oh, it's MOUZ with 2 openers right away.
Yeah, that's massive. Frozen has just been so hard to handle throughout this map. Another kill on top of the aggression from BlameF, and Astralis on the back foot already.
Unplayable right now. Frozen is literally unplayable. He's just going for every peak that he wants, and he's just winning a fight in almost every engagement he's been involved in. Even that round in the pistol where BlameF comes flying down connector, Frozen looks like he's in a position where he's going to get caught with his pants down, but he still gets the kill.
Chimley's juggling a Molotov. That's a dangerous game. Don't try it at home.
Yeah, do not. Actually, just don't play Molotovs at all at home. Never mind juggling.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Molotov in towards Toxic. Borup's going to have to swing out. He's got no smoke. His
no, the smoke didn't even work.
Didn't extinguish it the full way, and now it's just Stare. Good luck, buddy.
Well, he is going to be starting to the floor real soon because his peak's coming in. The Stare way to heaven for him. Shui locks in the kill, and that'll be the round locked in too. So 10 rounds for MOUZ off the back of the first gun round. 3 rounds away from taking map 1 of the semi-final and taking Astralis' map pick.
Yeah, and in reality, there's only one more round of contention here for Astralis. It's this next one where the money is going to be a little bit busted. They've got no losing bonus built up, so in the next round, they're only getting $1,400, but they're going to have to invest. If Device can keep this FAMAS, he can drop a weapon over. BlameF can buy himself. Stare, Buzz, and Borup might have to, one of them will get the dropped weapon, but they're going to have to descend to some weaker buys. So it'll be something pretty similar to what we saw in this round of a pair of SMGs, likely. And MOUZ up to double digits, 10-5.
Yeah, it's rough here for Astralis. As you're mentioning, not even money available for this next round either, so this world just gets darker and darker for them. This is that initial fight. BlameF was close to winning it.
BlameF had a really cool fight on top of that slide. It's the timing of when that flashbang comes out to clear that position. He wasn't expecting MOUZ to so aggressively with utility used to clear out his position and his aggression. And that made him come down to take a little bit of a more awkward fight than what he wanted. Deep nade is going to sail in. Decent damage. Chip damage onto Torji. And BlameF gets away to the stairs.
Buzz has water control. In a round like this for Astralis, you really have to take a few more risks. You have to take some map control early on, and BlameF getting trickled down to half HP. Yinfat just peppering him with utility damage, and Frozen's got another one. Another opening kill from Frozen. And again, this man is unplayable. A second kill locked in on Borup, and BlameF, he's trapped. He's trapped inside of the connector.
Oh, he's got to swing for it, but Jimmy wins that one as well. Astralis can't win a fight, and now they have the information without committing anyone, without anyone even having to die facing off against Stare, and he's desperately spamming while blind. Device is going to have to make a play at some point because his teammate is gone.
Oh, timing at least works out for Device here, but he doesn't even sink the kill. He doesn't get it.
It's not working out.
Oh, it's a really bad day at the office.
I feel like a lot of this round is kind of dictated by some of the utility that Astralis, well, obviously, but the buy that they go for. I mentioned they would have 2 SMGs. They actually went for 4 rifles, so that took away like some utility, an extra smoke that they would have bought. And Buzz's SMG pushed in towards short. Once that smoke clears in the short tunnel, he's got nowhere to go. He's got nothing to do with an SMG. It's not the right range for the fight, so I don't think they've put their resources in the right places.
Yeah, and Frozen's just been probing through that tunnel. And he's so successful in doing it. Another couple added to the tally here for Frozen. He's having one hell of a game. 22 kills, 4 deaths. Device will hang on to this AK-47 inside the bank. Putting an investment in for a later round. And that's 11-5. At this point, Astralis love a buy round right here just to start competing, but they don't have it, which means they're likely to concede map points already.
Yeah, I don't even know if there's necessarily a wrong decision if they chose to force buy here. I think it'd be really hard to criticize considering the scoreline, 5-11. But
yeah, you want to play for overtime or the win.
But you almost can't. Even if you it's not pretty regardless. Damned if you do, damned if you don't for Astralis.
Yeah, you at least want something going out of this half, right? Or out of this map. You want to at least have felt like you started to get a few kills before the game ended. Because if it ends like this, Jason, Astralis didn't really fight back. They just got kind of punched around and threw around the ring and not really ever landing a punch. So Device, he's boosted up with the AK-47. That's the only weapon they've got. The only thing worth talking about right now for Astralis. Let's see if he gets anything from it. Frozen cleaning up. Another double entry.
Yeah.
There's nothing they can do about it. You have to lie over and accept it at this point.
They know one more is behind the bomb site as well. They already spotted that out. So Stare is going to be made quick work of. And it is just Device. He's committed. Trying to have trigger discipline to let him run past this. Try and stay alive. Good shot. Uh-oh. All right, Device, you're on for it now.
Unfortunately for Device, Yinfat comes out short, wins that duel against him. A couple of nice shots, but not enough done on the lead up to it to make it a doable round. So Astralis have decided to go for the conservative approach. They'll give it one last shake of the stick. It's the AK-4 or M4A1S, the AWP for Device, the full buy here. They've got to be perfect. They have to be absolutely perfect to bring this to overtime. And to be honest, that's not really what we're looking for right now. We're looking at Astralis just getting a couple of kills, to be honest.
Yeah, we're not worried about perfection or going on a streak. We're just like, all right, let's just get started with one.
Let's like get a few rounds here.
Yeah. Come alive just a little bit here on Overpass. Even at the end of the day, even in potentially a losing battle, give us some hope for the future.
Stare was the second highest rated player of this event heading into the playoffs. Sure, only 4 maps played, but where is he now? You know, he's just completely fallen off.
That was a question that the desk posed. That was a question we talked about as well. The difference in caliber of opposition of MOUZ against what, Lin Vision, against ENCE with the stand-in on day 1.
MOUZ going through the motions. It's been Frozen entries back to back. Not only that, but double entries.
All right,
this time Shui goes for the risk, goes through the monster smoke and gets punished.
Yeah, fair play. Wanted to get a little frisky.
Probably should have been the result of that scenario.
He's just testing it, seeing if they're falling asleep at the wheel. So Device gets to play a little bit more passively with the AWP, and BlameF can start hunting, can start wrapping around. It's Exertion he would eventually find towards Divider and front bathrooms, but BlameF is still far from that.
They're going down to B. They're going down to B right now with that bomb on their back. Frozen has been an absolute animal at cracking open the sights, and the timing does not work for Device. Exertion just keeping him occupied on that side, keeping his attention drawn towards the bathrooms player, and even BlameF's flank unable to capitalize on the opportunity. So Exertion's just keeping 2 players up there right now, and they've got to know the numbers now. They've got to feel like there's a shot to break down this B bomb site. And MOUZ looking to close out Astralis' map pick of Overpass in a 13-5 fashion. There's the kill that evens up the numbers. Yimfat taken out by Borup. 10 seconds left for MOUZ to get the bomb down. And this time Astralis will hold.
Nicely done from Astralis. Nobody getting too crazy after Stair goes down. Well done from Device to force back the aggression from Exertion, not fall prey to it. BlameF able to track it as well. Nobody had to move. Nobody had to shift from the B bomb site because Device and BlameF had the information and handled it well. That defense never had to feel pressured to move. A little bit of a gift with that opening kill. But other than that, Borup and Buzz handle business. And essentially a 2v4 at this bomb site at the end of the day after Stair goes down. They are perfect. 12-6.
Well, Device might have to deal with Torchy coming around the corner with the AWP. Device should be favored holding this angle, and he will be. Torchy falls. Opening kill for Astralis, and Device gets out of dodge. Might have just been spotted jumping back there. I think he was just before that smoke plumed. But Device is confident, realizes he has to take matters into his own hands. They can't just sit back. They can't just let them run at them. And BlameF loses the fight inside. And Shui winning that duel to bring it back to even numbers again. And Shui can try and split with Xerxin from long. Stair fails to do anything, but Device, he's stepping up. The one shining light in this round for Astralis, as he often can be. But he has to do everything.
Yeah, exactly. Device is just forced to literally kill everyone. Good reinforcements from Borup. Up the stairs, finds one. Frozen can't really hunt it down because Device should have this angle and has the kill. And Device is a rock in this round. When everyone falls around him, he stands tall.
And Xerxin left now 1v3, 45 seconds. The input from Device should be enough to collect this round, and Xerxin not making his pathway towards that bomb. I'll suggest the save call at this point, but Borup might not let that happen as he wraps around the side.
I mean, there's this route just means as soon as he makes contact, if he wants to go for the round, it's a mad dash to the A bomb site. It's you have to throw caution to the wind. But now, yeah, it's just about escaping. 20 seconds, can't land the kill on Borup. And it's cut into a 5-round lead. And finally, MOUZ, well, I was going to say finally MOUZ have to save. They got 2 players who can afford rifles. They could get a little bit of a crazy buy if they wanted to. They have to be really careful. These past 2 rounds, look at the entries. A really aggressive kind of just dry peek from Torji with the opera on the rock towards long. Before that, it was Shui walking through the monster smoke just to see if he can get a cheeky kill, just to see if he can get lucky and no one's looking. Both of those failed. MOUZ have to be really cautious. They don't let this lead just get thrown away on some of these more overconfident plays because you have such a massive lead.
And this is Astralis' map pick, as pointed out, but not only that, they have never lost this map.
First time for everything.
Roster, right?
First time for everything, Dinko.
There absolutely is. There absolutely is. But you look back through the opposition they played, the most recent teams they played are Apex and ENCE. ENCE was standing. That was in this tournament with 13-2 victory. But you're up against MOUZ, and that T side often looks so good for Astralis in some of those victories. In particular, Device was able to get a lot of impact, kind of punishing any peaks from Dicebox, etc. But they never found any success whatsoever towards that A bomb site in the first half. And so Device has to step up in the second half instead. And he's done that in the previous round. Chance here to build on it for Astralis, but there's always a world in which MOUZ could even win on this.
Yeah, you never know with these Tech 9s. Change of pace. Molotov is going to keep Shui and his Tech 9 at bay for the moment. Another Molotov rains in, going to change the timing. But MOUZ really want to hit this. They're going to readjust. All of a sudden, with the utility raining in from Astralis' defense, they say there's probably too many people here to really go for this, so let's back off. Let's move elsewhere on the map.
Maybe there was something to be said if Shui got beyond that Molotov, if he found the timing to get through short before the molly landed, but he didn't. And so they call it off, they rotate elsewhere, and they have got a full minute to play with.
Well, the question is now, when Astralis shift over, do they leave BlameF on an island? Does someone push out towards long, maybe try and push towards Flowers to give him a little bit of support? Because he's going to be all on his own. So an early warning system over in bathrooms, but BlameF has struggled to find success.
And let's see if this is the round where he switches that all the way to a different position. It's a double from BlameF. 2 kills running in towards him, and BlameF will dish out death to 3. Exactly what he would have wanted against the Pistols. And a much better round here. He's not alone anymore. He's got his teammates coming around the back too, but BlameF wants all 5. He had a chance for it, but Exertion trading him out. Frozen, if he goes back through that smoke, it's a death sentence. The Stairs on the other side waiting for him. Exertion left 1v4 again, 20 seconds. Can't do this.
All right, starting to get a little bit of life out of some of these Astralis players towards the end, where they kind of struggled previously. BlameF hasn't had the loudest game that we've seen out of him, but a triple kill in this one. Triple kill for Device a couple rounds back to get them started in this half. And all of a sudden, we're seeing those points of resistance for Astralis change the nature of this game. 8-12. And guns are going to come back out for MOUZ.
Well, if this is to truly be a comeback, we'll see that sign now from Astralis. Oh, good flash. BlameF nearly caught by it. That could have cost him his life. But Frozen once again. This was what he was doing earlier in the second half, getting through short, getting through tunnel, and really causing problems for Astralis.
They're not messing with him now, though.
Yeah, they let him have it.
He's negated like two of their short pushes at different points during this half, so now they're just like, all right, let him have it. It's not worth the risk. And with that positioning, Frozen can just be patient now as the rest of his team starts to push forward towards Fountain, clears out the stairs, opens up the middle of the map, and takes control so they can wheel between the bomb sites.
It's a slow march towards Device. Perhaps the march of death into the Dane.
They don't have a lot of utility. 1 smoke, 1 flash, 1 Molotov in this group.
That flash better be good. We've seen many oppers choose this angle because of the shadow that you get if they overextend. If they start to walk towards you, you can get an early warning system. But Device feels uncomfortable here in the utility. The pin's pulled, he drops back and plays Dice instead. Is this going to be a classic Device round? The first shot out from the back of the Dice. Rolls the Dice himself. Is he going to be able to pick this up? BlameF swings, it's a double kill, and Device is with him. Much better from that duo. Much stronger, and MOUZ can't break through.
That's the utility. That's the lack of utility, I should say, for MOUZ. They have the initial salvo, but they don't have the Molotov for dice boxes to force Device into a committed peek. They don't have the lineup of flashbangs streaming over constantly to allow them to progress up the stairs into the bomb site. And they have really no tools to crack open that site in any way. As long as Device played mistake-free Counter-Strike, which is his trademark, Astralis was in the power position, and now it truly is a comeback. They're within striking distance. It's just 3 that separate these two teams. We said they had to be perfect when they were down by 7.
So far it has been. But the thing about perfection, total perfection, it's almost impossible to achieve. A timeout, the 3rd used here for MOUZ, letting Cyclone have his say.
You have to imagine there's going to be one more really solid. I would imagine in the last 3 rounds, you have to think, so you call Frozen's number towards that B bomb site, activate him to get aggressive. He's had so much success, especially towards B's. 24-7. He's got the hot hand this game.
Yeah, but if you're Astralis, you have to consider that fact too, right? It hasn't been working for MOUZ going towards this A bomb site. So perhaps a B play is to be expected coming up soon.
And I know, I mean, this is one thing we heard from the group stage as well, and Maniac was on the desk as well. He's kind of touted this BlameF and Device as one of the best A defenses we have in professional Counter-Strike on that A bomb site. So yeah, maybe test the weak side. Test the guys like Stare, who's had a quiet game, Borup, who's had a quiet game.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense on paper. This kind of round, though, not exactly what you would have been hoping for. An opening from Device, and Borup will not miss alongside BlameF.
We're just getting classic Device at the moment, just like you're paying the dev attacks. Every single time you want to go towards bathrooms, he's picking one off. He's thinning you out one by one.
Yeah, this CT side has been a completely different story for Device. Wasn't set up a lot, wasn't given his classic opportunities where he's allowed the space towards bathrooms in the T side. He just didn't get any of that.
Yeah, but you gotta love it. We asked for it. We said a little bit of a quiet group stage due to the nature of how many of his other teammates were popping off, with Stare having a game, Borup having a game, Buzz having a couple maps in there. Now we get Device.
And it's exactly where you would expect him to start to deliver here in the playoffs and the semifinals. Just a long wait here for MOUZ. No one from Astralis offering anything up. They know they're in the winning position. They're just going to sit back and not let any damage come their way.
They know like the biggest thing they could do, the worst thing they could do at this point is just take some silly peeks during this comeback and lose a couple of rifles that you didn't need to, and all of a sudden open the economy, phase of the game as something that could just beat them down the stretch if they don't have the money to fight. Full loss bonus for MOUZ. So they don't have to lose this AK-47. Jimmy's going to go down, but Frozen will have the money to replenish nades.
Here comes that final play.
Excuse me. No losing bonus for Frozen. He'll be fine with just the AK.
Yeah, we'll keep that in the corner. So Unfat goes in, see if he can pick up a kill. He doesn't. Just wants to die and get that extra cash. And now 12-10. Astralis are 2 away from that perfect run to force us into overtime. What a run it has been. And this man on your screen has been the reason for it.
Yeah, he got them started, and he's continued it. And again, another factor of the group stage that we saw out of Astralis was just when they gained control of some of these games, they caught fire and just went on runs. People were able to kind of hold them down, but once they got a feel for what's happening on the map, they went on streaks. They've got 5 in a row. Still need 2 for overtime.
The device AWP is switched up. It's decided to change its position. Instead of playing front bathrooms and taking that tax, perhaps anticipating Frozen to go back to his winning ways at short.
It's what we just kind of mentioned, like one more round where Frozen gets activated, and your response was Astralis has to know that's coming at some point, so device is set up perfectly to negate him. Who better?
Look at all the resources committed to this. Look at all the resources committed to trying to deal with Frozen, and it's worked out with that boost. They catch Shui moving forward, so Frozen at least knows there's 2 at short, so he decides to change up his position. He wants to go through Monster instead, sensing a gap here, sensing a weakness, because the amount of players they would have to commit to short instead. And Frozen applying pressure to the barrels, receives utility that will force him back out.
That's not the worst outcome, though. You forced a lot of counter nades out of Astralis. You forced the Molotov. You forced a follow-up flashbang as well.
Well, the commitment is certainly coming towards this B bomb site for MOUZ, and you've got everybody here. But Device isn't really in a big position to fall back from. He's very committed. Device is in the open. Device is gone, and Frozen rips open the site. This is that B pop we're waiting for. This is the Frozen round we've all been waiting for, and it's the one that breaks Astralis' back. A 3v2, and this map might be over. It's Borup and Blemeth to have to come back in and win this in a 2v3 retake. They gather up together, the final pieces of utility being thrown in, and Frozen, what a masterclass of a map in the semifinals. One of the best riflers on the planet this year, and he has just destroyed Astralis on their own map pick in the semifinals, 13-10. MOUZ have the first map, and they are looking damn good, damn hot for a grand final placing.
Yeah, but they got tested for how dominant that was through most of it. Astralis had that little bit of fight left in him. It just comes way too late. I'll tell you what, too. I think Device wishes he could have that last round back. He did not realize, I don't think the communication came that nobody actually had eyes on Monster, didn't realize how far MOUZ and Frozen had gotten out. And that's the conversation I think he's having right now is, I actually was talking to the ref.
He's talking to the admin, yeah.
So
I'm not sure. He looks a little frustrated, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you absolutely understand why. Device does everything he can in that second half. He was never really caught out of position when he was towards the A bomb site, but perhaps the communication wasn't on point, maybe just not really having the right idea or on the same page towards that B bomb site in the last round, and that allows Frozen to come through.
Yeah, and that's the name that we've been saying the whole game. You heard it plenty of times. What a map out of Frozen. I think, like 17-4 at one point during that first half. He got MOUZ started. He kept it up throughout the whole thing and maintained that impact to the end of the map. We've got the desk ready. Take us through map number 1.
That you do, Jason, and what a map it was, all over the place, back and forth, up and down, all the way up to the very end almost. Gentlemen, I'm going to have to look right at you, Jacob, and ask, did you think Astralis was about to do it?
Yeah, I was getting worried, I'm not going to lie. I think the CT defense from Astralis coming out in the second part of the game was very solid. In particular, Jason and Dingo highlighted Device, and you got to give it to him, right? With the AWP in hand on that CT side, he was able to dictate the game and give Astralis a second chance in the game. However, it started out very strong for MOUZ. It felt like they were in control. Their CT side was equally strong. Even the T side in the beginning looked solid, and I think it was Jason who pointed it out. You know, a couple of rounds in a row, MOUZ were feeling too overconfident. You know, Shui walking through the smoke, Frozen going for a couple of individual peaks. It felt like MOUZ was so much better than Astralis that they allowed themselves to slow down a little bit, and that's the reason the game got close. Not necessarily because MOUZ weren't the better team.
That is something we saw in the game they had against Wings Up as well from MOUZ, where they had a massive lead and they started playing a little sloppy, a little bit overconfident, and allowing Wings Up to get a couple more rounds. You know, unfortunately for them, they're able to close it out convincingly.
But that's a statement as well, right? You're treating Astralis the same way you're treating Wings Up.
Which can also be a mistake, which can bite you in the butt, because it almost happened. Device starting to wake up, and that A bomb side defense was looking just rock solid until finally it's a B bomb side where they found a solution. I like that call, by the way. They lose Shui early on. They send a second guy in, and they're like, surely they don't expect. I mean, Astralis are like, surely they don't push through Monster. Frozen locks it down. Speaking of Frozen.
Yeah, speaking of Frozen.
God, he just completely froze the T-side from Astralis. It was ridiculous what he was doing in the server.
27-7. Like, that's going to speak enough. 124 ADR. You're talking about in a 13-10, one where in which you had to just kind of hold your ground and then eventually grab that last round. He's damn sure instrumental in making sure MOUZ pick up this map.
7-0, I believe, in opening duels as well. And this is, look, firstly, young Jimmy, Jimpat, had a phenomenal hole. He was just unstoppable. I mean, rather, he was unassailable on the B bomb side towards Monster. The way he was playing with the smokes, playing out around the pillar was just textbook CS from the CTs, but even that was completely overshadowed by the young veteran, as I like to call him. This was a lights-out performance from Frozen, Pimp, and this is when it comes down to just the fundamental basics of Counter-Strike. When it comes to the individuals, right? Everyone stepped up. Frozen went above and beyond everyone else, but everyone else had a good game. You look at the side of Astralis, apart from that Device and Blame of Awakening on the CT side and the A bomb side, where was everyone else?
Yeah, that'll always be the issue for Astralis. When you compare raw firepower from Astralis compared to who they like to compete against in the likes of MOUZ, Na'Vi, FaZe, you name it, Astralis will never have the same amount of raw firepower. So they have to win elsewhere. They have to win in a different fashion. You highlighted Stair coming into the game. He had a fantastic tournament up until this point. He was nowhere to be found in this game. Same for Borup. Couldn't really get it done at that B bomb side. I like to compare Jimfat with Borup, right? Because you're right, Jimfat was putting on a clinical on that B-bomb side, on the CT side, whereas Borup couldn't get anything done whenever they entered the site. So in that regard, there's just a difference in skill right here, and I think we saw that transpire.
And it is kind of unfortunate because we did, you know, throw in the caveat early on. Yeah, sure, their numbers look great right now for Stair, for Blame, for Astralis, but you look at who they played against, right? Lin Vision, easy win for them. I think most of these teams would have beaten them pretty convincingly anyway. And then you go up against ENCE with a stand-in where they looked really out of sorts. That's where they were able to farm those numbers. Can they do it against a top 3 team? On their map pick, answer was clearly no there, Trace.
Yeah, clearly.
Clearly.
And that's
Very
why our
much.
MVP is also so clearly identified. Frozen with the numbers, you might as well make him the MVP too. He had a statement performance here on the first map of this semifinal. That's overpassed. Now you look towards Mirage. If he can keep that up, Astralis are in trouble.
He keeps making a great case for himself to be one of the very best riflers in the entire world. I've been on the Frozen hype train for more than a year, and it's been relatively hard to convince people because he's been playing in MOUZ. Not a team that has been going to a lot of playoff, not a team that's been in the big semifinals or the big finals, and that's the only caveat to Frozen. When you look at his stats, when you look at his impact within MOUZ, there's a clear case to be made that he may be one of, if not the best rifler in the world. You know, up there with Nico, up there with some of the other guys in Exile, but he's up there in that caliber. The only issue, the only thing that we don't know in regard to Frozen is, can he do it in a semifinal? Can he do it in the grand finals? We saw it EPL. Yes, he can, but can he do it consistently? He's playing on a team that hasn't had a habit of going far in tournaments, but if MOUZ is serious about this project, if they can continue to be the second best, third best team in the world, go into grand finals, and Frozen keeps up this level, we have to reassess how good he is. We have to accept the fact that he is one of the very best in this game.
And you can't really take away from the fact that, you know, it's not just about his fragging prowess. Look at everyone in this team. Everyone's super young. He's not even IGL. You have Shohei for that. But just a veterancy, and I'm sure he has a lot of input when it comes to maybe not leading in the server, but leading as kind of like the older brother, so to speak. I said it was kind of funny because it's almost the same age, actually. But yeah, he is a veteran in all sorts.
HLTV.org will tell you this is a 2.0 plus rating. Thoughts, Bleh?
I'm actually surprised. If they hadn't overextended a couple of rounds earlier on, this could be potentially being almost a 3.0 rating, which is ridiculous.
So you're saying it needs to be retooled?
Maybe a bit, tiny bit.
And I mean, I get it. I mean, it was a great performance. Don't get me wrong. The performance, though, again, it does have to continue over on the second map of the series. If they want to have that burst into the grand finals, they have to go to the Mirage, or they're going to be starting over on the T side as MOUZ.
Yeah, and we spoke about it, right? We just made the case that Astralis firepower-wise, can't really match up against a team like MOUZ. Overpass is a game and a map where it requires a lot of strategical strength in order to win it, whereas Mirage can be done in a very different manner. Mirage can be done by your individuals. So looking at the way Mirage is designed, looking at the way Astralis usually play Mirage, and how good MOUZ are right now, I simply can't see a world where Astralis is going to win Mirage. That one chance of getting into the series, that was an overpass. They couldn't get that done, so I'm afraid we're looking at the 2-0 now.
Yeah, even if you might have, I was convinced it was going to be 2-0, but even the little doubt in my brain was more like, maybe Overpass goes away for Astralis, but without that, Mirage's MOUZ is, I think, a top 2 map right there alongside Inferno. So, yeah, I think this is a donezo.
So we say, yikes, I think is what we say if we're Astralis fans right now, because they do need to figure out everything going forward. We need to figure out things as we go to a break. We come back, we look at Mirage, we see if Astralis can turn the tide of this first semifinal. Okay, this is the CS Asian Championship, so okay.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you for being with us here for CAC 2023. It's the semifinals, and it's the second map of those coming right up. MOUZ one map up versus Astralis, Jason, and looking pretty damn solid as they now head into their own map pick.
Yeah, everything worked really well for MOUZ. Obviously, the big thing is Frozen having that incredible first game. Can obviously continue that here on Mirage, which would be a nightmare. I think this is a map as well where Exertion gets really dynamic and really aggressive, and he has great impact. You always have Jimmy waiting in the wings as well. And still, I mean, everything we kind of said about this matchup before map one kind of holds true. MOUZ clearly the better team. They've got a deep roster of players that can all deliver. However, Astralis showed us they can fight back. It just happens too late in the day. It's when Device turns up, it's just you're in a hole. You're digging out of it rather than actually playing the game and fighting to actually win the game, which is the most painful part. So if Astralis get out to a hot start, this can be a very competitive map.
It felt like there wasn't enough options being created on the T side to allow Device kind of to get into the game. We know Blame likes to be a late round player too. So you kind of need some of those other players like Stair and Borup to actually do some of the harder work.
Device in general and on the T sides as well is always going to fall into that little bit more of a supportive role of like the supplementary piece as they attack into the bomb site. And when you're not getting any success in bathrooms, you don't open that space for him to actually peer into the bomb site and give you that cover. So yeah, everything really went wrong. The only positive for Astralis' T side was Buzz finding entries on B. Mirage, that's all going to have to change. I have to see it much more dynamic, and I have to see guys like Stair and Borup wake up, because we had an absence of saying their names in terms of impact inside the rounds.
Yeah, exactly. We did talk about them quite a lot, but it was for the
great group
reason,
stages,
right? Yeah, definitely great group stages. Stair was the second highest rated player coming into this event, so you know we're looking at a step up needed coming into the playoffs.
Those
here
are the Chinese casters.
Yeah, that is the Chinese casters. It's cool. I'm glad we get to kind of see them sit down.
Yeah,
and that's cool.
As we stand up.
Yeah, I mean it's good for us. We need to stand up a little bit more.
Sure.
You know, stand up straight, posture check.
But still, I mean, this again, overwhelming favorites is MOUZ. This was always going to be a tough affair for Astralis. I don't think an upset is in the cards. I don't think we actually saw enough out of Astralis in map 1 to feel confident in that, but perhaps we get some words of wisdom. We've got a stage interview before map 2.
Yeah, on T side we were struggling a little bit, but no, we didn't get nervous. We kept our calmness, you know, and we just secured the map.
刚刚这张图其实一开始他也是说到他们打得比较顺嘛，那其实打到后面，其实比分不但追近的时候，他们有没有稍微有点紧张？他说就是他们 CD 方打得还挺好的，然后 Frozen 的数据非常夸张，就是发挥得非常非常好。下半场的时候，虽然对方比分越追越近，可他们也不紧张。
Now coming into Mirage, honestly, when you look at the map pool, you look at the play coming out from Astralis, we're not expecting too much here, but do you think they can still be a threat to you?
Yeah, like in general, they are a really strong team, so we never underestimate any team. So yeah, I think they can show up on Mirage. They can play really good, but we are also feeling really confident, and it's our map, you know. We just want to finish it here, but we will see. We will see.
也是聊到了，其实大家对于 A 队在荒漠迷城上面其实期待不是特别的大。然后不过托子也说，就是他们是一个很强的队伍嘛，不过他们也很尊重对手，觉得他们应该也会有所准备。那不过这是他们的选图，这是 MOUZ 的选图，然后他们对这张地图也充满了自信。他们当然也希望能够直接以2比0的方式击败对手。
And I want to touch on lastly just this feeling you have within MOUZ. Right now, obviously, a lot of you played together. Yimfat's come in now as well. Frozen has been the iconic one, stands out. You mentioned his performance individually, what he can do. But you guys seem so close-knit. Does it feel like you are unbreakable, that someone can step up at any point when needed?
Yeah, I think everyone can step up and do a 30 bomb, you know. I think everyone is capable of in our team, and I think that's the best part. Everyone is really good individually, and we are also good as a team, and yeah, it's just a joy to play in this team, you know. Like, we can rely on everybody, so yeah, that's our strength.
I got to stop you there though. A 30 bomb in CS2 with MR12?
Yeah, it's possible, you know. Maybe here on Mirage.
I like it.
也是说到了，就是他们队伍里面呢，我们看到像 Infat 这几天的表现，还有像 Frozen 刚刚的一个表现，就是都会有一些非常夸张的数据产生。那他们之间队内是不是随时都可以有人站出来？那刚刚当然也是说到了，他们全队都有这个能力，就是他们很能够完全相信自己的队友。当局面不一样的时候，总是会有不同的人能够跳出来。然后刚才也说到，有可能队友随时都有可能产生30个击杀。然后刚刚也是暂停了一下，然后再确定一下，咦，在这个版本要30个杀有点困难。然后说，哎，一切都有可能。
Torzy, go get yourself ready. Thank you very much, my man.
Thank you. 那我们这个时候也把时间交给我们的解说。
Well, it's a joy to play in this team, says Torres, and you can actually see that. You know, you can see the sort of joy he has and how happy he is and the smile
I
on his
always
face.
feel like Torres like right on the verge of just breaking out into uncontrollable laughter.
Oh yeah,
like every time he gives an answer, I'm just like, you're like one word away from just dying of laughter.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Nothing, and you know, usually not saying anything too funny. So
I know, it's a great quality.
Imagine if he's watching a comedy show. Now that would be something.
Yeah, that would be.
Well, let's see if this is going to be a comedy show if Astralis don't pick up their socks. And now we're looking at Banks as giving us an interview there, sort of talking about the sort of 30 bombs. I don't think we'll be seeing that just because MOUZ are so damn good across the board. There's not enough kills to go around, but Frozen was damn close in that first map.
Yeah, I was going to say, Frozen is someone you could probably rely on to test it. Exertion, I think, on a map like this, I love the way Exertion plays. He's super aggressive towards Con, towards Window, and if he has impact, yeah. But also, it's also the factor of, you know, you'd have to have a close game to be able to get to 30. But this is, we've touched on this many times. 30 bomb in CS2 with like MR12 just seems like so much more impactful, so much more impressive because it happens so much more rarely than we saw in CSGO.
Very true, very true. But Mirage is coming right up. And, you know, we have to set the expectations. The MOUZ should be winning the Series 2-0 now based on their performances on Mirage recently. Very comfortable team. They just won Astralis' map pick. They have more firepower. They're the better team. Everything is kind of pointing towards that MOUZ grand final placing.
Yeah, sort of the way it was all lined up coming into the semifinal series. You know, even in the desk, I believe those were 2-0 predictions for MOUZ coming into it. It was like, oh, Astralis had a cool run on day one. They did what they needed to do. They got here, but this team is just too far out of control. So it's up for MOUZ to just come into the office and do their business and get done with the day. And it's up for Astralis to prove that they've got a little bit more that we haven't quite seen yet and didn't see on map one. A nice comeback, but not a complete map that they put together.
Yeah, and Astralis, we didn't get to see play on the stage in the quarterfinal. They had to come here straight into the semis running their group. So
this is poor guys. They had to come here straight to the semifinals.
Exactly, but I think this is a team that probably could have benefited with playing in quarterfinal. You know, if you get a little bit more experience with some of these young players, get out there and see what it's like coming into the stage setup. I think Stara actually looked a little nervous at times.
It's actually a pretty good point as well, because that was one of the big interviews that Device gave about some of like the early eliminations in recent online tournaments. Was like, yeah, it's a bummer, but actually what hurts more than the loss itself is the fact that, you know, that just getting time in officials in CS2 is critical. Getting those reps under your belt in an official capacity, and especially at an event like this, the CAC 2023, getting those reps on stage in an official in a semifinal match, especially for some of the younger players, is critical.
Now, Device did say recently as well in the interview that he doesn't know what the future of Astralis looks like. He doesn't know what roster is going to be moving forward.
It's not his department, you know? It's above his pay grade.
Exactly. But that's what he's saying, and we've got to believe that perhaps there will be changes, most likely will be changes, and so there is that level of uncertainty inside of this Astralis team still.
I mean, MOUZ is the only team in these semifinals, the last 4 teams remaining, that have no uncertainty around them at all. Every other team has a question of stand-ins, has a question of roster changes in the near future. MOUZ is just coming in like, yo, we're good. Like, we're exactly where we want to be. We finally accomplished everything that we've wanted. It's a long road to get here, and we ain't giving it up. We ain't busting it up at all. So MOUZ is coming into this as the most secure and most consistent lineup we've got.
And I think that's actually really surprising there's been no roster rumors around this MOUZ team, considering the Frozen's inside of this roster and some of the big organizations making big moves. I thought Frozen would be at the top of the list for many teams.
I mean, I'm sure he was at the top of the list of inquiries.
Yeah, but we didn't even really hear about any of them.
I mean, I talked about this a bunch, and you know, it would be very curious. But I mean, if you're Frozen, like, why would you entertain him? Like, you just win the last CS:GO trophy, you just win Pro League back in Malta, and why are you going to make that change now when you finally got this team that you've been with, that you've been busting your ass with? Everyone seems happy with each other. You got in a good place. Let it ride, baby. And let's get it on. Mirage starts. Map number 2. MOUZ is up 1-0 in the series. A victory here moves them on to the grand finals later on today.
BlameF out top middle. Aggression into the pistol round, looking to try and take Shuey. He might actually get that chance now. Sees the knee. Shuey swings. And how has BlameF actually come out worse for wear in that fight?
That's got to be so nerve-wracking with all the conversation around Peeker's advantage. You see that elbow, and you know what Peek is. You know his swing is going to come, and BlameF can't handle the pace.
Well, Stare now inside a connector. Would love a good start on this map. He's got Device to crossfire with him from short, and no commitment out just yet to go for those peaks from MOUZ, but they're through the underpass. They might even try a window boost. Now, this is something he'll love to do, is getting Exertion up into the window. And he's so good at catching the right timing here so consistently.
Well, it makes it a lot easier as well now that you're in a 5-on-4. Problem is they're crunching middle right now. 2 players are in Con, Buzz and Stare. Stare's going to be the only one to push forward. Device gets the kill. That's off towards Catwalk. And oh god, this has actually gone really, really bad. That Molotov splits this attack. It's only Jimmy coming out of the B halls. He's got everything to do and nails the first.
Wow, he's on his own, everything against him, and he still frags out. Stare on the double kill though. Device comes in, and that will be the pistol for Astralis. Stare feeling very good about that pistol. 3 locked in.
Yeah, man, that turned so fast. The opening kill onto Blame F gave MOUZ a real power position, but that decision in the mid-round to clear middle, to clear window from Device on Catwalk, Stare and Con, and then a beautiful maneuver. The Molotov to delay as well. Astralis handled this 4v5 perfectly.
Oh, Device wasn't even looking for it. Exertion was just looking the wrong way, and then he was able to react and get that headshot. Good work from Stare coming in to clean up the rest.
Especially with how much we've said his name in terms of coming into this playoffs as a very highly rated player in the event, and then the kind of quiet show we just got on Overpass. That's a good way to get started.
And he looks like positive there, laughing it off, and that's important that he just kind of shakes off that negative performance from Overpass. He wasn't the only one in that boat, right? Everybody was basically in it apart from Buzz and Device. So we're here at this point. It's another one of these MOUZ rounds. There's no music coming out of this club, though. Just chilling. Just slowing it down with the Glocks.
Yeah, no clubs in this part of the world. Device looking towards Catwalk. Him and Blame F working in tandem in middle. A little bit of a run boost coming out. There should be no issues with an M4 at range against these Glocks. Tapping away. First kill is Device's. And he's confident. He's composed. And he's got the last 2.
Yeah, really good work. Nice and clean. That's exactly what you expect. So now we get into the real rounds. It's going to be MOUZ purchasing up into the AK-47s. Now, I mentioned it briefly in the pistol round, but a lot of the game plan around MOUZ's T side is getting Exertion activated into window, getting him up mid, and he's often so damn good at getting impact out of that position. So we'll have to see if that continues here for MOUZ.
Yeah, he'll be like what Frozen looked like on Overpass T side is what Exertion should be looking like in this half if MOUZ stick to their usual game plan. Flashbangs for him to peer up towards Con and get around the corner and attack towards jungle. He can be such a frightening entry experience on this map.
Oh, well, he is solo mid. This time a little bit more passive, held back by utility. And more passive because the focus, the call is towards the A bomb site and actually just contact Torsi running out of pallets already, diving down into Buzz. The MP9 only good for 1 single kill. And Blame F desperately tries to get back in time. It's 1 kill from the FAMAS, but that is not enough impact to make Astralis feel comfortable here. In fact, the stairs cleave. It's going to be Boris coming up the top of it. Only 1 kill from him, but that'll do. Assisted by Stare, but that's that late play from Exertion. Now they know exactly where he is, and it's a 1v1 up against Device. He'll smoke out connector. Doesn't actually know where Device is. He hasn't been spotted in this round, Device. And the problem for Exertion is he has to get to that bomb in Palace. Oh, it's actually worked out well. There's an angle for him. Exertion, that was the chance. But now he's confirmed exactly where Device is. But that smoke might make things a little more difficult.
Yeah, Device wants to reposition. He got beat in that spot, right? That element of surprise that you were painting that Device would have wasn't there. Exertion being real tough to handle around the edge of the smoke. There's 42 seconds.
Oh, he's not going to read this. He's not looking at jungle. And now he's got it. He's lucky on the timing to get around the wall. And now goes for the fight. Looking to straight up duel with Device. And he's had enough. He drops down into default. Good piece of utility to keep Device at bay. And that is going to allow the bomb plant. And now where does Device go? You gotta imagine in the head of Exertion, he's considering a connector play, but he also has to worry about jungle and CT. So Exertion decides, I'm gonna take some control into a CT spawn, and Device will go collect that kit at the top of the stairs. Smoke available and an HE grenade, and the utility being used up will confirm the position of Device. Exertion now has put himself in pole position to win this 1v1 based on positioning itself. Exertion goes south. There's the lineup. There's the kill on Device. And Exertion wins the 1v2.
Yeah, what a long extended 1v1 against Device as well. That's a tough one to win. First, the edge of the smoke over towards stairs, and Exertion is just a beast. He gave Device no clean looks. Perhaps one as he entered Palace, but the timing wasn't perfect for Device.
Yeah, he just got around the corner at the last second. You've got to say, both players played this round really well. You know, Device deploys that smoke out at triple, which kind of causes some time to be wasted. Exertion has to focus on that smoke, and that allows the reposition for Device around jungle. Just a few unlucky timings go against him.
Well, also that Molotov in towards jungle was a real nightmare that he didn't want to have to deal with, sitting behind it. Buzz once again, yeah, say pretty much a very similar round. This time though, Exertion not even starting in mid whatsoever. So Buzz is pretty much on his own, playing behind this ramp smoke. He has to know flashbangs are going to be coming in, turns from him, comes back inside the corner, one extra, and now slips forward. He's got Shuhei. 1 for 1 for Buzz.
Yeah, that's a really good move from Buzz to get into the smoke and out of it in time to fight. Makes the most out of that situation. And actually that kill makes a big difference because now they're up 1 player.
Blame F is extremely low. Another retake coming in. No kits for Astralis, but a nice find.
That looks rough for Torzi up on top of the stairs. He was searching for the kill to withdraw this back to even numbers. All he does, though, is offer up his life to extend the advantage to Astralis. And now Yimfat has to 1v2 this. Nice shot out window. Blame F is down, and it's just Borup. And he's so low. We talk about this kid's age. It's so young, but he's so calm in these situations, but not this time. The defuse is coming in. Borup sticking it, and Yimfat still gets it done. There's the kill for MOUZ. That's the Glock getting it done, and Borup unable to pick up the defuse.
10-second defuse. Jimmy had all the time in the world to find it. Buzz had the only kit in that round. It was dropped towards the top of A ramp. It's scrappy, and a number of times it felt like Astralis pulled it back into their favor. This kill seemed to secure an advantage, but once again, when called upon, it's Jimmy. Clearing out middle, a 1v2, back-to-back 1v2s for MOUZ, and that hurts.
Yeah, it does, and obviously that kit not being close enough to pick it up in that scenario. Borup gets caught. The Glock is able to get the job done. Man, that feels rough for Astralis. Clutches back-to-back going the other way.
Yeah, Exertion and then Jimpat.
And now you're in a position where you're going to get absolutely melted. Unless the play would have come into B, but fortunately for MOUZ, they made the correct call, and they're going to the A bomb site, which they now have detected is empty.
Yeah, and they don't need to really progress any further. Shuhei and Window looking towards the murder hole. Torji on catwalk as well. Even that's a little bit of a risk if they end up bum rushing you, but at the moment he's got range. And Shui's challenging as well, so they have this stack boxed in. Nothing really to gain for MOUZ outside of some bonus money on this MAC-10, so why not send Exertion forward? We know he likes a bit of aggression. Some covering fire from the AK-47s could activate it. And Astralis trying to mitigate the damage and take some guns away. There's the first, a good USP shot from Stair. Borup's gonna slide towards catwalk, and now the MAC-10 is gonna start getting aggressive with only 2 players remaining. Stair caught in the open, and it's 3-2 for MOUZ.
Oh, Device with some nice shots. That's really sick. The crowd liked that one. Even though there was nothing to be had in the round at all, at least a little highlight moment. But Astralis back to a bye now. So you've had to stomach the 2 1v2 losses in a row, then obviously having to take a full eco. Now you got to buy back, and you need to start getting into this game again. Ever since the guns have come out, MOUZ's calls have been really decisive and almost immediate. You know, there's been a lot of quick A plays.
They've had I mean, I think that speaks a lot to like the individual aggression and like confidence that players are having. Like they're more than happy to take space. So I mean, you're getting a lot of information at all times, and if you're getting space, you're just going to continue with it. But also, we're still pretty early on. These gun rounds have mostly been, the last 3 rounds have all been plays towards the A bomb site as well.
Device is very vocal in this map now. It didn't look all that happy after that first map of play. Frustrating talks to the referee. Wonder what that was about.
Yeah,
but
I thought he was frustrated about some miscoms in that final round of overpass with his teammates playing defense, but he was talking to the ref, so maybe, I don't know, something going on with the headset towards the end of the day. Who knows?
And maybe that's why he was caught out of position. Maybe he didn't hear anything.
Yeah, we don't have the information. We don't have it at hand.
Maybe that could be something after this matchup. But here we go, round 6. Astralis have the AWP out in Device's hands on the CT side, and we know that can make a massive difference.
Listen, this now 4 rounds in a row towards the A bomb side. This feels like Shuhei's setting something up for later on in this half. He's really leaning on these A hits early on. They've had success, so this feels like he's setting something up for a change up later on in this half if they keep having success. This time, however, 2 defenders at the bomb site and Blame F nearby in jungle.
Oh, Yimfat goes out with the bomb. He's got the bomb on his back right now, and that's the first player they spot. Yimfat and Xerxes have the 2 entries. Save Astralis. Just try and save at this point.
Not if you get 1 more. You can still stick around and go for some of the spam, some of the utility. You have 1 player very low. Yimfat can be cleaned up very, very quickly. And remember, an execute a set piece with all this utility means once it fades, MOUZ will not have a lot remaining to replenish it. So Astralis have denied them the plant on the initial initial attack, the initial execute, and now they have some advantages to play with.
Yeah, that initial Borup spam kill actually reopens the round entirely, and now a 3v2. It looks so damn good for MOUZ. They had the 2 entries, and then they didn't really pounce when the utility was up. So now they're in a rough spot. Now they're in a difficult position to try and recover, and Borup's head just hides down below. It's going to be Frozen left in a 1v3, and if he devastates them in another clutch, if MOUZ pick this up, that would be the end. But it's Device to come through with the AWP to sink that kill, and he was on the other side of the map. Device who started at B, and it still goes Astralis' way.
And it's a critical win for a number of reasons, not least of which I just mentioned. It felt like Shui's starting to set something up for later on in this half to switch away from A when Astralis least expected. So it's good that Astralis is able to show MOUZ that they can actually stop this hit. Although the question was, does MOUZ get the message? Because as you mentioned, they did get the first 2 openings. That was a 5-on-3 that slips away because they run out of utility. They don't make enough progress on the initial
and
move.
Smoke spam as well from Jungle.
Yeah. Ooh, BlameF does have it.
You're seeing the ramifications of MOUZ winning 2 1v2s earlier on, right? Their economy hasn't really grown, so they're down to a pretty weak buy here, and they've lost 2 openers. Astralis fighting back. In fact, they're fighting ahead. They're going to be taking the lead here.
Yeah, this is a really good round. Everyone from Astralis steps forward into the battle and wins their respective duels. Frozen's back in T-spawn, just checking for a flank, so MOUZ is going to happily let this round slow down and hope for a mistake. Looking for economic damage. Flashbang isn't deep enough, but Stare still wins the battle.
Looked like it was the same result. Now Frozen 1v5. Let's see how many D shots he can get. Here's Stare jumping around on the left side. Frozen goes for it. There's the first. Any more from Frozen?
I wish my Deagle did that.
Yeah, me too. Heat-seeking bullets out of the blaze. Devices all brings out. Second chance there for Frozen, who now has a Galil. They're all just fixated upon his position. Eventually, someone should connect in his Device to do so. So that's the round for Astralis. That's the lead. 4-3 now off the back of that.
Yeah, and 4 players surviving for Astralis, so finally a little bit of breathing room, especially when you consider after that buy, it should be a low investment, if any investment at all for MOUZ. Everyone's huddled right around 2K. With only a 2-round losing bonus. 2,400 in the next, they should be saving. Pretty much sticking with Glocks.
Yeah, this should be a round that gets melted.
Device getting that vocal, maybe he's firing the boys up.
Yeah, maybe just getting them back into it. Say if we, it's 2 clutches we've lost. Just trying to keep things positive.
And you have some of the ingredients now for a good half for Astralis. BlameF has been decent on his support of the A bomb site. Device is playing well at 10-3. Stare has had some impactful rounds, which they didn't have on Overpass. So things starting to look a little bit better for Astralis. And how much of a run can they go on? How much of a strong defense can they secure for themselves?
There's Device chiming in again. Nades go over and dominate Frozen. It's just the Glocks getting destroyed at this point.
Everyone from MOUZ just hiding.
Yeah, so they really like making these frustrating, don't they?
Every time BlameF's gone to clear something, everyone's just chilling in their corners, not doing anything.
Yeah.
There's Stare, and BlameF's going to get the last one. Headshot onto Shuhei, and it's 5-3.
Yeah.
5 players survive. Money grows for the CT side.
Money grows to the CT side, and there's enough money back now for MOUZ to get a purchase, so the gun rounds will continue. MOUZ coming into this map. Got a victory over FaZe on Mirage in this very competition. 13-11 that ended, so it was a close game, but still went MOUZ's way just about. That was that sort of comeback, wasn't it, from FaZe? They were started real slow, but this is quite competitive from the get-go. And a timeout taken here for MOUZ. Device still vocal.
Well, that's the benefit of the veteran presence.
So we'll see what Shuhei has in mind, because like you pointed out earlier, a lot of A plays, a lot of straight up executes. Is there anything that he's been building for?
Yeah, we've hit the point hard so much of exertion towards middle. And we haven't really seen that come to fruition quite yet. I think part of it is
missed window smoke.
Yep, I think part of it is because Astralis has put some attention on middle quite frequently.
But Device is getting info, they're not playing mid. So he's got all the info off the back of that missed window smoke, and BlameF's like, okay, I'll go take top mid.
And no one from MOUZ realizes it's missed. because no one was there. So yeah, they're in middle at the moment. Borup's just going to have to delay as much as possible. Molotov comes out. That's going to hold most of them at bay. And Stare from Catwalk finds one.
Borup's done a good job at staying alive here, and now he's got Stare to help him, who's doing even better at getting frags. And now Borup's about to be wrapped around. Zershin unable to get it done. And the iron hold coming in from Borup and Stare. Much better here from the two Danes. It's Frozen and Torzy trying to make it work together, but Stare is just fragging out, absolutely destroying them from short. And if they want to win this round, MOUZ, it's off the back of Frozen. But blameF has got up behind him, and it's Buzz that'll frag out from the market. So off the back of the lack of information that MOUZ had in middle, and all the information the Device and blameF picked up, they had a quick rotation back to B, and Stare steps up from short.
Yeah, Stare still has to have some great performances from Catwalk, even with those advantages of information from Astralis. But I'll tell you what, we're starting to get into that situation where we saw a couple of 1v3s in the past 2 rounds go against Astralis, or I mean, go against MOUZ, excuse me, and they already won 2 1v2s. So all things considered, Astralis is having a great half. If it weren't for some of the missed clutches earlier on, or the missed conversions of those man advantages, this could be a pretty dominant half. This defense is looking solid.
The problems on Overpass were not the CT side, though.
That's true. That's a good point as well. Problems for Astralis came on the offensive side of things when they switch over. We'll see if that continues.
So Astralis ideally looking for 9 at this half, and Borup is the B anchor. Gets himself the kill on Zershin, so that's going to be a good start here. Trying to withstand against Deagles and P250s. And they're going to set up blameF with a flashbang. That's going to allow him to peek up. Device and blameF play together, and they've got the kill at top mid. Shui can do nothing about that, and Astralis dominating this round, dominating middle, and not letting this one get out of hand at all. Frozen's always good for 1D, isn't he? He's always good for one.
He's always good for something. Any more? He's got some tags, but never a clean fight. Astralis keeping him pinned down at 7-3. And money not really too much of a concern for Astralis as well. There's only 2 rounds remaining, and they've got all the funds they could possibly need regardless of what happens. So MOUZ desperately trying to get some rounds on the board towards the end. And once again, this streaky Astralis has caught fire. 5 straight, not a single bomb plant in this game.
It's been a lot of executes into bomb sites immediately from...
Bomb plants in some of the rounds in the 1v2s, but no round is won by a bomb explosion.
Yeah, all of these rounds have been instant executes, right? There hasn't really been a whole slow default approach from MOUZ. Maybe this is the round to try that. So they've gone for 2 top, middle, 2 under. It's just the standard default holding towards spawn.
Again, just look at this kind of defense that we're getting out of Astralis. Constantly harassing that window smoke, constantly having presence on Catwalk. I think this is part of the reason why we're not able to see Exertion get activated in this part of the map in any way.
Look at the map that Stare's having. Look at the map he's performing with right now. This is way better than anything we've seen on Overpass from Stare. 16 kills, 5 deaths.
It's a Frozen level performance.
Yeah, it is. This is what we call a Frozen right here. And Infado draws it back, and now Frozen, just speak of that man, and here he is. Oh, he needed that. He would so often get that kill towards CT, but not this time around. Not in the round that matters. And Yimfat now in a 1v2. And we have seen 1v2s go MOUZ's way. Another one. Another one would be huge here for them, considering they're not winning gun rounds through the conventional methods.
This is such a strong position for blameF, though. Yeah, it shouldn't be any problem whatsoever. Jimpad never really gets a chance to play it. 8-3.
Another round where there's no bomb plants, so there's no extra cash. So you're looking at a pretty weak buy for the last round of this first half for MOUZ. And I gotta say, Jason, this T-side hasn't looked that pretty.
I mean, let's talk about the implications of what this performance from Stare is doing. Like, obviously, like just in terms of the numbers, what 16 and 6, it's stunning. It's an incredible show. But with where he's playing on Catwalk, he's essentially helping shut down middle, and he's helping shut down the B bomb site. Once again, all the success of MOUZ, the 3-round wins they've got have all been A executes early on in the half. Stare is denying 2/3 of the map to this MOUZ offense.
Now that is what you call impact. And Buzz under a bit of pressure now, under scrutiny as they're coming through the ramp. It's Shuei to clear him out. Molotov will assist. Now Device, he's in the right position at the right time to take down this attack. This executed is being executed on the chopping block by blameF, who's now gone off the top of the stairway. A 3v3 taken back by that kill from Frozen. But remember, Device is still here. And while that AWP is present on the server, there's always a chance. Shot goes through the triple box, nearly denies the bomb plant, but not to be. A lot of help done off the top of Torzy. And Borup's headshot will come through. Stare on that retake too. It's looking so rough here for MOUZ, and it will be that 9-3 half from Astralis. If they didn't lose those 1v2s, this would have been just one-sided as hell.
Yeah, what a half from Stare. 18-6. Device combining with his op 12-5. BlameF is able to get his numbers, but the impact is all the other two players, and MOUZ just get completely shut down and blanked. Not a single round win for MOUZ since round 5, and Astralis is making a semifinal out of this yet. 7 in a row to close out the first half.
Question is, have MOUZ given themselves enough room here if they lose the pistol round?
No, I mean, no.
Exactly.
I'll answer that right out of the gate.
Thank you. Well, yeah, it's kind of crazy we've got to this point where Astralis could be taking their map pick. We'll have to take this show to a third map, and that'll be Vertigo waiting for us. They don't always say Vertigo is the best decider map, but we'll give it a go here at the semifinals.
Yeah, I'm down for it. We haven't seen much Vertigo, you and I, in this event.
No, we haven't.
This is our first Mirage
as well,
yeah.
We've seen a lot of overpass, though.
It's back in style.
It seems like a prolonged break just at the half there.
Just building the pressure, just building the moment, the intensity.
MOUZ lose this pistol, and this map could be over. Win it, and there's an opportunity to come back in a fashion that Astralis did on overpass. Remember, they were down in this kind of scenario, and they were able to bring it back to a respectable scoreline.
And their T-side didn't look clean. You mentioned that earlier in the first half as well, Astralis. So this will be a big test for BlameF and his calling of this team.
Yeah, but this was always BlameF's playing ground as an individual, but is he able to get his team into the right positions? A couple of players now through the underpass. It's Torji that gets caught first. Borup opens up. And Stare fighting middle has got some help with him through the underpass too. MOUZ have not given a further opportunity, but as soon as they do, as soon as they peek, it's an instant double here from Astralis. It's now Xerxin under the wood, getting cleared out, and this round is done. We talked about a pistol. Well, here it is for Astralis, because there's nothing here for MOUZ.
Oh my lord, it all goes their way. That's filthy. Device even getting that P250 tap from the A ramp back towards Ticket. It all fell into place so easily. Jimmy can do nothing but try and just protect himself and stay alive. Not that that's going to do any benefit. 10-3. Astralis at double digits and have all the advantages. And if not those 1v2s,
could be done already.
How dominant would this have this had looked? Yeah, we could be sitting at 12-1 right now.
This is not the kind of performance we were expecting, but I'm glad that Astralis have shown up in this semifinal. I'm glad we're seeing the team that we've seen in the group stages, where Stare was having a good tournament, Borup was having an impact. This is more like it from Astralis.
Well, that was the most interesting prospect of this series, was that supporting cast that played well in the group stage. If they showed up in the playoffs, it could be a nuisance. If not, it would likely be an easy win for MOUZ. And both of those have played out in these first two maps. Overpass, not really a whole lot of production outside of Device for Astralis, and here on Mirage, you've got Stare just being a dominant force to be reckoned with.
No force buy for MOUZ, so they've gone for the full eco, which should mean 11 rounds for Astralis, and then MOUZ will give it their best go at trying to pull this one back. They'll try and win in regulation. They'd stack into the window. Torji lucky to get away from that. That would have probably annihilated him. When we talked about 30 balls from MOUZ, we're now talking about someone breaking double figures apart from Yimfat. 3 bombs across the board at the moment. I don't really think you can call that a bomb, actually. It's more of a 3 party popper.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a wet noodle.
Yeah, wet noodles everywhere. Stare up in the ladder room. Should be nice and easy for Stare to get this pick on Torzi. And he gets it.
His
teammates cover
he's
off.
probably sat there and he's like, I want to get the 30 bomb. Could you guys provide some resistance so this map can go on a little bit longer?
True.
This is fun for me. I want to keep playing.
Stare's fragging out. He's having a great time. Well, let's see. Go on. You really want the Mac 10. It's like it's an internal battle in Astralis. You know BlameF loves these kind of kills, right? He loves an eco. Well, let's see what he can do here. Mac 10 making some extra cash wouldn't be too bad, but at this point, Astralis start to build a lot of money.
Yeah, they really wanted to go for some of those eco kills. They were thirsty for it, but cooler heads have prevailed. They're just like, there's no point. There's no point. We don't gain anything from taking these unarmored USPs away. Let's not risk the AK-47. So get a few more players to bodyguard. Device has that kill towards bench, and at the end of the day, the thirst wins out. as so often happens.
Yeah, the thirst does beat a lot of people, you know. The temptation can overwhelm you.
The little head's telling the big head what to do.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. Now, Shuei left. He's the lone survivor. He doesn't offer up his life. He'll have to go thirsty. And now 11 rounds for Astralis as predicted. And this is where MOUZ are going to give it their best go. They'll purchase and they'll have to be perfect if they want to win in regulation.
Yeah, they're going to have to go on a little bit of a streak here. They need to close this gap before Astralis get to 12. Hard to imagine Astralis letting this lead slip away.
Oh, they don't have the AWP yet. They don't have enough money.
Yeah, which might be a little bit painful with how slow Astralis takes some of these rounds. And
window
smoke misses for Astralis now. So Exertion is going to get some clean lines of sight. He loves that. Stair turns the corner and he's like, oh, that's not how it's supposed to look. That's not the fight I'm supposed to be taking.
Oh, that's so rough. A missed window smoke for both teams now. So something to that. We'll take note of that.
It's been a common theme that we've had. We noticed it a bunch during the group stage as well. Just a couple smokes aren't nearly as consistent or just a little bit off the mark. It's got to be hard to battle against the muscle memory of CSGO for years and years.
Sure, and I also wonder maybe like the jumping inconsistency maybe being updated throughout the tournament. Maybe you haven't updated your smoke lineup, and that could be a problem, but who knows. But certainly seeing missed smokes a lot more often these days. Minute 5 seconds left in this round. Torzy forced back. It would have been great for him to actually have that fight, but he's forced away by the fire and the flame, so he can't do much about it.
He does have a defensive smoke if he wants to deploy it. It's going to come a little bit late. They beat him. Oh, he gets his gun out in time, only for the one. 1-for-1 trade, and Jimmy, he's alone at the B-bomb site, tucked into the corner. Shuei comes in to provide a little bit more distraction. BlameF lurking, drops his weapon, and Device is left in a 1v2. He only knows where the A player is.
You would have to assume there's a B player somewhere lurking around the shadows. So Device is looking for the best pathway possible. And perhaps hopping through the window, he would be able to get in behind them. And with 30 seconds left, where does Device want to go with this one? And he's decided he'll go towards A.
Exertion's a psychopath, though, and he's reading it. He's a genius.
This is actually wild, but he was reading it. Now he's looking away. He's worried about different angles. It comes down to timing, whether or not he's got his rifle in the right spot, but Device might peek with his knife on out, and Exertion does not get the timing. It does not favor him, and now Device, well, he hungers for a 1v1. Are the odds in the favor of YimFat? He's coming back through short. He's a long way off. No kid on his back. Take note of that. No utility either, and Device has the perfect position for this. Device has the perfect chance to go to 12. And this man is so cool in the clutch. He has no issue dropping back and using his utility instead of standing for the fight. YimFat gets on it. A full 10-second defuse. Oh my God, is he going to hold it? No, he comes off eventually. And Device swings with a headshot. Device celebrates in the clutch. And it's map point for Astralis.
Big time play from a big time player. Beautifully manufactured from Device, and he gets a little bit of revenge. All those important 1v2s from MOUZ in the first half. And Device turns one back in Astralis' favor.
Yeah, never really any doubt there for a moment with Device coming through. Maybe the only way that YimFat picks that up if he sticks that 10 seconds and Device doesn't believe it. That might have been something.
I think Device even panicked a little bit here at the end because he didn't hear any noise, he didn't hear any pushes. He thought for sure if YimFat was going to win that round, he was going to aggress upon him towards CT spawn. So I think he got a little bit scared of that 10-second stick.
Oh, we talked about closing the gap for MOUZ. They were unable to win that round. That clutch could have made a big difference for them, but they didn't pick it up.
It's done now. The idea that Astralis can't get one of the next 9 is crazy, especially when you have to start out with a buy like this. Not a single M4, 3 FAMAS, an MP9, and a scout on Torzy. MOUZ need 9 in a row.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. A window smoke landing.
Yeah, but do you have confidence that it landed when you turn that corner
like
if you're
just jiggling?
And you're like, please be there for heaven's sake.
Oh, Exertion going for a little bit of a risk, pushing deeper into the apartments. Spots out Borup, taking a bit more of a risk here. Shuei pushing with Exertion. This could be a chance.
Yeah, setting up this push perfectly. All the attention towards the other direction, and Shuei's able to get a free one now, popping out into the smoke.
Shuei staying inside of the smoke. BlameF has to worry about this. His teammates creeping ever closer up short to that B-bomb site. And BlameF is dealing with the smoke. Sounds being made. He looks away and he gets it. He comes back in time, and Buzz's kill inside of that B-bomb site is one huge step closer to this map going Astralis' way and forcing us into Vertigo.
Yeah, there's no kits on this retake. A little bit of utility, actually a decent amount of Exertion, but the positioning of Astralis is so strong. You've got control of market, you've got control of bench, and Device is over in shadow.
that nade. If it goes towards Buzz, that's got him. That's got the kill. Now 3 versus 2. Device is going to play out from short side. Stair coming in to help him now. Need more resources inside of this. Device cleaves off the head of Torsi with no issue. Now a second chance on Frozen. Not to be. So the man that has been a beast throughout this map is the player to try and close it with the clutch. From in behind the bench, it's an easy kill insertion, but it's no time. There's no way, and Frozen cannot do it. Astralis come to play a MOUZ's map pick, and this semi-final has to be decided on 3.
23-7 for Stair. What a performance all the way through the map. And you want to just talk about the impact of it. The numbers are impressive, but CT side, mid is closed to MOUZ. Exertion can get nothing going. B bomb site is closed to MOUZ. Stair was everywhere that they wanted to go and shut them down each and every time.
And you want to talk about the character of Astralis as well, coming out of map 1. Their map pick being bullied around, and so many of those individuals having a terrible start to the game, individually speaking. But one of those players, Stair, comes back in and is able to sort of lift that mood and get back into it.
And this is the life Astralis needed. It's been about it. The question has always been that supporting cast. Who's going to step up? Which one of them is going to bring their A game in this one? Which one of them is going to be that third piece next to BlameF and Device? Because this time, this map as well, you had Device playing really well with the AWP, and this time it's Stair. No one on overpass. Both teams steal their map pick, and now the question is, who are we going to get on Vertigo? Which one are we going to get on Vertigo? Trace, what do you think?
I think, therefore I am, Moses. And thank you is what I want to do, you and Dinko. Guys, we do have a third map in our hands, and we do have an Astralis that has showed up to play. How about that?
That was a very, very dominant performance coming out from Astralis. Obviously, the scoreline suggests that it was one-sided. It was. MOUZ won 1v2 clutches in the first couple of rounds in this game that should have gone the way of Astralis.
Yep.
And I'm looking at a game that could have been 13-1 or even 13-0. It wasn't even a game. MOUZ completely fell off the floor right here. Couldn't get anything done. The calling with Shuhei constantly trying to attack that A bomb site didn't pay off. And Astralis played 10 times better than we've probably seen them do at this tournament. That was one of the best performances I've seen from this iteration of Astralis, especially in CS2.
It's also especially confusing for me because I'm looking at the C side from MOUZ, and it's like almost every call, I mean, not every call, but the majority of its calls seemed like calls based out of spawn. They're like, all right, you're going to straight out of spawn. All right, guys, we're going to go for this fast A execute. We're going to go for a delayed A play. Didn't really see too many defaults coming out, in all honesty. They didn't slow things down. They weren't able to punish Astralis for the aggression they were showcasing. But on the flip side, the aggression that was being showcased with Astralis was just pristine. They were looking very clean. The trades were instantaneous. Look at this play, for example, from BlameF, right? Not allowing the execute to really transpire, going for the retakes before MOUZ or even on the bomb sites, not allowing it to get down to the bomb plants even. And just a very different Astralis, which, I won't lie, I didn't expect we're going to be seeing. I thought it was going to be, we both thought it was going to be MOUZ just running away with this. Now, with this performance, we got a game in our hands, Trace.
Yeah, that first map wasn't necessarily the most indicative, but it did show signs of life for Astralis. Now here, the life is just flourishing.
They won 11 in a row. 11 rounds in a row against a MOUZ team. The second best team in the world against a MOUZ team that have so many qualities to offer on the server. I agree with what you're saying. You know, the out of spawn calls was puzzling me a little bit in the sense that we see the creative freedom coming out from players like Frozen, Exertion, Torsi for that matter as well. There was none of that. Look at Torsi's score here in this game as well. He was nowhere to be found on the server because at no point did he have any place, any, I guess, room or any opportunity to roam with the AWP, find openings on behalf of his own initiative. It was all about the out of spawn callings, and that's usually not well and suits players with a lot of creative freedom as well. And I think that was the issue for MOUZ. We never got to see Exertion, we never got to see Frozen or Torsi for that matter try to express themselves on the server.
Yeah. So what you're saying is a couple missed window smokes, not a big deal, right?
The window smokes being failed also don't really help matters, in all honesty. But I think that's just, I wouldn't really blame it on, like, you know, missed utility or whatnot. I think it's overall just an overall failure on the T side.
Yeah, well, not failures would be our MVP, which is exactly what I'm going to highlight for you all right now. Show me Stair. There he is.
There we go. Okay, credit to Stair. Like, we have to give him the flowers that he deserves. First map, absolutely disappeared from the server. He was definitely a liability alongside, you know, Buzz as well as Borup on his team. But 130 ADR, he was playing towards the B short area, and he was just shutting down mid and B. They had to go for a fast B play. He's there towards short position. They're coming for this mid take. He's helping out BlameF and Device. He was doing everything humanly possible and just coming out on top.
I like the redemption from Stair because you said it perfectly well. On Overpass, arguably the worst player on the server, at least the least productive player player on the server coming into Mirage. He's the one dominating. He's the one taking shots. Very aggressive on towards Catwalk. I think it was Jason who highlighted during the cast that the impacts there was fighting on that CT side. With being on the B bomb side, with being towards middle, with being part of the retakes, he was all over the map. So a classic, great performance coming out of there. That was a good sign.
So let's carry both of these performances, right? Map 1, Map 2, both teams. Let's carry that now on into Vertigo. And let's look at this where MOUZ is supposedly starting the T side.
I mean, the thing for MOUZ is they've had a pretty solid success. Again, both these two teams haven't really played too much of Vertigo thus far in CS2, but they've had pretty good success. I think they managed to take down FaZe as well. They lost to FaZe as well earlier on. They had a few reps on this, but then we haven't really seen them play much. So it's a bit of a question mark. I'm going to go back to what I said at the beginning of the segment, right before we had map number 1, Trace. If it goes to map number 3, it could get a little icky. It could get a little confusing.
When you say icky, Jacob, is he referring to the idea that people are just going to be clashing heads all across the map?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I expect fast pace, to be completely honest. Both of them would like to fight for the A-Ram control as well, but both teams love to go towards the B-bomb side as well.
Yes.
And try to get the early openings and just storm in towards the bomb side. So I expect the pace to be quite fast, given it is Vertigo. And I agree with you, Astralis is not a bad Vertigo team. They weren't in CSGO, we just haven't seen them played much in CS2. So we're going in a bit in the dark. However, I still think MOUZ is the better team.
Yeah, and we're just going to have to sit back and relax and enjoy the show. Gentlemen, thank you. That is Pimp on the end, Bleh to my left, and you and I going to a break so we can come back and determine who's going on to those grand finals. Who's going to be our first grand final? It's the CAC. We'll find out when we return.
Just one map left, and only one team will take that final spot in the grand final. They'll be moving through, and they'll be playing against the winner of FaZe versus ENCE later today. But Astralis have opened things up completely. We thought this was going to be a done deal after that first map. It looked like it was all going up MOUZ, but Astralis dominated them on Mirage. Now we've got a real series on our hands.
Yeah, that was great. For how slow it started on Overpass, we saw Astralis kind of pick it up in the second half, but just too little too late. But that momentum carried through to Mirage and a dominant defense. You have to say, that was absolutely... I mean, T-Side didn't really have to work. They just got to close things out nice and easy. Device with the AWP is having impact. He's now done on both maps, which is great. So he showed up into this series. We know BlameF is going to get his, and obviously Stair chiming in. So now it's like, again, you go to Vertigo. Which of the other three? Which one is it going to be? Buzz, Stair, Borup? Which one of those guys is going to provide it?
Yeah, I don't know what to expect for Vertigo based on both of those maps. Mainly being one-sided as hell, right? We've seen the first
map stealing each other's map picks.
Exactly,
also.
Right? So it feels like this is just thrown to the wind, and we're just gonna go along for the ride, close it out on Vertigo.
It's the best kind of experience. Let's come into this fresh. No one knows. No one quite knows what's going to happen with this one. I think you'd still lean in the favor of MOUZ. You still have to say MOUZ is going to be the favorite, obviously, for the series coming into this. But for this third map, you have to predict that MOUZ, with their kind of teamwork and their team cohesion and the experience they have together, is going to be the favorite to take this map and get through to the grand final. Because everyone's still been looking at this event, being like, all right, this should be FaZe MOUZ. It should be covered up, but Astralis has thrown a real spanner in the works.
Yeah, they were the dark horse for this tournament for sure. And I think coming into the event, people wouldn't have said so because of all the sort of performances online weren't great, and all the rumors around the team and how uncertain it was within that team. But the fact they've come to this event and they've looked this good, it's really impressive that they've been able to put it together.
People have been kind of like positively watching this Astralis team and still with the questions, and that's kind of what this event is about for Astralis, is answering those questions. I don't think it's going to change anyone's opinion significantly, but it's answering the questions enough to start getting people more intrigued about where this could potentially go. And obviously we have that X factor of all the rumors and potential roster changes hanging up in the air, but at the moment, make it look like this Astralis project is heading in the right direction, and we're starting to see some of those pieces activate throughout this event, whether it's the group stage with Stair or this one semifinal map with Stair. Some of those guys, Buzz picking it up on Overpass, some of those guys are starting to show what they're capable of.
And you're right in saying it's just that one map from Stair, right? There's no sign that this is going to be a consistent factor. You have a good map here in Mirage. Are you going to be able to do it consistently?
Well, I'm interested in this map on Vertigo, what MOUZ does on their T side if they get stopped, because what I felt like, I was mentioning this in the green room, it felt very much like on Mirage, we talked so much about how dynamic and aggressive and impactful exertion is towards the middle of the map. Astralis denied access to the middle of the map, partly with the constant aggressive setups, with how good Stair was playing as well, but it didn't feel like MOUZ had a comfortable plan B when they can't get that success in middle, when they can't establish some kind of control and some kind of presence in middle. They didn't know what else to do on the map to really make things work. So if they hit those obstacles again on Vertigo, like how much are we going to see? How much variety do they have in this playbook to kind of get over any of those difficulties?
Yeah. Well, where could some of those pushbacks and difficulties arise on a map like Vertigo?
Well, obviously A ramp is going to be the big one that you'll look at and just say if you can't ever take A ramp, you're in for some trouble. But I mean, with the skill of players from MOUZ, with the individual ability and the way that Exertion and Frozen like to take duels, you could say those guys towards the B bomb site on those B stairs can peer into the bomb site and get aggressive and take some fights, and you can find some openings there. So there's some options, but I think more than anything, kind of like mid on Mirages is similar to like A ramp on Vertigo, where you have to be able to maintain presence, you have to be able to force back defense so that you can work the rest of the map.
Well, it has been a great time out in Shanghai. We've got to see snippets here and there.
So we hear?
Down on the stage, yeah.
I don't know how you know it's a good time out there.
Well, it looks like they're having a good time, Jason.
Okay,
and I'm just going to imagine they are.
It's been a good time in Bucharest.
Some of the smiles they have on their faces. Yeah, it's definitely been a good time in Bucharest for us here out in the English broadcast. But everybody on Twitter is saying it's a good time, and or X or whatever it's called. We're seeing people say it's a great time.
All the players are just enjoying the different fan culture out in that part of the world.
Was it BlameF today? Yeah, I think it was BlameF today who said it was the best crowd experience he's ever had.
Best fan experience he's ever had, yeah.
Well, he hasn't played in front of that many audiences, BlameF, which is kind of wild to think about. But he has played in Cologne playoffs.
Just had to stick that dagger in right before the third map begins on. Just really twist it.
Yeah, exactly. But that is the scoreline. 1-1 on maps. Semi-finals being decided on this third map of Vertigo in just a moment. We've seen the Opers take their seats there. Device versus Torzy. And how does that matchup fare? I think it's pretty easily on the side of Device in terms of caliber of
So far in this series, Device has certainly been the stronger and more impactful Opera with how the team has played and how important he's been, especially to the CT sides that Astralis, the little comeback on Overpass and the dominance on Mirage. I think in some ways Torzy with his style is able to have like more explosive games with the AWP AWP, but Device is Device, and he's found a way to use the AWP in Counter-Strike the way very few other operas have, where he can just be consistent. Mistake-free Counter-Strike, smart rotations, smart positioning, and you beat the opponents out by that factor instead of, you know, the crazy skill, the crazy shots, which he can still hit from time to time. Now, the question always becomes, coming into CS2, as we've heard all the conversation, how effective is the op? How, like, the op nerf, is it really impacting the op's ability to have an influence on the game? Yeah, Device has had some positive words about it, said it's a fun new challenge to find different ways for it to be as similarly impactful. He likes that it's not necessarily as strong as it was in CSGO, but I mean, you wouldn't really know it today because he's having a good performance with it.
You know what I like about Device is the fact that he said that and actually realizes it's a new challenge that you're going to have to adapt to and learn little tricks here and there, how different peaks you're going to have to do, how you're going to have to play with it is different. Whereas, you know, some players are just saying that they don't like the op, and so they're just complaining rather than actually like figuring out a new way of using it. And that's what's really, really nice about Device here with his op.
Yeah, well, Device has always had one of the more stronger mental games in Counter-Strike, just by virtue of the way his career began way back when. Was known as one of the biggest individual chokers we had in the scene. Those Danish teams, that Danish core that would go on to be the best team of all time, was known early on as the biggest choking team that we had for years and years and years. And when they turned it around, it was by the virtue of changing the way they approach the game mentally, and that's been just a trademark of all those players' careers ever since then. Map 3, MOUZ Astralis. Winner goes to the grand finals, and a win for Astralis would be a fantastic upset for the resume.
Yes, indeed it would. As BlameF jumping, jump spotting down towards the bottom of the ramp. You can try and take attention if there were multiple players coming that way and allow that boost to be effective. But the thing is, for MOUZ, they're not going towards A. They're not going towards that position. Not just yet.
Two strong defensive halves from Astralis in the series so far on both maps.
And a CT start on map 3, that's got to feel good.
An early chance to see what MOUZ is made of, if they have enough answers to get through this.
Yeah, by virtue of MR12, if you have one big half, it can cancel out the chance to come back into this. And Borup, he's going to have so many players coming in towards his position, decides to get the info and drop back.
Yeah, you have to push towards top stairs, though, if you're those two defenders. As the shift comes in, you can see Buzz changing his position. Borup just tucking into a corner. He needs to have a good game. He's been most quiet of the three, and he's taken down immediately. So is Buzz. What a pinch.
Yeah, big entries there from MOUZ. Got to feel pretty good about that. And Astralis nowhere near the action with the last three players. Device there and BlameF had set up a play really to designed to try and stop that A play. You know, it looked really potent if an A play was coming that way, but they go to the other side of the map, and that's a nightmare.
And because it was a stack up over the wall, right, you don't actually get information that anyone's at the bottom of A ramp. So if someone's peeking down, you can see that nobody's home, and that boost isn't going to net you anything, so you can shift players off a little bit earlier. But MOUZ, from the point where they're spotted to the point where they actually pull the trigger and hit the bomb site and get those entries, is not a lot of time. Not enough time for Astralis. Device a little bit shaky. Not a great start to the map for him. And Exertion's loving life.
Oh, he's just bouncing around, just bee-hopping his way to headshots. That's one way to do it. A 4K on the stage. That makes it look real easy.
Yeah, okay. Got a few words for Astralis after the round as well. Not on Exertion's house. 1-0 for MOUZ with his pistol.
Yeah, and that means Astralis will have to go for the second round eco, right? It's just the more common approach, one that Astralis is taking. They're a lot more conservative than the likes of an ENCE, for example.
Ooh,
so we'll see them go for the CT eco. But that is some nice shooting from Exertion. But yeah, full eco now for Astralis. This should allow a 2-0 start for MOUZ. Better already. Now, Astralis do love their pistol stacks. But the more likely approach for MOUZ in a round like this, when you realize you're going up against pistols, is to just take a slow little spread.
Yeah, exactly what they're doing. Frozen starting to peek towards middle as we speak. Shui's leading the way up A ramp with that MAC-10. A low priority weapon if it does happen to go down to some kind of a stack, but sees nothing. Jimmy's going to keep watching the flank. Now, he does have the bomb. He's got to be a little bit careful about this. Oh, if he drops it here, though. Oh, dangerous. Buzz looks away. It still would have been very difficult to get that kill, but that's a very tight, narrow choke point to bring the bomb. They have A. I'm not sure entirely what the holdup is. He's coming in late. So, 2-0, Dinko.
Yeah, 2-0, Jason. That feels pretty good for MOUZ. But yeah, it took a while to get there, but they eventually found themselves with that bomb plant. And, you know, we're looking at the rest of the tournament coming up. Again, if you guys are just tuning in for the semifinal or unaware, as to what other matchups could lie in front of you throughout the day. We've got 2 semifinals and a grand final on the same day. It's going to be an action-packed day of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we got FaZe coming up as the next semifinal after this game ends, maybe like 30, 40 minutes after this game ends, and we can get the players set up on the stage. And then after that, the finals to be determined who will be facing off in those. We've gone old school with this event. 2 semis and a final on the same day.
And a show match yesterday.
Show match yesterday. That was new. That was a new experience.
That was. And the show match
Saturday
was good.
show match.
It was actually a very good show match. It was a lot of fun. They had trap cards. They had all kinds of things. And now it is 2-0 for MOUZ. That eco is over and done with. And we get into the real rounds, the real ones, where Astralis will have a bye.
See what we've got in the early going. Device can afford the AWP. He'd be glass cannon with no utility, and he goes for it. Why not? Give him a chance. Round 3 is underway. Device takes that AWP towards middle for an angle that he can escape from.
Question is, can Astralis get Device's AWP in a position where he can start to inflict that Device tax? Or if MOUZ found themselves in a tax haven on Vertigo. Molotov from Yunfat.
The biggest difficulty at the moment for this Astralis defense is Device snap by in this AWP with no armor and no utility means he doesn't have anything to support Buzz. So Borup's had to make an early rotation and shift all the way from A to B. Device will now be the support player that rotates over towards A, but again, no utility if they get into any kind of a trouble. And MOUZ, knowing the economic advantage, is going to slow play this one, let all this defensive utility fade and get used up before they start moving forward.
Smoke up, blocking the top of ramp.
Is that a waterfall smoke?
It looks like, yeah.
Downward?
Yeah, there was an original one, but that got patched, so maybe this is a new one that they're rocking. Oh, take note of that one.
Cool.
Yeah, thought that waterfall smoke had been gotten rid of. But here we are. Now MOUZ making their way through it as they phase right through. Haven't seen anybody just yet from Astralis. They're playing much more defensive. They don't have anybody at the sandbags, and Device is bringing his AWP back from middle over towards the elevator. Tries to chime in with a shot, but it doesn't go his way. And now Stairs rifle gets shredded right through, but there's another player in the same position. This time it's Blamev, and Device combines with him. A 3v3 set off the back of those 2 kills.
Yeah, but at least Blamev keeps him in the open for Device to go for some repeats.
Oh, that's the bomb.
Shui realized it a little bit late. He had to fall back, but the kills go the way of MOUZ. Somehow Borup still alive. Torji can't connect with it, but it's Jimpat to get the 2 impactful kills, and Buzz now left in a 1v3. They line up, and he almost had it. Low HP, Torji's backed off.
Oh, Buzz going back into it, taps onto that defuse, trying to draw the short player out again. There was a chance with that lineup to send himself to a ridiculous round, but that nade, oh, if it went a little deeper, perhaps it removes Torji, but it won't. He taps again, trying to draw that spam, and he's taking damage through it. As the time ticks on, the chances of winning this round shrink for Buzz, but he's so damn close on the transfer over, and he's so unlucky not to get this one. He'll pick up the AWP, and that bomb blast, it is huge. He's going to try and jump off the map, but it won't even matter. Oh, Buzz comes so close, yet so far in that clutch.
Yeah, that could have been interesting. I think it might have, I don't know if he would have had time for the defuse if he manages to transfer that spray inside the smoke, but it would have been fun to see. A nice attempt, and Astralis just barely can't hold on. So knocked back to pistols. Blinder on the stair, but that's exactly what Exertion is meant to do.
Thank God the Shui actually got that information. They have the bomb. Imagine he goes down, the bomb's on the other side of default boxes.
Oh, would have been an absolute nightmare. Even if you still get that kill on a Device, would have been so tough to recover. Exertion investigating, spots a shoulder on that jiggle peak. Stair goes down.
Yimfat. Sends the Molotov close to Tetris. Here's Blamev taking the risk. Land some damage. But Frozen impactful with the headshot, climbing up on top. It's Yimfat with another one. And now Device and Borup left in a 2v5 that will reach its natural conclusion at 4 rounds in a row for MOUZ. Now, we talked about Astralis' big CT halves. That's the reason they were able to come back and overpass. It's the reason they had such a dominant game of Mirage. This is not the same defense we've seen.
They've only had 1 gun round, so we'll give them another chance to get it underway. Yeah, and they haven't done a bad job of keeping the money at least low, and it's good to find a couple of kills here right at the end. Device going to be forced out, couldn't connect with a headshot. This AK will be given back But another great headshot from Borup, as he's got a few things to say in this round. His first 2 kills of the map.
Bomb goes down, and soon Borup will likely follow. Down below him is the MAC-10 Exertion. They've just crossed over. That should be somewhat of a reaction. Borup's looking desperately around because of that crowd reaction. Exertion will catch him on the sound cue, so he'll turn back. The MAC-10 gets the pick, and that will be 4-0 for MOUZ.
Yeah, still forcing a few rebuys out of the T side. Nothing too crazy, but it's more about what Astralis can do in this next one. Timeout taken in the all-important second gun round of this first half.
Yeah, with MR12, you can just kind of lose control of the game very quickly, though. And even though, sure, you've only had 1 gun round, but that's still 4 in a row. That's still heading into halfway through this first half, and you haven't won a round yet. Timeout taken for Astralis ahead of this. They realize the importance of this round. There's that awkward moment.
Yeah, even Borup even knew what it meant as well, and he was looking around, just couldn't find him. Exertion able to get the AK-47 back in hand. So, Device with his AWP again. This time, a kit on Borup, and this time plenty of utility. 5 Molotovs, 5 smokes for the Astralis side of things. And let's see if they can get started early. As we've seen throughout this game and throughout these group stages, once they catch fire, once they get going on a little bit of a streak, Astralis can run up the scoreboard real quick.
Torji looking for the opener off the top of the crane. Oh, Astralis won't overextend. It's a double setup, a tower of players in middle. And often these double stacks, one higher, one lower, can be so impactful at getting an instant kill. And that's exactly what happens. And good luck trading that one, Frozen. Because one of the players didn't fall out of the setup, you really can't go for the trade. You've got to just respect it.
Looks like he wanted to blow open that smoke and try and catch him falling back, but they already beaten the angle. So now boosted up is Borup. And if you're MOUZ, you're like, oh, well, we don't have access to middle. Middle is no longer a place that we can probe. We're going to readjust. Frozen playing inside the ladder room. Exertion a little bit up towards scaffolding.
It's going to come down to this fight then. Device at short. If they aren't around the corner, he's got a position where he can pick off one and then drop back to safety. He was earlier playing a position where he couldn't fall back from, but this one a lot better if he wants multiple kills.
He has no smoke or Molotov to slow it down as well if he does miss, so it could get a little bit spicy. Molotov as well if it bounces off, but at the moment, MOUZ is happy to be quiet. Now the nades come out towards sandbags. That first piece of map control towards the A bomb site gives away the game.
Device hears that utility come in and realizes he has to get out of there. He has to run away, and that now calls into action Stare instead. His M4A4 at the edge of the smoke. Can he get the angle? He'll dink Torsi, but not take enough damage. And is Yimfat on the double kill inside of the site? Torsi rings out too. And MOUZ just like that, from silence to 3 kills erupting. They've drawn back to disadvantageous position to force themselves forward. That'll be 5. Astralis can't compete in this retake, and they've got to save for a rainy day.
Yeah, that's an absolute disaster. Astralis just so committed to defending that bomb site despite the utility being up that they're pushed forward in awkward positions. And give it up to a little bit of luck of who's going to see who first around the edge of the smoke, and it's Jimfat who wins that all day long.
He's 10-0,
kill.
Jason.
Yeah.
He hasn't died yet.
He's the immortal.
He is just fragging out right now. In the deciding game of a semi-final, it's Yimfat making the difference. He's like, everybody's in this awkward fight around the smokes. Yimfat's like, I have to plant the bomb, but I'll just kill everybody as well.
It's very early in his career to where it feels like we should just start expecting this out of him, because it's been pretty consistent when you go back to the Pro League playoffs and finals as well, where he was a beast, wins the MVP of that event. He's just carved out a place for himself in this team in Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
Another adaptation. He's given himself a good run for Rookie of the Year at this point.
I think you... Oh, do you buy here if you're Astralis? You drop some M4s over on Blame F and Buzz, drop them over to some teammates. One player's got to go down to an SMG with utility. Yeah, starting to get a little desperate.
I mean, we talked about how impactful Stare was in that previous map. He's 0-5 right now, Jason, and he's playing a pretty important role, right? He's assisting Device on the A bomb site with his rifle in that last round, and not getting a single kill from it despite having a position to do so.
I actually really like the play he made around the edge of the smoke at that A bomb site. It's just the fallback after that. Maybe Borup in. I don't even know how you'd want to analyze that if you're Astralis, but very, very dedicated to trying to stop that hit before the plant goes down.
Here we are again, Astralis. They've got the buy. They're a max loss bonus at this point, but they've got to start winning rounds right now. If they don't, this half can get out of hand very quickly. In fact, tasked with dealing with that B stairs play.
And he's called out the B aggression. He's called out that they've pushed down the stairs, and that means they pick up the pace towards A. Exertion is already up scaffolding. He's backed off. He went for a little bit of an investigative peek. And there's that waterfall smoke and a plume on the bounce.
Looks like the same lineup as before. Perhaps working now again, and now we've got Stair on the side. We just mentioned how he needs to perform a lot better. This could be the round to do it. He's with Blame F, so it's the double rifle setup inside of this A bomb site, and it's not just those two players anymore. In fact, 4 players from Astralis coming over towards this A side of the map, and Borup gets absolutely destroyed from the peak around the corner from Xerxin.
And he'll be frustrated. I think him and Stair are organizing some kind of a defense, shuffling nades, and he kind of gets caught in transition because of the time it took. And Astralis, again, awkward
Device
positions for this defense.
Look at Device, he's going into the fight, and Xerxin turns, he hears the steps, he goes back for the kill, and now BlameF trying to step up. It's just one Molotov kill, and everything else is falling apart for Astralis. It's down to BlameF and Buzz, and BlameF needs to step up to a level we have not seen from him yet in this semi-final, and it isn't going to happen. So now Buzz. And they don't really need to go to this A site anymore. 30 seconds, if you can get that bomb out of there, that B bomb site is clear. And they know that because Yimfat's made that play. He's taken that space, and there they go, running away from Buzz.
This A defense seems so uncomfortable for Astralis. Like, no matter how many bodies are there, actually, sometimes it almost feels like the more people are there, the more disorganized it is. Like, they don't have a game plan, they don't have a setup. At least not one that's coming out seamlessly. They're just getting caught out of position in individual fights that MOUZ are gonna love to take. And Buzz can't even think about going for this, even if he wants to. 6-0 for MOUZ.
This A bomb site have not figured it out, despite having so many different looks, right? Device has even had the AWP over here at times. They've had 3 players. They had the early rotation of 4 players to that A bomb site in that last round, and it's still not enough.
Yeah, it just seemed awkward again, like shuffling in position inside the A bomb site. So Borup gets taken down during the confusion.
Device goes solo at short.
Yeah, it ends up like they're still trying to hold on to A ramp while Device goes solo short and just goes for a peek. And it's weird too. That's one of those bomb sites where if you don't have the right utility to hold it, it gets really uncomfortable. And it's a very strange like balancing act you have to do because you need some of the utility for retake. So the cohesion you need on when your team falls back and plays retake and when they push forward and play for the bomb site, you can lose track of that very, very easily.
Xerxin looking very good on this map now. That was a big problem on the T side of Mirage. You mentioned it. They couldn't get Xerxin into any of the rounds. This time, he's finding a lot more success, making plays through short, pulling out, and then coming back in again for a second go. Definitely a lot of impact being felt by Xerxin, and now Torshi opens things up. That's Buzz gone. Nothing they can do about it towards B. I'm just on Yimfat watch, man. He literally hasn't died. This is ridiculous at this point. Device, did he just get a good timing? He did. He got close to Frozen, but still position is good for the young veteran. He's got that headshot.
Timing not that good.
Yeah, if he went ladder, maybe, but...
It looked like it could have been interesting. No way for Device to know. So 3 players stacked up at the B bomb site. A desperate affair where Astralis is just hoping that it ends here. But with 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock and 5 on 3, there is no way MOUZ doesn't explore their options across the map. And it'll be Exertion again, probing up the A ramp.
And just having a look around, they'll eventually realize there's no presence here. There's no one home. It's a very sad Christmas.
And an interesting decision now for Jimmy. Does he want to go for the hunt? They see A is clear, there's no resistance. You have to know the B bomb site is going to have at least 1 or 2 players. Money's not great for MOUZ despite the 6-0 run. But taking some of these rifles away could be a tantalizing prospect. So, we're at a point now, it's tough to really figure out what Astralis needs to do here. We've seen them try and get aggressive on B stairs. MOUZ had the response. We've seen them able to handle a multitude of defenses over at the A bomb site. The only real area where Astralis have had success on this defense is towards middle with that double stack with Device's AWP. But that's kind of one of the lesser important parts of the map. Least important parts of the map.
Yeah.
I'll get there.
You will.
Yeah.
And so will Astralis eventually, hopefully. They have 12 kills collectively. 12 kills across the whole board, Jason.
Yeah, it's not pretty.
And Yimfat has 11, and he hasn't died. Like, there's this one player. It's just so ridiculous. And now we're at this point where Device, we've talked about his AWP impact on the CT side. Where's that been? There's just nothing. Nothing at all to get excited about at this point for Astralis. There's no sign of the comeback that we've seen even on Overpass.
Well, here you go. This is Device. Oh, I was going to say, he's going to try and flex. And he just,
I've never seen an AWPer get destroyed that hard and flung off the map that quick. Like, the body's just flying. And Xerxion's got another one.
The timings with his fast pace to scaffolding, Device going down, it was never spotted. Blame F gets caught off next. And this is Astralis now already really in panic mode and just saying, we need to get overly aggressive to try and create something for our team.
Oh, Buzz, he's taken out.
And look at Jimmy. He gets that kill and just backs away. Backs away from any impending danger after the fact. Map completely in control of MOUZ. They even spot one more towards the A bomb site. Didn't spot the second, but with the knowledge of one, you're just like, okay, well, 3-on-1, 4-on-1 at the B bomb site, let's go.
It's really cool how MOUZ's T sides work. If you look back at Overpass, the player the game plan was set up around was Frozen in that map, right? He was really impactful around shore, getting a lot of kills. You would say usually on Mirage, as you mentioned, Xerxion would be that player into his window. And it seems like it's similar again on this map in particular. Xerxion seems to be the player they just allow to make the plays. And if he's having a good game, if he is getting those kills from his aggressive maneuvers around scaffolding and getting up into shore, the T side just looks so cool, but it is kind of sick that MOUZ have a lot of options, a lot of player makers they can go to.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if you just look at how deep this roster goes, you have Exertion and Torji, strong players working A ramp, and especially Exertion with his aggression. He's just one of those players who's been able to trademark some of those aggressive plays to be able to get some space on ramp and scaffolding. We've seen it a number of times in this half. Over towards the B-bomb site, you've got Yimfat there, who's just solid in that position. Not a liability whatsoever, knows when to take his moments. Shui there in support, Frozen in middle, can pounce wherever. You've got a lot of skill spread across this map that makes it difficult for defenses and difficult for Astralis right now, obviously.
Yeah, this is where maybe the more officials for Astralis who had done a lot of good. You know, it doesn't look like it's on the same page for the defense here on Vertigo. Tactical timeout for Astralis, third used in this half. And I don't need to tell you how desperately they need the last 4 rounds to make this game competitive. AWP for Torji. All back for Device. Stara would love a kill. Just one. Don't end that half on the goose egg.
Yeah, all of a sudden that incredible performance on Mirage
is gone.
Yeah, he's probably forgotten about it as well.
Yeah, it's just finding some consistency for this team, man. Like, there's times where they look great, and others where they look like this.
This map, at least, they're put in a lot of disadvantages with some of these rounds where they haven't had all the nades they might have wanted. But I mean, certainly it's a problem of their own doing with the way that A defense hasn't been able to stop anything that's come their way. And it's not even a knock on the A defenders because it's happened when there's been 4 people there as well.
Xerxion getting on the side of the smoke in the middle of the ramp. Not seeing anybody, but this guy has just been so good at taking openings. He's going to have to duel against Device at sandbags. It's not the usual position to find the AWP in it. He's seen the tip of the barrel. Here comes the peek at top ramp. Device will gather the information and strike on Xerxion. So Astralis, for the first time in a very long time, have won the duel on ramp against Xerxion, and Device is looking for a bit more.
Gonna keep up the aggression. Now he's got the angle deep. Smoke to be blown open.
Oh, didn't.
A little bit past.
And Yimfat's got that trade back on B, so Xerxion doesn't get it done. On the A side of the map, Yimfat, the Immortal, continues. 14-0. This man is just playing on another level at the moment. He's inside of the site. Yimfat stands on default. Utility flying over the top. And this Wonder Kid keeps going.
We just touched on this. The danger of all this talent on MOUZ and the way every single part of this map has a strong player attacking it. And Yimfat having a game. You finally stop Exertion at A, and Jimmy wrecks you at B.
Jimmy,
to the tune of not even being able to think about a retake.
Yeah, it's just so wild. Jimmy the Immortal, 14-0. Astralis might be getting beat, 13-0.
How does he get that second kill? First one is like you can understand it. It's that heads-up duel, and sometimes that's going to go against you as the B defender. But he never knew where that second player was. That was pure reaction in the moment.
So many options, so many plays to be made inside of this MOUZ team at the moment. And Astralis, what can they do? They get the opening on ramp. And the B side collapses. Here's Device working well to get it. And then Yimfat, what a shot. Borb's just playing default. It's a difficult shot to hit there for Yimfat. But perhaps Borb, if he's alone, he would have liked a more utility deployed. It's just wild.
Well, I mean, you can't really account for that instant headshot, right?
No,
like,
you can't. Yeah, he's playing in a good position for it.
You're trying to hold on to the utility, and when that duel happens, you live and you drop the utility after that to delay things. But obviously, that instant headshot has other things to say. The life of a B player on Vertigo. Those headshot duels.
Horsey waits, and he's been waiting for this peak for so long, and finally Device gives him it.
I mean, MOUZ know that Astralis has to do something. They haven't been able to stop anything, so they have to start getting aggressive and take these peaks. And MOUZ know they can just sit patiently because Astralis is feeling so much pressure and so much desperation in this game. Just continues to fall against them in every sense.
And that is Device gone. Out of this round. We'll have to sit on and watch the remaining 4 screens as MOUZ possibly take 10 rounds in a row. Zershin begins his play through the smoke again, this time emboldened by the fact he has so many members of his squad behind him. And it's Shui that's got that pick. Traded by Borb, Yimfat fighting forward, and the trade through again. Astralis are losing numbers, and even the mid-lark, Frozen with the headshot, nowhere they can go. Nothing that Astralis can do.
Frozen waited 10 rounds to make that play. They have not been aggressive in middle. They just the once against the stack that they gave up, but they have not walked out middle a single time until then.
Well, BlameF actually has a shot at this.
No.
Right? No?
Nope.
No, we're not giving him a chance? No,
nope.
No kit.
No kit, and he's so...
There's one down on the ramp.
He can pick one up, but he's just so far away from everything, and the bomb site's already secured. 10-0 for MOUZ, 15-0 for Jimpat.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad, even because in these positions, if he was a little closer to the bomb site, he had a kit earlier, you would want to see him at least go for it.
He probably would have, yeah, if he felt like he had any real chance of making that happen, if he's close to the site, if he knows where 1 or 2 of the players are, if he's in a position, but it's just, there's nothing for BlameF to do. Pick up the AWP after the bomb explosion, and that's about the only positive. Or an AK.
There we go.
I mean, the AWP hasn't really worked.
No,
for
it
as
hasn't.
impactful as Device has been throughout the series on the first 2 maps of Overpass and Mirage, the AWP has been very, very quiet here on Vertigo. Although everything on the Astralis side has been quiet on Vertigo. 4th and final timeout, burning every single timeout just to try and get 1 round.
And at this point, this is the semifinals. You know, you have a couple of rounds left in the half, and
the cool thing is, watch MOUZ play these last 2 rounds because they aren't taking their foot off the gas whatsoever. They aren't like loosening up and saying we've got a massive lead, we can go for a crazy play. They aren't kind of being overconfident in anything they do. This is still measured. This is still calm, and MOUZ is just being ruthless. Not even giving Vertigo a puncher's chance for Astralis to upset them all.
Well, Astralis need to muster every last bit of energy left inside of this half just to get a couple of rounds left. But MOUZ will go back exactly to what is working, which is getting Zershin up the ramp, spreading out across the map, but a little bit more help this time for Yimfat at that B-bomb site.
Yeah, at this point, it's probably like the conversation even changes for Astralis in these timeouts and in these freeze times, in these moments where it's like, all right, guys, let's not get 13-0'd.
Yeah, let's not let that happen. 13-0 on the stage. Not the way you want to go out of this tournament if you're Astralis after so many positive headlines. That would be the one people would remember. Flash over the top of the stairs. It's a peek onto Shui. That has gone the way of Astralis. And I actually feel worried about MOUZ's Zenran here. Yimfat at the bottom of the stairway.
Let him live.
Yimfat has been incredible, yet to die. But that 1v2 is not coming his way. They're going to drop on back.
That's only the third opening kill in this map for Astralis. The previous two were converted by MOUZ in 4v5s.
Now comes Zershin's play up the top of the ramp. A lot of utility being deployed to try and stop him from getting any ground, but the AWP has already got through short. It's already through the scaffolding and around the corner, and Stair is going to have to play for multiple kills here. He needs to step up for a multi-kill, and he's yet to get a single one on this entire map, but finally that will be broken. Stair gets a kill, but it's only the one, and Yimfat continues to frag out. There was a shot off the headshot. Device can do nothing. And Yimfat, he's tasked with planting the bomb again. He'll run into default. He'll lock those digits in. Sustaining damage from utility. But Yimfat's under a little bit of pressure now and needs to get off that default plant spot.
And he still hasn't died yet. He still hasn't died. Here's the swing. He transfers over. It's frozen to get the kill. Yimfat's finally gone down, but it won't net success for Astralis just yet. BlameF has to go for this one.
BlameF steps up for the clutch. Just one round. That's all he's fighting for at this point, and it isn't going to happen. MOUZ's Zenran, their immortal warrior, may have died for the first time, but it's still the round win. 11-0 for MOUZ.
All the answers, and a third 4v5 conversion on this T side. No matter how many advantages Astralis give themselves in some of these rounds, opening kills, it doesn't matter. It all comes back at the end of the day. Torji with a nice pick, pinning Device down. And the retake just falls flat. A good crossfire setup between lane and the ramp. And now a triple B aggression for Astralis. BlameF in middle. They said, you know what, we've tried bodies at A. Let's leave it to just one player. Let's try elsewhere. And that's finally had success. As unlikely as it is, a 2v5. Surely MOUZ can't recover this, but they have the A bomb site due to the nature of how Astralis positioned this round. This is possible.
Zershin throws the smoke out at the elevator. 2v3, 2v4 rather. Astralis, a chance for one.
No flank coming in either. All four players retaking from CT spawn side.
And towards his AWP, holds. Orb runs in. Zershin destroys them at the foot of the site. There is nothing they can do. All they're asking for is one single round, and all of that mercy is denied. Torzi says no. 12 in a row for MOUZ. Unrelenting on the semi-final stage. MOUZ are one round away from a grand final.
What can you say about that one? 2 versus 5. A 2 versus 4 in the post plant. And Exertion steps up to the plate next.
And look at all those notes. Yep, that's kind of, you throw that out.
That's about the value of them at this point.
Get those notes out of there.
And Device trying to introduce some levity into the situation. Pistol round.
Let's get that first round on the board, shall we?
No goose egg, boys.
Let's get one. But that is the only victory that is likely to come Astralis' way today.
What an incredible offensive side from MOUZ. 12-0, and after this kind of a push, Stair and Buzz grab the first 3 kills, and here's Exertion. They line up, they pull it right back, and he sets up Torji for the clutch. BlameF out of the smoke, no chance, no hope. It all rests on this pistol.
Double flash, Molotov, plenty of utility. In fact, for Astralis, across multiple players, they're going for this pistol round. They're going to throw everything they've got at picking up one round on the board.
Similar pistol to what MOUZ ran. It's the split in middle towards the B bomb site, but there's a third defender here for MOUZ where there wasn't for Astralis.
Shui covered off by smoke. Can't do much about it, so it's down to Zershin. No multi-kill this time. Device opens up, leading the charge, leading the way for Astralis, but Yimfat getting cleared out by Device's dual Berettas. It looks like Device might have done enough to give Astralis this pistol, and Borat will help. It's not the 13-0. It's not the ridiculous scoreline. It's 1 here for Astralis.
Yeah, let's be happy about that one. Let's just...
a single round.
Let's be happy. It took everything.
And perhaps the first step of the most legendary comeback of all time.
Perhaps. In fact, if he gets that kill a little bit quicker, he can drop down onto B stairs and play it a little bit safer, but Device knows he's got to be aggressive and wrap around that. Good job from Borup in middle. And the sweep denied.
Oh, here's the play from Blamev. He's got his Mac 10 out. Stara's looking for it. There's the kills. There's the lineup, and it's just Shue left. Nice and clean from Astralis. 2 in a row. First time we've been able to say that. But here comes the bye now. And this could be the end of this semi-final coming up in this next round. And MOUZ will have in the crosshairs later today, FaZe or ENCE.
Yeah, a chance at a trophy early on in CS2. Remember, their existence in CSGO, especially with this lineup that came up from the Academy team. The Academy positions just fought for so long to get into a position where they were strong enough to lift a trophy. They grabbed it right at the end. The last CSGO trophy to this MOUZ Sports side, and now trying to pick one up early on in the early days of CS2. One round and they get a crack at it. That'll be against FaZe or ENCE, which is our next semi-final.
Well, let's see if it ends in round 15. This used to be the end of the first half not so long ago. Now it could be the end of the semi-final. Astralis gather their troops. Strength in numbers at the bottom of the ramp. Gonna send a couple up the ladder into mid. Borup is the player leading that. Buzz in behind him.
Not a lot of utility for this defense. They've just shifted over, deployed a follow-up set so that Torji can remain aggressive towards scaffolding and find position.
Borup should be using his utility once that smoke fades for short. Device is going to have a crosshair on Torji. But regardless, the utility is waiting to go. Aim from ladder room into short.
He can't play there with the barrel of the silencer either, so backs off towards the corner.
So they're just going to wait until Borup has utility ready. He's not going to commit to it. In fact, the call is cancelled for him to do that. And the smoke comes down again. A blanket of smoke covering off short. And Zershin's timing switches out to the rifle and runs away with the knife. Back to try and help this A defense. That opens up that mid gap here for Astralis.
Yeah, but there's 2 players in middle. They don't have a lot of resources to actually attack in towards A. Time is running out, 20 seconds, but no one's aware. Here's the flank from Borup. They line up. Oh, the spray is messy. Not nearly as impactful as he would have liked. And Borup, there's not enough time for him to slow play this. Astralis is in trouble.
Oh, Stare goes down in short. 9 seconds. You've got to get the bomb down soon. You've got to start planting. And it's the combo you want in the clutch. Device and Blamev trying to keep them there. But here's the Chenren again. It's Yinfak coming out from elevator looking to get it done. But Blamev keeps it going. It's not over yet.
Oh my lord, seconds. Seconds determine that round. Bold with 2 players on the flank from middle to try and pull that one off with 25 seconds. They heard Exertion run away. They realized they had the red carpet for that flank. And it still could have been cleaner. Buzz maybe missed a double kill. But they'll take it. 12-3 and MOUZ a half bye as this game continues.
Yes, the conservative approach and the mid control taking. Exertion, look at this.
This is the scary part though, because it's such a strong lead on rounds like this. Like if you're MOUZ, why not take these risks? Why not go for it a little bit? Shui's got 1, and that's going to open up this flank from Zershin.
And the focus will now be on the site, right? You're not going to be thinking about that flank.
And there's 2 defenders here to hold him at bay.
Oh, this is so good. This is a chance now. He's got an AK-47. Zershin's around the backside. He can break them again, but it is just the one from Zershin on the rifle. But as you mentioned, 2 defenders here, and perhaps that second one will be needed, but it doesn't really matter in the end. They recover it. Astralis don't lose just yet. Torsi will do what he can, but it's not much. It's Astralis getting a 4th.
Exertion thought they were way more advanced to the bomb site. He was hoping that he would pick up that AK-47, turn the corner, and pick off like the last straggler who was going to turn and watch the flank, but just gets absolutely wrecked. It was actually the first player attacking in, so plenty of people to address the situation before those defenders could take their attention away. 8-round lead.
It's back to the full buy again for MOUZ. Back to all the bells and whistles. Astralis return to having the AWP in their hands, and Device, oh, he's looking for it. He's got a bit of info. Can't Won't see his opponent, and he's crossed on over. Device hasn't detected it, and Frozen's managed to get across the tarpaulin. Device's timing just doesn't work for him there at all.
Actually, it worked for him perfectly. You could see he just turned his attention back as the smoke faded, realizes the smoke was going to give him cover. Oh, there's the tag. There's the tag. Very low, finishes it off. Follow-up peek is his as well.
And that's what you like. That's what you want from Device. The second kill coming in, but Yimfac and Zershan, they can turn it right back as well. 1 minute left and Zershan's pushed down B. So if Astralis try and come back here as a late round play into the B bomb site, it will be completely caught. And if it isn't the case and they commit to A, well, Zershan has the flank again. Device is worried about it, considering that flank.
They can't slow down anymore. They don't have anyone they can leave to watch the flank because they know now with B being cleared out, MOUZ know they're headed towards this A bomb site. They need to get in and do this quickly.
Zershan up behind them. Smokes come down. This is the execute in from Astralis, and both kills through the smoke from Borup. You can't be bad to that. And because he gets both, Device can focus on the flank and catch out Zershan.
Couple of gifts in that round for Astralis to line up through the smoke for Borup.
The Device double.
And it gives Device the chance to address the flank.
Sick work from Device. Tactical timeout coming in here from MOUZ for their first timeout of this map. They haven't needed it until this point. But once again, they have the option to half buy if they want. And we've seen how close that came previously. You know, a lot of damage being done. Opportunities were presented to win that round. So wouldn't be surprised to see that investment again. And there it is. But this is Device. Flick it back up, catching Frozen, and then a second.
Was there with him. I think Shui was actually shooting at Stair, which gave Device the extra second to scope in and find the follow-up kill. Still a long way to go. Still not ready to call this a comeback just yet. Astralis 7 rounds back. And I think regardless of anything, like when you have a 12-0 half, it's so hard to feel like you're ever actually in the game because you have no mistakes to give. Astralis, it's almost like they won't even truly be in this until it's 11-12. They've just got to play with their backs against the wall.
Flash around allows BlameF to climb up on top and peer on down, but nothing to see. He'll leave his duties at the top of the boost and come back elsewhere. In fact, they all descend down the ladder. Looks like some regression, perhaps in towards that A-bomb site late into this round. Dorsey stays it short, gathering information as he stands there. He's about to get some presence coming his way. And here's Buzz. Utility forcing Dorsey into a more uncomfortable position. Frozen deploys the smoke defensively. Can he have a big round on the Deagle? Can he stop Astralis here? There's the first from Frozen, gets traded as Buzz and BlameF come back with a few shots here and there from MOUZ, but it's mainly Borup that's had some back-to-back stellar rounds, and that will be Astralis continuing.
Yeah, he's really launched up the scoreboard himself, hasn't he? 17 kills on Borup in what potentially could be a losing affair. But it's good to see Astralis. I mean, they're still playing like they're in this game. Would have been very easy to kind of win that pistol and be content to not get 13-0'd, to have your one round.
Same with Overpass, right? It did feel like that map was done, and then they were able to bring it back to 13-10 final scoreline.
Yeah, but at least they started at what, like 11-5 or something when that comeback really began. They had a potential of winning that down the stretch. You're playing for overtime now. Don't even have that goal of victory available to you.
Frozen playing in from short. Stair was not advanced enough for that nade to really do too much damage to him. So we'll dodge that early. They're just waiting to activate Stair, letting him go up the top of the ramp through the smoke. He's climbed up the crane and now drops back a little further. It's actually pulled Frozen further out of short. In fact, put him on the top of the platform, and that's a peek into Device. That's one he wasn't ready for. And that gives MOUZ an opening kill and perhaps one step closer to closing out this series.
And how aggressive does Stair want to be? If you know he evacuated back up, do you want to jump up and go for it immediately? Everyone from Astralis is here. Smoke will delay things as well. That denies access for Stair. He can stand inside the smoke, but a lot of time he's got to sit waiting. Defense has fallen back to a more retake scenario. Frozen dedicated, but everyone else. Oh, Shui's gonna swing in. Also goes down to Buzz. And Torji, all of a sudden, the flick over to superficial damage. And over the top, the AK bullets ring in.
And it's not worked out. It's not worked out here for MOUZ at all. Not so clean from Frozen and Shui, really. You know, it looked like they could have got a couple of kills there, but...
Well, I was just saying, they moved into retake. They had some Molotovs and utility to delay, but like a couple of them shuffled back. Frozen stayed, then Shui went over, dedicated, wanted to get one more kill on the passageway in. And MOUZ's defense is struggling to put a round on the board as well. 7-12.
The first two maps of the series were a tale of defensive sides. Now it's a tale of T-side success.
Yeah. These late round hits towards the A bomb site when the defense is running out of nades and utility are being very, very effective.
What a comeback this would be. What a comeback this would be from Astralis. Tactical timeout for MOUZ. They still have 2 available after this. So this is why, you know, we still definitely favor MOUZ to close this with how many opportunities they have and how many timeouts they have still available to figure that out. That last round. It's got to be unbelievably perfect from Astralis.
And they have no more timeouts to talk anything over. Running into any more obstacles.
Got to just use MOUZ's.
Yeah, one switch of the defense, one little X factor, one cheese round from MOUZ, and this could all be over so quickly. We run it back into round 20. MOUZ with the grand final in sight. They just need one.
Torji tries to open up a B, but it hasn't worked out for him. No opening kill for Torji. Perhaps Device can do better on the other side of the map for Astralis. Peering over the top of the smoke, there's a bit of a gap there, and Frozen intelligent enough not to step into it. He would have been picked off, he would have been taken out. And MOUZ don't want to sustain the early loss.
This is a big engagement if Borup goes for this. I saw him cheating forward a little bit. It's almost like he wants to start activating, but Exertion holding the angle aggressively. And Astralis continuing this march with utility, this slow take of the A ramp. Stairs inside the smoke at scaffolding, and Borup wins out the fight. Massive win.
That is so huge from Borup. So much impact being felt from that individual over these last few rounds. Under a minute left in this round now.
And Stairs pressuring this solo. He's shown his position.
Well, it's going to be a hard fight to win. It's up against Frozen.
Astralis is coming back to him as well. I thought maybe he could turn into a little bit of a fake, little bit of pressure while they attack elsewhere on the map, but they're coming A, and MOUZ know it.
Is this the time where MOUZ finally put that 13th on the board? Stare rounding the corner. Frozen trying to get involved in that early fight, but Borup again bulldozering his way through this. But Shui and Torzi have had enough, and the Hungarian sniper tries, but Device shows him how it's done. A double comes in from Device. 1 bullet, 2 kills, and Yimfat alone. The young Finn like to try and clutch this in a 1v2, and he's got it into that 1v1 up against BlameF. He's looking for it, dancing around the boxes, and Yimfat does it! A 1v2, and it is the grand final for MOUZ. A chance at a trophy early in CS2, and now they will have FaZe or ENCE in their crosshair.
Yeah, they've shown they haven't really dropped the ball so much. A little bit labored to finish the map, but such a dominant first half gave them so many opportunities. And MOUZ looking just as good in CS2 as they did at the end of CSGO. This team is firing on all cylinders. And for Astralis, credit where it's due. They continued fighting despite the desperate situation, despite starting the second half 0-12. A decent showing, all things considered, for Astralis at this event, but not really answering all the questions we would have liked.
Definitely not answering all those questions. And, you know, there is that talk around the rumors of the roster changes, the future of Astralis. Who knows when those will kick in. But this is a team that definitely have a lot of promise in certain moments. And it seems when they get to these LAN events, they are a little bit of a dark horse when they get into the playoffs, but yet to make a super deep run.
We like the way they play. It's consistency. It's consistency of individuals to make that play style effective, and we didn't see that on all the maps today in the semifinals, and that's what will get you knocked out at the end of the day. So handshakes between both squads. MOUZ is going to have a little bit of a break this afternoon after this game, and they'll sit and watch the second semifinal. FaZe ENCE comes up next, and They'll be meeting one of them in the grand final.
And these guys are too young to be around the days where you would play the grand final at LAN straight away after the semi-final, right? You usually get the day to prepare, get ready for that grand final.
They've had the easy schedule these past few years.
Yeah, exactly. But they're going to have that matchup versus the winner of FaZe versus ENCE. But to break down all of this series, we've got a wonderful panel.
Yeah, thank you very much, gents. An exciting end, I believe, is a fitting description of how that game ended, Jacob.
Yeah, kind of a wild one, you know, MOUZ going on a tear in that first half, and everyone thought that was going to be the classic 13-0, or the new classic 13-0, dare say it, with MR12, and then Astralis fighting their way back, just as we saw on Overpass in the very first map. They came alive way too late, unfortunately. MOUZ were miles ahead of Astralis here on Vertigo, and, you know, some may argue this was more of a cosmetic comeback than anything else. I tend to believe that, but, you know, well done to Astralis for giving us a bit of a game, and well done to Jimfat for playing hearts out, some of the best Counter-Strike I've ever seen him play.
That felt like a cosmetic comeback, honestly. It never felt like there was a moment where Astralis were actually going to tie it up and bring it to OT. Look at some of the rounds they won, right? Collateral kills through the smoke, everyone's blinded. And MOUZ, we've seen this happen from them many a time. They have the lead, massive lead, about to close it up, but they do struggle getting that final step. Hopefully that should be the case later on in the finals against whoever comes on top between FaZe and ENCE. But let's talk about Jimmy. Let's talk about young Jimmy. That first half was ridiculous. The guy was a Terminator. He was just unkillable. Slowed down a little bit, but still, 15-0 is a ridiculous score.
And again, you look at sometimes when a player hits a stride where in which it doesn't seem like they can make the wrong move, or the crosshair can't be in the wrong place. It's always proper. Jimmy did that.
Yeah, Jimmy did that, you know, and there's more layers to what Jimmy does on the server than just his impeccable aim, right? You can see in the duels he's comfortable, he's confident, he's going for it, but his reactions to whatever's happening in front of him, his smoke game, his utility game, his 1, 2, 3 steps ahead of his opponents all the time. We saw it in particular on Overpass on the CT side. Whenever he was being pressured by utility, he always knew what to do or what the proper reaction would be to make it very difficult for the opponents to kill him and get him out of the server. So right now, Jimmy, you know, sure, on the scoreboard you're looking good, but the eye test is even better, and that's what impresses me the most.
And I think, yeah, absolutely. He already has impeccable aim, but on top of that, if you're giving yourself, if you're manufacturing favorable fights for yourself, that makes you almost unplayable. And the crazy thing is, Exertion actually had a fantastic first half as well. I think at one point he was 10-2, while Jimmy was 10-0, but like, Jimmy was able to outshine the performance we were being showcased by Exertion. Torji and Shuhei a little bit quiet in this game altogether, but Torji did come alive at the very end. And I think it's kind of fitting that Jimmy in the end gets the 1v2 clutch to send the Danes home.
That would almost, you know, my definition, make him the MVP.
Maybe, yeah.
Can't be anyone else.
It would make sense, though, right? Like, I mean, statistically, it makes sense. Also, grabbing a W, it makes sense. And then they go into the grand finals. How hard will it be to sort of replicate that energy, that fluid motion in a later game?
I don't think it's going to be too hard. You know, in a grand final, an extra instinct kicks in. You have a bit of a break now as well, where you can recharge. You can even watch the other semifinal. You can get some food, relax. Sure, it's not optimal. Sure, the players would love to play the grand final on a separate day, but let's not beat around the bush and let's not overdo it or overcomplicate it. Yes, it's not optimal, but it's not going to be a factor in the final. You can definitely show up if you want to.
Let's show it down to the stage. How about that?
We'll soak that up for a moment, because you've made another grand finals here, and I got to touch on this Vertigo. You thought you were getting that 13-0, right? You must have felt it.
Yeah, absolutely. I really wanted it, but yeah, I was not worried, and I knew we would finish it anyway, so it's what's important.
必须要聊一下刚刚的 Vertigo。他们是否觉得能够是3-0战胜对手？当时他是非常想要能够完成这个成就的，可是他也没有想太多，他也相信他们一定会拿下这场比赛。
Now I want to talk about it when it came to Overpass, right? Solid stuff coming out from you guys, but even on both maps, Overpass and then going into Mirage, the T sides, which are normally so good for you guys, were a bit lacking in it. Were you feeling that yourself? Do you understand why?
I mean, Overpass is a little bit of a new map for us because we changed roles on T-side now. So that's that, and I think that they're also a pretty good team on that map. But yeah, Mirage, we were just not feeling it. They came in hot, they were shooting heads, and yeah, it was a little bit difficult to play against them, but I'm happy we won.
前两张图他们其实发挥不是特别的稳定，就是他们进攻端原本是他们特别厉害的一边，可是在今天为什么就是他们进攻端不像以前那么犀利？也就是说他们在进攻端的时候稍微进行了一些位置上面的调整，然后同时对方这两张图打的也是非常好，所以也导致了就是刚刚的一个情况。
Now, obviously, you played one game, you get a little bit of a break, and then you got to get yourselves ready for a grand final. What's the MOUZ way of doing this? How do you get yourself ready mentally and make sure you are ready for that in all cases?
Well, I think it's important to make sure we rest, but not too much. Also move your body a little bit, maybe go for a walk, maybe go to. We were thinking about going to a restaurant to eat a little bit. So yeah, I think it's just about regeneration and making sure we're focused for the grand final.
在为总决赛准备的时候，这段休息期间他们要做什么呢？那通常他们的方式就是说会稍微休息一下，不会休息太多，可能会去走一走，可能会去吃点东西。
And I want to ask, who do you think you're going to face in that grand final between ENCE and FaZe?
Well, to be honest, I think it will be a really close game. I mean, I think obviously ENCE have a stand-in, so it's a little bit unfortunate, but they're also a team that plays a very unique style. So I'm not sure who we'll face. I'm going to guess it's going to be ENCE. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to play the final and destroy whoever it is.
Love that. Wow.
刚刚决赛，他觉得在决赛会碰到谁？是碰到 FaZe 还是碰到 ENCE？ 他也说到，就是 ENCE 这个队伍虽然现在带着一个替补，不过他们的打法非常的独特，非常有趣。他个人是觉得在决赛他们可能会碰到的是 ENCE， 然后他也非常期待能够去打这场比赛。
Well, you made it to the grand final, mate. Now I'm just going to get you to walk over there and sign the camera for me, please, mate. They've got a pen for you waiting as well.
哎，我们也请 Exertion 去做个简短的签名。
Could this be the first of 2 in 1 day? He thinks so.
他今天是不是有机会可以签2次？
Shanghai, give it up for Xertion and MOUZ.
Yeah, Exertion right there. You know, they do have to go back to the drawing board. They do have a grand final to play later, but you could see right there. Didn't feel like it was out of their control.
Did he just say that he expected ENCE in the final?
I'm very surprised.
That's kind of what he said, yeah.
Because if I'm MOUZ and you've lost the last 3 matchups you've had against FaZe and you're aiming to be the best in the world, I would be like, I want to play FaZe. I want to destroy FaZe. I want to
that or you want to win a trophy and avoid losing for a 4th time in a row. But still expecting ENCE to go in the final. Is he scared or what's going on in that one?
Kind of wild there. Yeah.
Doesn't really make too
Going
much
up against the best CS2 team in the world right now with a team that's a stand-in and picking a team with a stand-in. I don't know there, Trace.
Wow.
It is a difficult one. However, this is CS and this is LAN, so anything is possible.
It is Counter-Strike. Yes, you are indeed very, very correct.
Like we were staring. Thank you for the confirmation. We were staring right down the barrel of you know, a 12-0 at one point. And then how did that start to spiral, right? So anything is possible.
Anything's possible. Look, for Astralis, I feel like when heading into Vertigo, we were like, maybe they might shake hands on Nuke.
Sure.
I think it would have been a slightly closer affair, in all honesty. That CD side, that A-hole defense was absolutely miserable. They were struggling. They tried playing aggressive as well, but MOUZ had an answer every single time. Also, helped at Exertion, and Jimhat just were getting kills at will.
Couldn't miss.
Couldn't miss at all, man.
That's what Michael Scott said one time. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
They took all the shots.
Yeah. And speaking of shots, there aren't many left to take when we talk about this bracket. Go ahead and run that up. Just so that we can see the playoff. Just so that we can understand, now that MOUZ is in the grand final, who they're going to face, Jacob?
I mean, I expect FaZe to be in the grand final. I think FaZe have shown us that they are the best Counter-Strike team, Counter-Strike 2 team in the world as of right now, especially considering ENCE is showing up with a stand-in. Now, had they had Duha on the server together with the rest of the team, I would argue that was a close to a 50-50 game. I also consider ENCE to be up there with the very best in the world, but given the circumstances, given what we've seen so far, I expect FaZe to book a spot in the final.
I really, really want to see this MOUZ FaZe matchup again, right? We saw this already this tournament. I think it was the best game we've seen so far. We saw it back in Sydney. We saw it online as well just a couple of weeks prior. And yes, I 100% agree with you. Like, FaZe have shown that they are almost nigh unbeatable right now. And ENCE, look, Vladan looked much better yesterday as opposed to day one. But even then, you're going up against FaZe Clan, who are like this 5-man unit of just pure death and destruction.
Like 5 abominable snowmen trying to become one big
exactly.
Or a Chupacabra, you know?
5 snowmen. Yeah.
Yes, a Chupacabra, a Chihuahua, same thing. Let's go to a break sooner rather than later. I know that you guys have a lot to look forward to, as do I. Jacob might find a jacket, doubt it, but that's completely okay. It is Championship Sunday. Nothing to be expected there, I suppose. Maybe Maniac brought an extra one for you.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Welcome to the 2023 CAC interview segment. We have Kerrigan here. Can you maybe just say hi to your fans?
Hi, and welcome to this interview.
Ah, perfect. So once again, we have to welcome back our defending champion. And what's it like to be back in Shanghai?
It feels super good. I mean, it's good memories from like 4 years ago. I think that was our first big international trophy with MOUZ, and I remember being down in the semi-final against Thailand 15-7 or something, and came back and win and won some tournaments after. So great memories to be here again.
Yeah. So after like 4 years, you know, like coming back to CAC again, what has changed? And like,
I mean, a lot of stuff have changed, right? COVID hit, everything became online. We came back. I returned to FaZe, took a player with me. So yeah, a lot of things have changed, and now it's kind of mix of MOUZ and FaZe, you know. So hopefully, we can bring some of that vibe to the game and try to win this tournament as well.
So what's it like for you to see this here?
It's fun, you know. Like I don't know why I took this picture. I think I was pretty tilted after a game in Lisbon. I think we lost to Navi, and yeah, just put a lemon on my head and thing went wild.
Right. So can you maybe tell us, like, compared with other teams as of late, it feels like you guys have been really stable. There were also several rumors going around before, like, but you guys have seemingly like completely unaffected, and you guys have gone on an 11 win streak basically. Can you maybe share with us like how you guys managed to keep the focus on the game?
I think it was obvious that in CSGO it was hard for us to push 200% for motivation. I know we are professionals, we're doing everything we can. Other teams changed and had a huge honeymoon period, right, while we were staying together. And I know everybody in the team is grinding so hard and pushing the limits, right? So you can see that us coming into the first tournament in Sydney, I think we're well prepared, even though we had as much practice as other teams. But we just really theory-crafted together, and you can see like why we were so good in 2022. That once we're on the server, we bring a lot of chemistry and bring a lot of ideas. And yeah, I'm just super proud to be with these teammates, and obviously having 11 games win streak. But I'm not caring so much about that. I'm just caring about us enjoying playing with each other and having some fun, and obviously win tournaments.
Do you think you guys have a lot more prepared for CAC this time around that we'll be able to see?
I think there's always something we prepare. I think there's always a set smoke that someone finds, so we're playing around. But also just think we're understanding the game, how to play it right now, and obviously we're setting the tone with us. I know a lot of teams are looking at us, right? So we have to keep updating and keep improving. When we travel so much and we play so many online and official games, then it's hard to constantly improve, right? So whenever there's time, we'll try to bring more to the table and right now people have seen me play 7 maps, and I think that's the biggest surprise coming into Shanghai.
How is it for you guys, like, that you're able to transition from, like, how do you manage to, like, train for, like, say, a certain set of default and having just being able to switch up, like, at such a crucial point in the tournament?
I think most of my teams the last few years, I think versatile has been the most important thing for me. That we have versatile players. So if we have that, I'm able to adapt on the fly, right? And sometimes we play structure, sometimes we play very explosive, and sometimes a lot of set rounds. All depends on how the team is. Like when I'm in the zone and everybody else is in the zone, I don't need to do much. But sometimes when not everyone is in the zone, I need to kind of lead the team in the right direction and figure out how to adapt or make the right call. But sometimes we just kill people, right? That's part of the game, and that's what I love the most about this team, is that we can adapt at any given moment. Everybody is smart players on the team. Everybody brings something to the table, and yeah, I'm just super proud to lead these guys.
Regular fans that perhaps don't have a lot of time to really dive into all the tactics and whatnot, to really learn to appreciate an in-game leader and an in-game leader's impact in the game.
I mean, there's different in-game leaders, right? First of all, I think it's very important you're leading the team, and especially in the hard moments. Everybody can lead when you're up 8-9-0. It's momentum. It's just everybody can make good calls at that point. But you have to lead by example and trying to push motivation into the guys. And I think most of all, you need to believe every part of the team is doing their best, and you have to show confidence, even though maybe you're not confident coming into the game, but you need to show that to the team. I think everyone knows how to call, but not everyone knows to lead. And I think that's the key difference between.
For a lot of CS players, like, winning a major is a dream. And after Antwerp Major, like, during your interview, you said that there's a possibility that you might not be able to win another major in this life, and that's probably changed by now, right? So have you set new goals? I think sometimes, like earlier in my career, I was too focused on winning the major or winning the biggest trophy that it actually hurt myself in that sense. But I just told myself, like, the last few years, that I might never win a Katowice, Cologne or a major, right? And by saying that to yourself, you accept that everybody else, if you win everything else, that's also good. But sometimes you're so focused on the dream itself that you forget, like, part of that dream is like the goals and the small steps you do every day. The second we won the major, nothing of whatever I expected happened, you know? Like, it was, for me, I think at that part of my career, it was a relief instead of, like, enjoying the moment, because I think winning Katowice, Cologne came more as like I finally did it. But the major, I think I had so much pressure for so many years that it was more relief than enjoyable moment. But I think it's a dream for everyone. You really cement your legacy as a player, as a person, right? And yeah, you never know we'll win again. I think that's the most important part of being a sports person. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is set in stone. You might be the best player today, but tomorrow you may be washed. And I'm not even kidding. It is just how it is in all sports. Now that you do have a major in the bag, right? Like, do you think the next one, like, when you do get it, it will be less of a pressure, you know, so that you don't have to experience that relief? Or do you think you'll be able to enjoy that moment more, like winning a big tournament? I think it's a really good question, because I also think some part of that pressure that I had on me and that focus helped me achieve that. And I remember on the final day in Antwerp, and I started having butterflies in my stomach before the game, 8 hours before, and I never really had that before a game. That's many years ago, right? And I think that was, instead of like being scared of like why I'm butterfly and why I'm nervous, like I just more like said, okay, this is because I'm super excited. Like, have a final chance to win a major again. I think for the next major, I think it's gonna be easier to enjoy. If you get there, you never know, right? So I'm just gonna try to enjoy more, and I think that's what I've done the last few years, is just enjoy being on the stage, because you never know when it's over. And I think that goes for every player. We've seen many players come and go, and sometimes we forget to enjoy the moment. And I think that helps me being in the zone and being the best leader, is to be there and not think about how it is to win, but just be there and do my best. And if I did that and didn't win, then I'm just unlucky that day. Hello everyone, welcome to CAC 2023 pre-game interviews. We have some players over here, and we're gonna just kick things off with you saying hello to everyone.
Yeah, ni hao everyone.
All right, perfect. So let's get right to it. So there's a popular Chinese saying that the wind that misses you has finally blown here. Now that the sun has finally arrived in Shanghai, how do you feel?
I'm feeling really good, actually. And I can see that like there is a lot of sun outside in the sky, so similar to Spain. So I'm really proud and really happy to be here actually.
Okay. Is this the first time you're in Shanghai?
Yeah, the first time I am in China in general.
Did you guys get to?
I walk around here. I went for a walk, and I think it's a really nice city.
Okay, perfect. So we know that ENCE has done really well in the past year. A lot of Chinese fans believe you guys are one of the best team out there, and also like it also reflects in your placements as well. And your op is something that everyone has been talking about. You know, maybe can you share with us what makes your play style and what you do so impactful?
I don't know. I don't know exactly how. What is my style of hoping? To try to go for picks where I think I can have impact. Yeah, I also like to play passive a lot, so I just try to mix everything. And yeah, for being OPER, I think that you have to be quite intelligent and quite smart, and just try to support your teammates and of course like feel supported by your team.
And now that we're on a new iteration of the game, how has that affected the way you play or the way you think?
Right now it's a bit different because you have to pick more than height, right? So you can hold, but it's a bit different, and I think at the start of CS2 I was a bit more tilted about it, but now I am getting used to it, so I will just adapt and I will just enjoy the game still.
From what you've seen, like other people playing as well as yourself, who do you think has, out of the operas, who has adapted really quick to this new iteration of the game?
Well, I didn't check too much, and I don't think any opera, like the only one maybe can be Monesi, but all of the operas, maybe not Jane, but the other operas are playing a lot of rifle also, so I think people are still adapting to it, and yeah, I think that we didn't have so many CS2 tournaments in launch, so actually you cannot see exactly who adapted faster or not, so we will see actually maybe in January who adapted fast or not. In
a previous interview that you said before that it's hard to understand tier 1 teams. Now that you join ENCE and like you're also playing in at a tier 1 level consistently, so what are the essential differences between like playing in a tier 1 team and a tier 2 team?
Actually, tier 1 team has two options. First of all, it's quite unpredictable, and second option, they are quite predictable, but they do the things really good, right? Like even if you know they are gonna hit A, they hit A really properly, so they can still like win the round with a high percentage, right? And a tier 2 teams is always following the same patterns. They don't switch anything, and it's quite easy to analyze. So I think they are quite easy to read and also quite easy to counter.
Because the new version came out, right? So there's no major in the second half of the year. So for a team like ENCE, what is it you're preparing for next?
Well, actually, all of these tournaments that we are playing right now at CS2 is the preparation for the major. So yeah, we are taking this our trainings, I would say, and just trying to improve every tournament, trying to get better, trying to understand more the game, play it, and feel it. And yeah, this is mostly like preparation for the major.
So for your team, like, are there any times where you guys find communication a little bit difficult because perhaps you guys all prefer like your native tongue back then, and now you all have to communicate in English? So how does that impact the team?
Well, actually, you just have to use a lot of keywords, we call them. Like, I think that's quite important for an international team, and also like you cannot obviously talk better than a national team, right? Because obviously the language is different. So I think you need to keep improving that every day and just trying to keep having as good communication as you can.
Now that you've played against like Chinese teams quite a bit, can you maybe share with us what are some of the things that you noticed about Chinese teams you found that were a little bit different, or like if you noticed something that they weren't doing so well?
Well, I would say the Chinese teams, they have a different style. In general, what I saw from them is like they like to play default a lot and really slow. I think that can be good and that can be bad at the same time, because I think they are quite predictable, but yeah, like they try to play a really good Counter-Strike. They try to play it, but I think it's a bit tough to play perfect CS, so because I don't think it exists, but yeah, that's it, I think.
Okay, thank you. So you do find it a little bit easier to read what they're trying to do, because like...
I actually don't think it's like easy to read, but it's like you know that they are gonna play slow, so you can actually like save more nades. Like when I played against Chinese teams, they didn't rush too much, you know. So obviously at the start of the rounds, you maybe don't use so many nades against Chinese teams.
So you save up, and then like you know when they're about to execute,
you have
still
more
have all your...
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, how are you doing? You gonna pet that dog? Jacob's gonna pet that dog.
Yeah, I'm gonna pet that dog.
You gonna pet that dog?
I'm gonna pet that dog.
Nice, and that's why we brought Maniac over here to bring some sort of...
Someone get me out of this place.
Welcome
What's
back,
going
everybody.
on?
It's the CS Asian Championships. We are on what is the final day of the entire event. And there are no dogs in here, and nobody's getting pet anytime soon that I'm aware of. But we are just about ready to situate ourselves for FaZe versus ENCE, our next semifinal, in which we're going to send one of these teams on in to play MOUZ.
It's going to be a good game, I think, first and foremost. I think right now, FaZe, it would be difficult to not argue they're the best team in the world. ENCE up there, of course, but the context of the situation is that they're still playing with a stand in Vlad, who so far in this tournament have done a good job for himself. I think ENCE have looked somewhat solid. Quarterfinal yesterday was also all right, but against FaZe, not sure that's going to be enough.
Yeah, and I think you're right. We look at some of those previous results. Obviously, everyone's just kind of scarred and stained by the one that happened in Sydney, a 13-0 on Anubis. That'll set you off right, won't it, Maniac?
Yeah, and I do think out of these 4 results, this is the one that people should put the more focus on, because the rest of the results, even though they're painting a picture of ENCE having figured out FaZe's number, these were on CSGO. And I think this is the starkest difference that we have to harp on right now. And as Jacob was mentioning, the very specific context of this very game. We're not talking about an ENCE who have a certain in future, it's the polar opposite. We have no idea what the hell is about to happen in the ENCE ranks. And last time they met FaZe, they got spanked.
Spanked is an understatement, I would say. 13-0.
Spanked and petted, huh?
No. Yeah, I think you can do those things back to back or even at the same time. But anyway, thanks, Jacob. Nonetheless, yeah, we talk about teams and we often have the same idea when it comes to different teams coming into events and the storyline that kind of got them to this moment where they're now competing to get in the grand final. But having looked at both of these teams, they're both in different areas.
Yeah, it's kind of tough right now to quantify FaZe in the sense that rumors are also circulating around their lineup with Twist potentially leaving for Team Liquid. You know, reports have been out saying that that's a done deal already. I'm not sure if that's true. Nobody really knows at this point, you know. So being the best team in the world, being a dominant factor of CS2 so far, and also having on the horizon that maybe you're changing your roster, that's complicated for FaZe. However, it doesn't seem to affect them.
No, I mean, the transition to CS2 really came in with a breath of fresh air for this FaZe lineup. They looked a little bit exhausted at the end of CSGO. I don't know if it was just a matter of a very heavy calendar, deep finishes at events, or just individually they were a little bit at the end of it. But this has been a brand new phase we're seeing in CS2. And you even start to wonder, like, we're hearing rumors, apparently agreements have been reached and whatever, but until the contract is signed and the money is in the account and FaZe is winning, is there a world in which Twist might decide, hey, actually, I might have the best team right now? Am I going to make that change?
I think that's what a lot of people are thinking.
You might consider the idea that this is not the move.
But the speculation is brought by us and by the viewers because we don't know what the internals of a team look like. We can only just sit up here and sort of guesstimate or maybe theory craft on that, but that's not reality, you know?
Guesstimate, I love that.
Guesstimations.
Add that to my Rolodex.
It is a case to be made, as you said, Matthew, right? If you're Twist right now, you're looking at the major coming up in Copenhagen. Do you believe that a brand new project with Team Liquid that also has rumored Cadian in there and, you know, have to build up from the ground is the best option to win that major, or would staying with FaZe, who currently dominates CS2, is the best option? If I were Twist, I'd be in doubt.
So let's look at the players. Let's do a head-for-head, pound-for-pound, sort of like tit-for-tat. What are we looking at here?
Well, where do you want to go? I'm going to give you 3 categories you get to choose. Do you want to have a look at the IGLs, the snipers, or the MVP candidates? You get to pick.
Oh, man, the pressure's never felt so immense. How about MVP candidates?
MVP candidates. Okay, we can run that then. Let's talk about Robs. Let's talk about Nerds. The strongest forces in presence on the server. Robs is making a case of being the player that has the quickest adapted to CS2. He's been out there with his PhD doctorates, you know, trying to have these numbers on the board, understanding how to abuse the game, and I think he's already showcased an incredible proficiency. And on the other side, Nerds, player that I called out a little bit, he really had a couple of very strong maps against NIP. That multi-kill presence on the CT side is going to be something that is felt. Do you think he can keep up with Rose? Do you think Nerds can keep up?
I think he can. I think he's only going to get better. That's the difference between these two players as well. Robs has been around for a long, long time, has the experience, have the know-how, whereas Nerds is still a relatively new, young prospect. Of course, he's been around in this for quite some time now, but his rows to the top basically have been, you know, on a very, very fast scale. Now, he's probably going to slow down a little bit, but in terms of keeping up with what he's doing right now, that in itself would be impressive, and I think he has what it takes. Now, for Robs, you know, I think it's a great story because he is nerding out the game. He's a nerd, you know.
Good for him.
And good for him, right? In the best sense you can possibly imagine. He's putting in a lot of hours understanding the game, and it's showing off on the server.
Yeah, I think one of the nerdiest things I've ever seen is knowing how to spawn, run directly somewhere, press a button 3 times, and then throw the perfect grenade lineup. I'm like, wow.
Next level.
The guy's done it. Like,
but
he's
I do
absolutely
appreciate
done
it, right? In a game where we're looking for like the plus 1%, plus 2%, if you have someone that's willing to go that distance, to go deep into the code, and like Neo in the Matrix, trying to understand how to get these perfect nades, you know what? You do you, champ. That's how you win.
Yeah. So where else do we? What were the other choices? I got 2 more.
Yeah, you get snipers and IGLs.
Which one do you want?
IGLs, I think.
You want to go for IGL?
I think IGLs. It seems like a pretty important
have that one.
Yeah, the IGLs are interesting, right? Because there's 2 Danes on the server and 2 Danes who right now obviously are at a very high caliber. You have the best in-game leader of all time, potentially in Kerrigan. He's done it with a lot of different rosters. He's done it for a long, long time. And then you have Snobby right now, who's also been rumored to leave ENCE. You know, maybe Falcons are standing there in the horizon for him to build up a new super team. And the difference between these 2 players are not necessarily individual output on the server. I think they're kind of similar in that. I would maybe even argue Snobby, most cases, are better than Kerrigan, not in this tournament so far, but the way they lead their team. Kerrigan has done it in so many different occasions with so many different rosters, where Snobby has always been this underdog guy. He's never had the best players around him. He's never had the best team around him, but maybe for the future, that could change.
If you're looking at trophies, I think it's really hard to take the title of best IGL from Kerrigan. If you're looking at the success he's had in the last 18 months, he's really up there. But you could make an argument that Snappy has had a relatively similar amount of success with way less budget.
Yes.
He's had to work with pieces trying to go and find them, the rookies out there, the nerds, the Sphinxes, of course, just to see Ogre's team coming in and taking them away from his roster. But still, he has a very Carrigan-esque way to lead. He's been able to take different pieces and create a very comprehensive game plan. They play very varied Counter-Strike. If you look at the ENCE, it's very hard to predict what they're doing. Same with FaZe. They're not just in one category. They can play the fast CS, they can play the map default CS, and I think that is something we have to praise Snappy for.
Yeah, it's by design. I mean, these guys aren't young guys by any stretch, right? Like, these are some not only veterans within the game itself. You look at a guy like Kerrigan and the accolades he has, but he's also, and Snappy too, also responsible for shaping how the team kind of comes together and makes itself functioning. So you have to give that as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, and this is where I questioned how ENCE could actually behave at this tournament, because I think it's really hard to imagine your IGL on the way out.
Yeah.
It's a strong mental effort to stay 200%, and I have no doubt Snappy's professional. We've talked to the guy. He's been out there a lot talking in interviews. We know how professional he is. But if the IGL has to be the one responsible for the energy, the direction of a team, if you have already a foot outside the door, it might be a little harder to do your job to the 100%.
Good thing he's experienced, though, and I think that's one thing that comes in combination with both of them. They played Counter-Strike for, what, 15, 18 years? Both of them back in 1.6. It's ridiculous. Some of the viewers out there, you weren't even born when they started playing Counter-Strike, right? So I agree with you. It's a tough one to nail down, but at least they've been around for such a long time that it's not something he hasn't tried before. Let's put it that way.
And you're not wrong. A lot of the viewers probably weren't born. I'm glad that we identified it, and if that's you out there, we see you. Speaking of, I'm watching. I'm also watching for AWPs, right? I'm thinking that's going to be a big one in this series.
Yes, and out the categories we've presented, this is probably where we are expecting more of what we have currently seen. If we're talking about Brokey, if we're talking about Sampayas, none of them really have provided what they have gotten us used to, right? Sampayas is already building sort of a legacy of being a big match player, a stage player. He shown in Cologne on multiple years, actually. And Brokey has been lights out since the beginning of CS2, but they've been pretty tame. I'm not exactly sure where these numbers are from. I guarantee you Brokey does not have a 1.92 rating currently. He's been tamed. This is wishful thinking. I wish Brokey was up there with these numbers.
Brokey has been good so far, though. I'd agree with that. But in Counter-Strike 2 in general, it's a very short period we've seen these players play out. And the race of Sun Payers and ENCE the past 6 months, right? One would argue he's a top 3 AWPer in the entire world, maybe even better. He's been playing hearts out some of the best Counter-Strike you can with the AWP the past 6 months. In CS2, we haven't quite seen that yet. Again, ENCE is in a terminal period. Whereas for Brokey, he's a top 3 rated player in the entire world as of right now in CS2 as per rating. So you're right, Brokey in this specific tournament, we haven't seen the best of him at all. But overall, his tenure into CS2, together with the rest of FaZe, has been nothing but stellar.
I mean, listen, we're just doing hypotheses, right? We might be completely off the mark here. But I do wonder, as a younger player of Sampayas at the very top level, is he more affected than others about this uncertainty about where the team is about to go? Not everyone deals with that the same way.
But hold on, because that same exact idea, didn't he find himself, maybe there was a Movistar Riders comparison to be made here?
Yeah, but the difference was, when he was in Movistar Riders, he was the one who was ready to get on that little
he was the main character.
Up the mountain, you know? He was up there. He was the one that was ready to take the elevator to go on floor 18th where the CEO is having when he was down on the ground floor. That's not what's happening here. He's about to see his manager leave, and he doesn't know where the company is about to go. Don't know why I went on that Wall Street on that one, but
yeah, the manager and the company part, it only gets a little.
Let's circle back to it.
Yeah, it's not a big
It's a
deal.
different situation, and we don't know how he's affected by it. Obviously, it's hard to get straight answers because everyone is playing kind of the Fifth Amendment kind of thing. I'm not going to say anything about this, of course, but we can imagine that it has an impact on him.
I think from a legal perspective, I'm technically like the only one that can do that within the confines of.
I'm sure we have some equivalent of it in Switzerland. We
Yeah,
have
maybe.
laws too.
But
we
I
just
guess we'll never
respect
know.
them.
I plead the neutral, I think is.
There we go. There we go.
I don't think there's any way you can stay neutral in this one. There's so many heavy hitters in the server. You look at the names on the paper. We just went through 3 different categories there. But surely I look at a player like Rain who can get 3 on a pistol round and maybe, just maybe, change the tide of a game.
Yeah, Rain was fantastic in Sydney, wasn't he? He also coming into CS2, and we spoke about Rain, and you spoke about, the team being re-energized. I think Rain is now also at a point where he feels motivated again. He's playing some of his best Counter-Strike. Fact of the matter is that we can go through an entire segment and not even mention Twist and his capabilities on the server. Right? Twist is also a fantastic Counter-Strike player. There's a reason why Liquid would do everything they can in their power to bring him back into their team. So there's so much quality, and it's hard to dissect it.
Rain is always a player that kind of puzzled me because there are performances here and there that put any doubt to bed. Like immediately, you're talking about Sydney, we can talk about the Antwerp Major. He has had some of these moments, but he kind of reminds me of one of these characters in an anime that doesn't really participate in all the fights, But when he does, he basically has a one-punch goodbye. But he's not going to take part all the time. Sometimes he sits this one out. It's like, you guys got it. I'm going to be here doing my sushis over there. You guys handle it. And when he decides to go, he punches you out. He's been pretty chill right now. I think he's having a good time on the beach.
And there has to be some... Go ahead.
What kind of anime is he watching?
Yeah, what kind of anime is that exactly? I don't watch anime, but this sounds interesting.
Yeah, Bleach, Naruto, One Punch Man. You guys want to choose?
Okay, cool.
You didn't thought I had something on that one. You thought you had me in a corner, huh?
So is it like it's like King of the Hill or Simpsons or those are animes, right?
Family Man.
Family Man, or Family Guy even. Perhaps.
Family Matters.
Yeah, but I do think that there's a specific reason people go about saying Rain, best teammate they've had. I mean, you hear that praise all the time. What else constitutes that?
He doesn't cause problems, does he? Well, I feel like he's a very calm guy. He's not a big character within the team, you know, in terms of being outraging, in terms of making difficult periods. I think he's a guy you can talk to. I think he's a calm dude. And sometimes you have a guy like Saivu in Vitality as well. And I think one of the big praises for him, obviously, outside of him being fantastic on the server, is that he doesn't cause any issues. He doesn't cause any troubles. He's not a big cultural caretaker in that regard. And I think the same could be said about Rain.
But the cultural impact, let's talk about that, Jacob.
Well, you can ask Scrawny about that. He has a very, very big opinion on that one.
It's an interesting 2 words to put together. Cultural impact. Take it away.
Right. No, I'm good. I'm good. You can keep that one great word.
I do think we're just a few moments from getting the players and the teams on the stage, so we do have that going for us.
Anything you want to say, Trace? You keep asking us questions 24/7.
I think that's weird how that's kind of his job.
Yeah,
right?
but now let's turn the table a little bit, you know?
Okay, let's turn the tables a little bit. You know, I think about this series as a whole, and I think about how many of these players want to get off on the right foot. Obviously, FaZe already has within the confines of City. Oh, well, look at that. My thoughts are done. Let's get them on stage.
Lucky.
Coming through by fixing their mistakes, straightening themselves out, and getting back to understanding how they want to play. They have never taken their eyes off the prize. They do what is needed to be done for each other and trust in their leader. Now they must try to get revenge against FaZe for making them suffer a 13-0 previously. They must dig deep and show their highest level, even with a stand-in.
在本次赛事中不断摸索并持续调整的情况下，他们逐渐找到属于自己的步伐。队员之间所建立起的羁绊及对于队长充分的信任，让他们再次成为那支让对手闻风丧胆的劲旅。今他们将尝试报复 FaZe 那次3-0之仇，并证明带着替补的情况下，他们依然是夺冠的有力竞争者。
Snappy, Madden, Sunpius, Nerds, Vladen, Saw, Shanghai, this is it! While they may have given us the longest game on land so far, FaZe survived the opening day and went through to the semi-finals, but it took everything they had. Now they must be adjusted. Now they must be ready, because the best team in the world is looking to go for a 3rd consecutive title, and they know their opposition well.
他们经历了本届赛事最惊心动魄的单图较量，并在身心俱疲的情况下展现出惊人的韧劲。在短暂休息后，世界第一的队伍再次蓄势待发，剑指冠军。能否有对手拦住他们的步伐，并阻挡他们3连冠之梦
Carrigan, Rain, Brokey, Twist, Rops, and Neo. Shanghai, this is FaZe!
Oh, well. So, everyone's arrived for the party. Isn't that right, Jacob?
That is very true, Trace. Your eyes don't betray you.
Table is set. The bottles are here.
Well,
even little fireworks are going crazy.
But we still have the menu on our hands. We haven't quite put in our order yet. You know why? We don't have our appetizer. We don't have our entree main course. And we damn sure don't have our dessert, which would constitute having map 1, 2, and 3. You see what I'm saying? See what
you were going for maps. I thought you were talking about teams. So I thought if we don't have neither the entree, the menu, and the dessert, and we talked about FaZe already, what are they? The napkins? Like,
yes.
How is that working out?
The napkins are on their way. That's the next team. No, but for real, we have to think about what's going to be our opening app. You think about the opening map, opening appetizer. What do you got, Jacob?
That's good. That's a good question. I feel like we know the map pools of both teams pretty well. Nothing's going to change at all in regards to that. Ancient, definitely a map that both teams fancy, maybe as a third one. There's a couple of maps we're not going to see. And I feel, given they played each other so much as well throughout the year, you know, these map pool changes, these videos are kind of transparent in a sense that we're not going to see too many changes. Now, the standing coming into play for ENCE, is that going to change anything? We speculated that. We saw that in the very first best-of-3 game in the group stage, that they went for Vertigo as a third deciding map, despite Vladen have never played Vertigo with any team, so it feels like ENCE is sticking to what they want.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure whether Vertigo is going to be on the menu right there, but what I do wonder is if FaZe is going to change from a nuke pick, which happened last time in Sydney, or going to an Ancient. That if you're FaZe, maybe for a second you consider the fact that ENCE looked very much alive on nuke. It's a map that Vladen has already played, that Snappy's comfortable with. Maybe you try and push them into something a little bit more uncomfortable. I don't really think the victory that ENCE had over NIP on Ancient was that comprehensive. I think this was mostly a case of exploiting individual weaknesses. We've had the infamous S-Tag, whatever, 20 ADR, half on the A side. That was very, very complicated for him to handle it. So this would be my one question. Where does FaZe take it? Remix.
Yeah, I was about to say, whoa, you okay, man?
Sometimes you got to spin the table.
Yeah, sometimes the table turns, and sometimes it's a turntable. And in this notion, yeah, as soon as we get get the coaches center stage, we'll know that map veto. But I can almost rest assured on the idea that nuke becomes map 1.
Okay, so you just want to share us your knowledge, or you're just sitting out there?
I do think that let's just grab on a nuke for what it is. Let's talk a little bit about nuke and what to expect if we have an ENCE starting on the CT side.
It's a tough map to play with a stand-in, first and foremost. I think from the ENCE perspective, having Latin coming into it, it doesn't matter how good he is, doesn't matter how well he communicates. Having a stand-in, you know, being brought into a system on a map like nuke is incredibly difficult. I would argue that's where you need the most communication, the most, you know, 1, 2, 3 reactions that you just know by hand after all of these hours of practice. So on that notion, it's going to be slightly easier for FaZe, I think.
And the protocols will be a little mixed.
Yeah, I like that you talk about Vladen, because when I saw ENCE going on to nuke versus NIP, I thought, holy hell, Vladen is about to be exploited. It's about to get real messy. These rotations are not going to be coordinated. In fact, I think he played a good CT side. And it was part of NIP's plan to try and hit that. They went at least 2 good rounds. Reminder, this is MR12, so 2 good rounds, a big investment. Twice they tried to break that barrier towards ramp. They couldn't. He handled it quite well. So we'll have to, or if they play more of a map control situation and they let Robs do his Robs thing, outlurk and go for the duel against Vladen.
I was just about to say, right, there's a difference between playing NIP and playing FaZe Clan, because I agree he did well in that game, but now you're going up against Robs, and that's going to be a different kind of a beast.
Yeah, you know what? You kind of ruined everything for me, Trace, now, because I thought maybe it's going to be Ancient, and you say, nuke's going to be the first map.
Well, I didn't say what the second. Oh, my goodness. Are you happy now?
Pick Ancient.
Now, that is very interesting to me, and I'm going to adventure myself to say that is a terrible decision for ENCE.
Yeah, I think that win against NIP have given them confidence in their own Ancient and their abilities on set map. You have Anubis as a third deciding map. I mean, coming into this game, I thought that could potentially be needed, the dessert, as you so fine called it. But given that map beater right there, I think ENCE are putting way too much stock into their own Ancient performance against NIP. But maybe if Vladen feels comfortable, you have a bit of a know-how on the map already, you may as well go for it.
If there is one element that could go in ENCE's favor, is that Madden has been great on their T side. And by great, I mean greater than what I would have been expected personally from him. His output, mainly when he was taking these duels towards the B ramp, I think NIP gave him a boatload of these duels, and he won most of them. Now, we know that FaZe sometimes has a tendency to play like boxing Counter-Strike. They're not just always going to hide behind utilities. Kerrigan is going to peek you. They're going to go for duels. So you're going to need to have Madden on 1, being ready to take these duels towards B-Ramp, and just maybe that could be an avenue for them.
So tell me who's going to play in the finals today, boys. Let's start with you, Jacob.
I think the final is going to be between MOUZ and FaZe.
Okay.
I'm back.
Well, that was simply put. Nothing else to add on top. It's just kind of.
I mean, I think we discussed it already. I think FaZe have too many strings to play off. I think ENCE having a stand-in is going to cause them to be a little bit weakened. I think the map pool is playing into favor of ENCE as well. The individuals are playing into the favor of FaZe, sorry, and they are currently the best team in the world. So I don't see a reason why they shouldn't win.
Next victim.
That's going to be a big fat +1 for me. That's what I'm going to do.
The biggest of +1s.
That's a +1 right there. I've already called out MOUZ FaZe to be the grand final quite a while ago. I'm not going to turn my jacket, mostly because this isn't double size, so I cannot really do it.
Doesn't
so
look
I'm gonna
reversible.
Stick with FaZe. No, that wouldn't be
That's why
great.
I don't wear a jacket, you know. It has to be 2 sides.
Yeah, that's the reason why.
Yeah.
A reversible suit jacket. Now that is packing efficiently.
Something you'd buy for sure.
Oh, 100%. I like the reversible clothing. You save space, and it's smart. You get like 2 outfits out of 1. What's the big deal? I don't understand.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's going to be hard enough to just try to topple FaZe here. So maybe we turn our know-how into a ni-how and head on down to the commentators, which is exactly what we're going to do right now. Moses, Dinko, take it away.
Howdy there, Trace. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this semi-final, ENCE versus FaZe. We got the cast ENCE versus FaZe earlier this year. That so happened to be one of the best maps of Counter-Strike this entire year so far. So I'm hoping for somewhat of the same performance.
Hoping to run it back. You want 5 overtimes again?
Let's do it.
Yeah, you want to get it all the way back there?
Yeah,
I mean, it's interesting. This has been like a little bit of a rivalry throughout this year. Like back when CSGO was still being played, ENCE actually beat them 3 times. They beat them at the Paris Major. They beat them in the Dallas group stage. They beat them in the Dallas playoffs. Since we switched over to CS2, it was FaZe beating them in Sydney, and one of those was a 13-0 victory.
Yeah, so this matchup feels like it happens so often.
Yeah, it does a little bit. This has a different flavor to it, with ENCE having their own rumors swirling about them, FaZe having their rumors swirling around them, FaZe looking dominant, where for most of this year prior to CS2, FaZe was really kind of struggling to hit that peak again. ENCE have like a potential for a player leaving. They have a stand-in as well. A little bit of upheaval in this matchup, which I think is why the matchup favors so strongly towards FaZe, and less credit being given to ENCE being able to mount an actual, I don't know, response?
Yeah, well, the desk have set up perfectly all of the sort of storylines that, you know, Rops has been such an incredible player transitioning into CS2. We knew he was going to be an early adapter just with the way he is as a person. He likes to get nerdy with it, likes to get close into the game and refine his details, and he's done that very well, and it's paid off. You know, very early on, FaZe have looked really good. Every tournament they've played so far, they've won, and that's a great piece.
And Rops has looked really sharp individually as well. They touched on Brokey as well, who's also had like it feels like a little step up in terms of the amount of impact he's providing. I think there's a lot of things going in the favor of FaZe at the moment, but more than anything, it's just been like that lack of like understanding of what was causing them to be like so diminished towards the end of CSGO after their dominant run previously. It seems to have all like kind of changed. Coming into CS2, they seem like they're hitting back to that peak. Like everyone is playing very well individually, and the team seems a lot more comfortable moving around the maps together.
I think the key for FaZe has always been motivation. Like I think that's the key word for their performances throughout the years. You know, you look at getting a major under the belt, that's obviously a huge motivation for them. Then the Grand Slam when they won Pro League, that came out of left field.
Yeah, the talk about like a lack of a goal towards the end of CSGO with the knowledge that CS2 is coming around the corner. But still, that's true. I don't like to go towards that because it's so nebulous. Like you can't really nail it down into anything, right? It's so like subjective, and it's just really hard thing to kind of pinpoint is that lack of motivation. What exactly is it causing?
I think Carrigan, he did an interview with you guys on your podcast before where he was talking about, you know, how as a team, it's very hard to stay at a high level because, you know, you're responsible for 5 people rather than just an individual. So like your tennis, if you're playing tennis, if you drop off, then it's only you suffering. Whereas one of these 5 individuals drops off by a percentage, that affects the whole team. So if everybody is highly motivated to do the extra hours of practice, prepare, and that seems to be when phases are at the highest level, when every individual
it seems to be what CS2 has given them, is like a new game that everyone knows they just have to dive into. So yeah, FaZe is playing super well. And so I think the big thing about them was looked really ugly on day 1 in the group stage. Didn't look pretty in any way. Got beat up a little bit by Astralis. I think if that game was played on a different day later in the tournament, because they came into the quarterfinals and looked solid, and I think that time off has done well for them to get the stand-in a little bit more comfortable, to get everyone obviously adjusted to jet lag. Oh, by the way, it's Madden's birthday today.
Oh, it's Madden's birthday?
Yeah, so a little bit of a birthday party on the stage today for the second semifinal series.
Yeah, well, let's hope he wins for his birthday, I guess.
Yeah, that could be fun. Well, maybe we have the birthday boy.
Maybe
now we've got a stage interview, so let's see who it is.
Are better? You feel like you're in better form right now? You managed to get some time to get yourselves together?
Yeah, I think we survived a really tough day here. The first day was full of tech pauses and a very long overtime game against NIP, and then we played a BO3 afterwards and managed to survive that. So yeah, I think with rest, I think we're in pretty good form right now.
刚刚也是问他们现在状态是否调整好了，因为在第一天他们当时打的时间算是非常非常的长，然后他们也算是熬过去了。那现在已经调试好了，整个状态也好多了。
Now, Sampayas, when it comes to your previous matchup against FaZe, it wasn't pretty for you guys, right? Does this play into your mind? Do you want revenge? Are you more motivated?
Well, I would say it's obviously more motivating, like to beat a team that won you in the last match. But I think they're in a really good form. We will do our best, and let's hope like we saw a really good match here today in Shanghai.
之前他们在比赛中也是曾经被他们剃光头过，所以现在今天来到这里。就是他们的准备怎么样，然后也说就是对方的确是一个非常好的队伍，然后他们现在准备也差不多了，也是等着跟他们交手。
And Sampayas, you have Vladen standing in, right? But where do you put yourselves at? Say, give me a percentage of how confident you feel with how you're going to play and what you're going to approach in this game.
Well, I feel we are actually 100%. We did a really good day, I would say. So we are just having fun. We are really happy, and we are just gonna try to be in the moment as much as we can and enjoy the crowd.
也是问到，就是现在队内带着 Vladen 作为替补的话，他们现在整体的一个磨合程度如何？现在也是说是就是还不错，就是整体状态还可以，然后他们也是很享受彼此之间的一个交流默契。
And Twist, for you, you guys are potentially to win 3 consecutive tournaments back-to-back in the new version of Counter-Strike. How much of that is a motivating factor? Because we've seen FaZe come back into this game and you're like back to your winning ways.
Yeah, I think we're not taking for granted the playoff appearances we're having. Obviously, it feels great to win all these events back-to-back, and it was tough. Sydney was tough, and then even online event Thunderpick had great teams in it. So yeah, and we're here in Shanghai. And we're just going to do our best and enjoy the moment and hopefully have some good matches here on stage.
刚刚问到的也是他们对于3连冠有多么的渴望，然后特斯也说到了，在之前的一些其他赛事能够赢下冠军，的确是非常不容易的。他们也不会就是掉以轻心，还是会继续努力冲击。
All right, guys, shake hands. You can go back and take your seats. Thank you very much. Now, Mito, we need to work out what side this crowd is on, but I think it might be one way a little bit easier. So which team do you want?
Which team do I want?
Yeah, which one are you going to be shouting for these guys?
I'll let you pick.
I'll go with Ents, and you can take FaZe.
Okay.
So start things off for me. See what these guys are thinking. Let them know what's going on.
好了，所以我跟 Banks 两边想要知道就是哪边的粉丝比较多嘛。那 Banks 这边当他吼起来的时候，他会问大家是不是想要支持 Ents， 然后我这边是看一下大家是不是支持 FaZe。
Okay, let's start these things off. Make some noise if you're cheering for Ents!
OK， 那我们看看现场有没有 FaZe 的粉丝。
All right, Ents!
FaZe!
Okay, I think we know which way it's going, but now it's time to see what's going to happen within this game. As always, guys, you know how this goes down. Are you ready, Shanghai? It's time to bring the hype! FaZe versus Ents!
Time to bring the hype, indeed. Here in Shanghai, we've got FaZe's heavy favorites of the crowd, heavy favorites on the server. Everything seems to be going their way, and it's time for Ents to kind of spoil that party.
Yeah, well, one of the big X factors that Ents can lean on is, and just touched on this too, and we've talked about it during some of the casts as well, is the big game playing of Sampayas with the AWP. He's a guy that seemingly has always delivered and has figured out some kind of a recipe to make sure he's getting in the mood. There's the birthday boy. We didn't get the interview. I'll tell you what, I liked as well from Twist in that interview. Someone was saying, very much we've kind of like learned to appreciate these victories we're getting because they did spend a lot of time as the dominant force in Counter-Strike within FaZe, winning the major as they did, going on that run of events, winning the Grand Slam, and then it's been just like back to the bottom. It's been back to, not the bottom, but like
the middle.
Struggling to find that excellence that gets him deep into the playoff runs. He had a similar experience over in Liquid after they won the Grand Slam in 2019, and then it was kind of back to mediocrity. So if anyone has learned to appreciate how good your team is playing in the moment, I feel like Twist is up there with them.
Absolutely, and no stranger to the playoff performances, but FaZe have definitely been enjoying CS2 so far. Sydney, I don't think it looked that good for them early on in the tournament. They had that loss in the
lost their
opening
first game, right? Yeah.
And then they had to go through the hard way. FaZe will always make it hard for themselves.
Yeah,
man.
they do.
It's never easy, and that's why I think there could be a shot here for Ents to take a map and really make this really, really exciting.
That's why you see them have so many fans all over the world too, is because like they always have exciting games of Counter-Strike. There's always like a comeback. There's no quit in them, and like they all sometimes struggle to close out games. So like all their games tend to be a little bit close, and everyone's gunning for them. So yeah, FaZe is always in line for a good match. Except in this case, there is potential that this could, like, let's not sugarcoat it. There's potential this could just be a straight up blowout.
I mean, there could be. This could be very much like the Astralis game of what we expected. You know, we said that there was a chance that the Astralis versus MOUZ game could be a competitive affair or very one-sided to MOUZ, and it's definitely the same vein coming into this match.
Sure. Who are you picking? Who you got?
I got FaZe winning this one.
Yeah, FaZe winning this one. All right, 2-1. You're giving a map over.
Yes.
All right.
And I'm hoping we get a run it back on Ancient.
Well, there's a guy we haven't spoken a lot about. Ferentz mentioned Sunpius. Nertz as well has been having a great tournament. We've seen him in various games be super influential in his individual play and decision making, and they're going to need everything. Because remember, everyone on this team is making up for the absence of Diha. Not able to make it due to visa problems, Vladin being the stand-in.
And if you remember back to some of the games that ENCE and FaZe have had in the closer affairs, Diha was often actually a difference maker in a lot of close crunch rounds. So missing out on him in the big moments is certainly going to be difficult, but we'll see how Vladin fares. He definitely looked better yesterday.
Yeah, he looked way sharper in the quarterfinals in the group stage.
But how is he going to fare against FaZe?
Yeah, I think the nice thing about this is if you're ENCE, you're coming into this with Vladin and you're just punching into his head like the whole time. Like there's no pressure. Like you know, we are not expected to win this. You're not expected to do anything crazy. Just play the smart game. Play, you know, make yourself look good, but you know, don't try and be the hero at any point. And you just kind of take the pressure off of his shoulders in that fashion. But again, another situation, kind of like Maxter with NIP, you have a stand-in who's been given a valuable opportunity to get experience in one of the top squads, to get some experience on stage in these matches, in a situation where, you know, he's going to go right back to where he was prior.
Yeah, well, we haven't really talked too much about the Carrigan versus Snappy head-to-head in calling as well. Interesting times ahead. You know, we don't really know the future of this FaZe roster. We don't really know the future of this ENCE roster yet. But what we do know is these two in-game leaders have been going at each other for many, many months now. And, you know, it was even coming to a point where Snappy was considering himself the best in-game leader in Denmark. Then we asked Carrigan, he would say, where's the results to prove that? And Snappy's had to go out there and get some of those results for his team.
Yeah, not quite the accolades, obviously, that Carrigan's going to have with the major under his belt and the Grand Slam. Obviously, Dallas was a huge win for Snappy, but certainly you look at the body of work that Snappy has done with this ENCE project and the way he's brought so many different lineups outside of, you know, bringing in new players, roster changes, losing star players, losing Spinks over time, and he's been able to make this team competitive each and every time. Yeah, he's one of the best in-game leaders in the world. Carrigan, however, is going to go down likely as the best in-game leader of CSGO of all time. You know, that argument between him and Glaive, they're all Danish, of course, but
you know, always Danish.
Carrigan has always had an ability to make teams better when he arrives. The question for Carrigan is how long can he last in a team? Can he make them over the course of 2 years? Is that honeymoon period just going to burn hot and drop back down? And at least now he's been able to find a way, because that was a question when FaZe started struggling again. Yeah. But now he's found a way to help them rebound going into CS2.
And I think a lot of the players have said this about this FaZe team. The members of it have said this team is different. You know, this team feels like it's just different than any other team they've been a part of. And Carrigan said that after the Rio Major, when they bombed out as the returning champions of the major circuit, and they went out in the group stages last. He said, but for some reason, it didn't feel like it was devastating, and the roster was going to break apart right after. So it's
always a good sign.
Yeah, it is. But that has happened in the past to many other teams, right? Where you lose confidence in your in-game leader, but they've stayed together, they've stayed as a unit, and they might be very well on for another title here at CAC. But it is time for our second semi-final of the day. It's ENCE versus FaZe. FaZe coming in as heavy favorites in this matchup, but ENCE would like to upset. They want to show us what they've got with that stand-in. And we've got some of the best players in the world on the server.
Back-to-back championships in CS2 for FaZe. Really only one of note. Sydney lifting the trophy down in Australia, down under. Wanting to continue and lift another trophy out in China. They've got to get past ENCE to make it to the grand finals. That'll be up against MOUZ. It's going to be a tough affair, whoever does make it. Nuke is the starting ground. ENCE starting on the CT side. FaZe going to be attacking into them.
And Brokey walks towards outside. He's not alone. He's got two of his teammates with him. Rain at the front with the bomb on his back. We talk about big game players. Rain is always in that conversation, but Nertz has taken out Twists immediately. They've got one player down secret, and Carrigan's through A main.
Oh, a little bit of an X factor. Got a peek on top of HUD. Snappy spots him out. Madden helps take him down. Birthday Boy gets his first frag. And it's a 5-on-3. Brokey's going to cross over, but this FaZe attack is all split across the map. Rain challenging in towards the lower bomb site. He's got no support. An off angle from Sunpius, who can't handle the shot.
That's sick from Rain. He's able to get that done. Sunpius looked like he was destined to get the frag, but Rain is just fragging out at this point. The damage done to Vladin upon the peak. The FaZe are still down a player. It wasn't the kill for Rain.
If he had picked up Vladin, a 3v3 would have been established. But Rain's not had enough. Finally forces himself into the fight, and Vladin's got the headshot. Brokey at the back of the bomb site. It's one sick shot from the Glock, but he's alone. He's now alone completely, Robs, inside of the vent. His teammates are all gone, and he's held at the door. Snappy does his best to delay, and that defuse is happening around the corner. Robs needs to get there, and he's not getting there in time. And Nertz will defend the defuse of Vladin.
What a round from Nertz. 3 kills in it, all of them clean headshots. And that last one important. Robs is maybe a half second away from stopping that defuse and making it interesting. But a beautiful pistol round from Nertz. Just mentioned him right before we went live. There's the first shot onto Twist. And actually, FaZe is able to make it pretty interesting, all things considered.
Yeah, Rain doing his best though to try and drag them through this one. Snappy does a good job at holding Robs at bay, and doesn't really matter that the damage was done because it was just a headshot coming out immediately. Now, this is something FaZe have had to deal with throughout this competition, as the technical issues seem to plague them.
Sure.
Well, one right away here, coming into the second round.
Yeah. So we'll just hang out.
I'm starting to be a little suspicious of FaZe here. Like, what are they doing? What are they breaking?
Yeah, each and every time.
No one else has had this many. Hopefully it's a shorter one for FaZe compared to the other day.
Well, this is a map just to give you a little bit of a preview with the stand-in situation. Vladin, we've seen a number of times, going to be parked over in that ramp room where we frequently see stand-ins managed, which, I mean, frees up Snappy. That was a big conversation over in the quarterfinals earlier, was how aggressive Snappy was in terms of making plays, in terms of moving around the map and finding places to be in order to have impact. And, you know, he's been pushing outside. In the absence of Dia, everyone's kind of had to pick up some slack in places, and Snappy seems the one to do it here on Nuke. Vladin's ramp holds have been solid. In the group stage, maybe a little sketchy. Quarterfinals, I think he was great in ramp.
He didn't really make too many mistakes at all. I can't recall one, really. Maybe the spray through the smoke was one attempt. And yeah, he's just been very, very good so far when he's doing his job.
Sure. Rain there looking contemplative, as he's just trying to stay calm during the tech break. And here in round number 2.
I heard a huge cheer from the crowd when Carrigan came on the screen. Getting a lot of support out there at the moment.
He's always had that factor. He always finds a way to get the crowd on his side, and I'm sure it's been no different out there. Haven't been able to see it in person this time, but I'm sure it's been no different that Carrigan's been able to win the boys over. Looks like maybe Ents is the one with the issue, so it's not FaZe this time.
Yeah, well, looks like the lights are out over them.
Oh, he's got some signatures.
Oh, he's been collecting them.
Yeah.
The fan support, Twist has been talking about it on his Twitter, saying it's been quite the experience. The fans have been turned up to the hotel.
Everyone's been talking about. I think it was it Madden, I think, that tweeted out the other day after their quarterfinal win. They went out to dinner, and just a random fan in the restaurant paid for the whole Ents meal. Just bought them the meal.
All right, Jason, when are we going? When are we going?
Exactly.
Let's get us to Shanghai. There he is. Carrigan playing with the crowd, getting them going, always making these technical issues as entertaining as possible.
Yeah, the crowd wants it, the crowd gets it.
Even back at the Blast Paris Major in our hotel with the players, we noticed there was a lot of fans turning up even then. So we knew when an event finally went to China, there would be a turnout. We knew there would be a lot of anticipation for Counter-Strike to return.
Yeah, it's always cool to see, because you never quite know what you expect going into it. It's not, you know, you don't really know exactly how it's all going to be organized and how it's all going to pan out. But every time we've been there, Beijing, Shanghai, there's always been a crowd ready to party, ready to enjoy the Counter-Strike with us, which is beautiful. Tech issue's been resolved. Freeze time is coming to an end. And it looks like we'll be heading into round number 2. Vi up from FaZe with that bomb plant. They've got Galils, and they've got a scout on Carrigan.
Well, this feels like the only forgiving force spy to go with in the second round. When you get that bomb plant as the T side.
Madden's got that shotgun.
Oh, he does.
Madden's got that shotgun. Let's see it, baby.
The Alligator makes an appearance here in the semifinals. Let's see if it's able to snap up a couple of FaZe players. The birthday boy with the birthday banger. He's got himself in towards hut, or close towards it. No commitment forward yet.
No flashbangs for FaZe. They just have smokes remaining. So likely going to take this a little slow pace, go outside, look for some contact. Carrigan and Rain back off after clearing initially, set up some smokes on the second timing.
It's a cool little smoke execute on the fly there from FaZe.
It makes Senpius nervous now. It blocks some of his vision towards Mini.
Oh, the position for Snappy. He's going to hear those steps from Carrigan. He's just waiting for his time to strike, and the in-game leader on the other side. And that's going to work out so well for Snappy.
Yeah, good opening pick, but it's just the scout. The rifles are still in play. Twist is going to pressure towards. Oh, look at this flank. Oh, it's been heard. Oh, it doesn't even matter.
Doesn't matter at all.
Wow, right to the dome.
Madden goes forward. XM rips him apart. Now Snappy's turns down on the lower bomb side. Rain keeps walking, and to his demise, it is the final destination in this round for Rain.
Well, they haven't even been able to get any clean fights whatsoever. Even the turn to try and address the flank from Madden just gets a shotgun to the face, but Kerrigan and Rain go down without a whimper. And now, not only do you not have flashes, you don't have smokes for any of these doors, so I don't know how in the hell you expect to get a plant off.
30 seconds remain in the round. It's the Robs and Twist duo that strike fear into many a team, but with 5 players up, and them only on Galil's, it doesn't really have the same bite to it as it usually would. Vladen gets a good first kill on Robs and dishes out damage on Twist, allows Snappy to rotate in and swing open through that single door. So 2 in a row.
That round could not have gone any better for ENCE. All 5 players survive. The SMG gets bonus money on 2 kills. The shotgun gets bonus money on 1 kill. You've got a ton of cash already if you're ENCE just for round number 2, and expecting to go up against unarmored Glocks, a chance to build upon it even more.
Every fight goes ENCE's way. Nice shot there from Vladen. Good composure, not to overextend and commit to the second fight. We're going to keep all the money up. And it's FaZe now back to Deagles and Tech-9s.
Yeah, with no armor on Rops, excuse me, but outside of that, no one else has picked up armor. But I respect the idea of buying some pistols. You know,
you got this, Rain.
Come on, Rain.
There we go.
Do it for the boomers, baby.
He did it. Those knees getting a little old.
I was going to say, I respect the fact they've at least gone for Deagle buys and a Tech-9 on Rops because they didn't get any kills in the previous round. You want to be able to grab 1 or 2 of these before this money balloons, and that's a nice opening. That's the shotgun down, and now Snappy outside of the Galil. Not the precision weapon that you'd want outside.
Got to be a little scary for Snappy, though, because he was peeking, and then suddenly 3 heads appeared on the screen. Very fortunate not to be tagged by any of those. And he is just going to sit back in the garage now, hoping he can take a couple of these fights, and he will. So Snappy.
All right.
Rattling that Galil.
Take the precision comment back. I'm sorry, Galil.
That's Snappy wielding it. He will be freed up to take some fights towards outside. He did that yesterday on Nuke when he knew he was going up against just pistols. Confident enough to take some duels. Now 45 seconds remaining in this round. Again, it's a similar scenario. Rops and Twist not expected to get much, but maybe we'll give them a slight inkling here. There might be a way in if they hit shots like that, and Twist certainly has more in him.
Yeah, give him 1 more outside. You all of a sudden, if you pick off, ooh, it's there in the open, wants to commit to it, but it wasn't clean. Gets away with his life, has another chance at it, but there's only 23 seconds.
But he's buying time for Robs and distraction, so Robs might be able to get into his hut. If he grabs that M4, maybe there's something on here, but Twist is doing more damage. He had the bomb, though, and that's the issue. With 15 seconds left, Robs will not get to it. A couple of kills there in the end for FaZe, but that is it. So that's 3 in a row now for ENCE.
Decently costly, taking the M4 away from Nerds, trying to swing in towards the hut. Madden's shotgun hits the deck as well. So we get into the first full gun round.
There's a Kerrigan shot to kick things off, and then Twist had one a little later into the round. But this is Snappy outside, rattling away.
Yeah, that was timing, I think, from Kerrigan that Madden didn't expect. You don't expect the Deagle to just challenge you in HUD like that early on, but that'll put him on notice moving forward. Otherwise, well handled from ENCE.
So AK-47's out on all 5 players for FaZe. No AWP presence yet for them, but Sampaius has his.
Yeah, and this is what we were just talking about. Snappy chances to move outside and have impacts, being aggressive towards red box, peering over the smoke towards Silo. Watching the utility Rain in. Triple smoke over the top. Rain has found him.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult duel for Snappy throughout this half. If you're going up against the likes of Rain towards outside, you're going to really struggle. And Madden tracking Kerrigan through the smoke, but Kerrigan reads it. Looks out to the left. Madden is caught and fades up 2 players.
Yeah, it's a tough spot of the map to lose 2 players early on. It's so difficult to recover this scenario now if you're ENCE. You got to trust on Vladen to hold secret. Sampaius and Nerds outside is open to FaZe if they want to wrap around, so these defenders have to be a little bit nervous. And with so much time on the clock, they don't want to push lobby quite yet because they know FaZe is waiting for it.
Oh, Sampaius' position sees Brokey not taking the shot until the second time, until he's seen enough of him. And Sampaius locks that one in. So he pulls 1 kill back at least for ENCE here, but there's plenty more needed. And Rain has just made it even more difficult. Vladen walks right up into him, and the patience pays off for the Norwegian.
Yeah, there's just way too much time on the clock. It's so hard. You want to start closing the gap. You want to start finding where this is going, and FaZe have complete control of the situation. And they're going to head downstairs and get their first round win. Nerds and Sampaius just looking for an escape route. Should be able to find it towards T-spawn.
Just clearing double doors. Carrigan confirms the Twist can plant comfortably. And it's going to be the save for ENCE. The remaining two players, so Nerds and Sampayas, don't get involved in this round. And if you're FaZe, that's exactly what you want, really. You take Jules against Madden, Vlad, and Snappy, and that's exactly how you want a round to go.
Yeah, ENCE's last two matches on Nuke against Tyloo, a 13-7 victory, and against NIP in those quarterfinals, 13-8 victory from them. It's going up against Rain. A master of this outside portion of the map is going to be a whole new test for Snappy. We've been super impressed with what he's been able to do in those two matches I just mentioned.
Nerds is paranoid with the sound of the crowd. He's like, where are they?
Exactly. Here's everyone cheering. He's so confused.
He's like, are they close to me? Am I about to get knifed? But he's all good. He'll save that AK on over. So will the AWP be saved. And now we get into the competition. FaZe up with the first gun round when they pick it up.
This is the benefit, though, of ENCE having the clean round number 2, though, is they have another full buy. They're not missing anything. You know, M4 is going to be out, Utility is going to be out. They get a rinse and repeat, do it over. So oftentimes you'll see this next round, this 5th round, be a little bit diminished.
Will be intriguing to see if the game plan continues to be outside presence for FaZe. Might need some more support if you're Snappy. Gets over towards Secret again. This is something he was doing quite consistently against NIP. Getting into this position early on into the rounds. FaZe are making sure he can't play anywhere else. That Molotov's going to go into Secret, but it's for the stairway.
Although someone inexperienced to playing outside, you know, on the professional level, if you're FaZe and you've kind of done a little bit of research and looking into where Snappy and how he's been playing it, he's played all these spots that they've seen so far of him. He's been very happy to play.
Yeah, look at this clearance from Ray. It's so nice to watch him as he just uses his crosshair to clear out these angles. Carrigan gets caught first. Sampayas is worried about Rain because information would have been carried on by Snappy. There was a lot of presence, a lot of movement towards the garage. So he needs to be on high alert there, Sampayas. And Rops, he's inside of the hut. Sampayas has dropped down into the A bomb site with the AWP. And Brokey, he's coming over, getting flashed in by Rain. Goes for the peek, gets information.
Oh, right into the smoke. He's chosen to throw that one.
Snappy is still at Secret, yet to move.
Well, he's just getting information. It's when does he want to pounce?
But look at this. Might be now with Madden clearing this. They can move together, and that's a great bit of aggression from Madden. That frees up Snappy. He can come out of his position. And FaZe, they think they've got some map control, but they still got to fight. And Rain turns back. Snappy gets caught, and Vlad may be under pressure now. They're standing up against FaZe. He's got himself a double. He does not break. He does not falter. And Rops is alone in the world.
Yeah, Vlad and rock solid again. As we mentioned in the quarterfinals in Ramp Room, he was great. Delivers a nice double kill here to seal the round in the favor. Rops with low HP from an earlier engagement against Nerds wants nothing to do with this, just going to save the AK-47. So FaZe can't string them together. They too will have a good buy in the next round. They've got plenty of money to make sure everyone's got an AK-47, but a little bit on the back foot as it's a reset situation for them.
Really important round if FaZe want to continue this competitive nature of the first half of this. These rounds need to go their way. Buy is coming through. Extra utility, as you mentioned, everybody will have a rifle. But this is ENCE's opportunity to break them and really make a solid half out of this.
Yeah, they've got
right from the get-go.
They've got losing bonus, so FaZe would still be going into the half-buy territory, but for now focused on trying to seal this round right back. Utility towards the upper bomb site, denying access to the top of the hut. And Sampayas is going to pick off Rain. That's on the silo, so potentially attention drawn towards inside to activate Rain outside, and it's shut down immediately on the first step.
Yeah, there's that change-up for men, sending more help outside, and Rops gets down the vent.
Do they hear that, is the question.
They made some noise, sure, but there's Snappy getting caught in the open. Inside of Garage, takes a duel against Twist, and Twist is heavily favored in that. And I don't think Rops cares about making noise. He wants them to know he's down there on the lower bomb site.
He does now that he's gotten the kill. It doesn't even matter anymore, but Sampayas can close the gap. He's got a chance. Carrigan, oh! Shut down, and there's the lobby crunch from Madden.
Yeah, Sampayas comes back and punishes them. It's Rops alone in a 1v3. And can he undo, can he unravel all of the hard work from Sampayas in this round? He's inside of the vent. They had to know there's a player down lower earlier, so they're covering all of that off. But Rops gets up the vent silently. Madden is covering off the backside of Sampayas. This is one of the best players in Counter-Strike 2. Right on your screen, and he might show us a clutch here, but it's not going to happen. Madden takes him out. That's a 5th round, and it's Sampayas having some of those big moments now.
Yeah, well, we said he's the one who frequently steps up for ends. It's become a calling card of his. We've seen it time and time again, and once more, he prevents FaZe from bringing two parts of the attack together. Both of them had success, but they couldn't link up. Rops has the lower bomb site, but you got to be able to get over there, and Sunpius ends it, and that's a stunning shot considering he didn't even realize how close Kerrigan was to turning that corner.
No, that was just a flick. That was reaction when he pulled out the deagle. Lands it right on his head. Tactical timeout for FaZe. They're down to that half-buy territory you were talking about.
Yeah, the losing bonus is just now maxed out, but they're all stuck around like 3,000 bucks. They'll buy down to about 2K, maybe even a little bit less. Round 7.
We'll see. You know, still a good amount of utility here for FaZe. Might be a couple of options available to them off the back of that. Maybe some speed behind it.
I mean, on a map like Nuke, I think as a defense, every single time you feel like you have your opponent in this kind of half-buy territory when they're on the T side, you got to be concerned about the upper bust. One missed piece of utility, one missed detail, and those Tech 9s can swarm in.
So that's why they deploy utility early towards the door and the hut, stopping FaZe from getting anywhere near it. But FaZe have decided they're not going to go there anyway. They have one player holding in lobby, and the rest are walking outside at the moment.
Are they going to try? Okay, they're going to set up a little improvised wall down the stretch. They have one smoke still in the hands of Twist for the lower bomb site when they get there to help activate that plant. And they're coming right at Snappy.
Yeah, Snappy's got down here early, but is he going to be able to do enough? He's got Nerds with him. Nerds holds from the vent. It's just one kill. Just a single kill for Nerds. Yet to detect Snappy, but he's not here alone again. His teammates keep coming to help him, but Kerrigan is fragging out. That's a P250 kill on Madden. Somehow FaZe are in the better position. And they've got a couple of players on upper.
Sunpius has got the job to do again. Coming up heaven, he's got to shut this down. Here's the peak. Rob sees it coming, and Sunpius now into the bomb site.
I like that Sunpius commits down. That scares Robs off for the time being. 45 seconds, Rain caught looking the wrong way. Flatten's got to get this. He's got to get the kill. And he still somehow recovers, not onto Rain, but onto Twists. And elsewhere, Sunpius drops Robs. So now we're in 2v2, and that plant comes in for Rain.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit of a confusing, hectic, chaotic round for everybody. Snappy, knife is out. Kerrigan has a chance for another one.
Oh, Kerrigan.
Oh, he needs this kill, and he can't get it.
That's so frustrating for Kerrigan. But the P250 against the AK-47, even with the element of surprise, unable to do it. And now it is Rain. Looking to rain on their parade entirely. Oh no, he's whiffed. He's completely whiffed it on the first player.
All right.
And this is just misfires from FaZe.
From everyone. You know, Vladin had that awkward exchange on the Rain where it felt like he should have had that kill, did kind of recover it. Kerrigan onto Sunpius, and now Rain here at the end, not as clean as you would have liked. Not clean enough to give him a chance at the 1v2. As Snappy just running in for distraction to try and create the information that Sunpius could use to win the round, but this got dangerous.
Lots of chances here for FaZe to pick up something out of this round, but they'll take the damage at this point. 6-1. Gotta start winning rounds now, though. It's not good enough to come close.
Yeah, you're gonna start feeling like you're really running out of runway shortly if you can't make anything happen. Snappy giving another different look to this outside defense. Close up with Sunpius' AWP in support.
Oh, Snappy, this is a different look, and it's worked well. Kerrigan didn't see him. Fade of the smoke. Rain gets the trade. Essential that he finds that kill in return. Now the wall of smokes are up. No one's crossing with him, and Vladin is picking that information up.
Look how much emphasis they have outside, though. Snappy was here, Sunpius was here with the AWP. Now it's Madden at mini, and Vladin over in secret to be able to step this one up. FaZe isn't really challenging anywhere else on the map at the moment. It ends really with the priority of shutting down these outside plays. But Rain close to mini.
Oh, Rain is very close to mini, and Madden is going to get rid of it. Is there anything else here for Brokey? There will be. Now Nerds at the back of the bomb site. One of the best players are holding this position, and he's not alone. He's got Nerds and Sunpius in the combo, and it's Sunpius on the flick down. Nice shot on Brokey, but it's all Twists. It's all Van Dalken in this 1v2. He's got a little bit of time to play with. He'll consider the squeaky door. He's waiting for a mistake. He's waiting for an overextension. He's waiting for Ents to get curious. But none of that will come his way.
He's an underrated clutcher, a lot because he plays to his strengths, which is just skill, mechanical skill.
But he hasn't got a lot of time here, Jason. And if he plants now, there could be a peek from main. Soon Sunpius will arrive at heaven. And unfortunately for Twist, it looks like the timing of Vladin is going to be absolutely perfect for the peek. And that is going to be the kill to deny. Twist the clutch attempt. Now that is 7 for ENCE. We are getting to the tail end of this first half, and we are not seeing FaZe win rounds here at all.
Yeah, this is so impressive what ENCE is coming out and doing with all the disadvantages we talked about, the uncertainty around Snappy, the stand-in situation, FaZe coming in with that Sydney trophy, looking like the strongest team out of the gate in CS2, and ENCE is still handling business on FaZe's map pick as well.
Yeah, we call Robs one of the best players in CS2 because he absolutely is, but 2 kills at the moment. You know, he just hasn't been involved. He hasn't got involved in this game just yet. And it's not like Robs is far behind. I mean, there's only 3 kills for Brokey, for example, and it's just not been a very good half at all from FaZe here. They're just getting shut down. Second timeout used in this T side.
Yeah, they've been close in a couple of rounds of finding a way to turn it into their favor, and it just kind of, the step-ups have all been on the end side of things. Vladin with a nice double kill in ramp room. Sunpius with that ramp stop of the hit late in the round as well. Plays being made by ENCE across the board. They've guaranteed themselves a lead going into the second half. How much more can they get?
And it's a run. It's a run down ramp.
Testing Vladin.
They are going to test him, but the Molotov's in, and that's going to help. It's going to soften them up. And Vladin nearly gets 2, but it is only the 1 kill. And Sunpius doesn't want to extend because that is what happens. Rain holds the angle and rips open Sunpius. Running down lower. Already the rotation's in from Madden. And they call him a monster. They call him an absolute monster. And he takes out Rain. He's looking for a second, and it's monstrous again from the Montenegrin. He opens the double doors. Twists and Robs once more in a disadvantageous position, and Snappy rotates down to cover off the blind side. It's just Robs alone. They know exactly where he is. And Robs has not got going in this first half. We haven't seen enough from him.
Snappy's not giving him any clean fights. That's the one he wants to pick off to turn this into a 1v2, but now ENCE is way too close to him.
They've all grouped up together, making this so rough for Robs. To get a multi-kill out of this with only 7 bullets in his gun, it is not going to happen. He's getting pushed, he's getting squished, and Robs has to be so economical with the bullets. He gets a nice headshot, but the trade was always coming in from Nerds.
ENCE has all the rebuttals, even with that blinder of a shot from Rain onto Sunpius to give them access to ramp room and drop down. That little hiccup of having to contend with Vladin in the corner, having to wait for the peek from Sunpius, it allows Madden to get downstairs fast enough to address the situation.
Every CT round has just had a completely different look. There's nothing to really counter or build up every phase. You know, Vladin plays a different position in ramp. Snappy's had a couple of different looks outside. They brought some pies across the map. It's been a really proactive and really versatile CT side for a team that's playing with a stand-in.
And importantly, everyone from ENCE is confidently taking fights. They're not playing like they have any disadvantages. Snappy's been swinging into every fight he can find. Peeking down, spotting Kerrigan and backing away, showing presence, and then playing safe. Madden inside the bomb site at upper, Nerds on top of the hut. Snappy still maintaining position at credit outside by Big Garage. Vladin in ramp room, and Sunpius shifting and rotating around the map.
FaZe using a lot of on-the-fly smoke lineups just to try and get through here, and now they go into the top side. Rob's good shot, but again, the majority of the kills are coming ENCE's way. But Madden, he fails this time. He doesn't make it clean in the end, and Rain defending the vent run. It is just Vladin, and finally FaZe have broken through.
Yeah, and this time they do with just a little bit of, the loose structure, letting the individuals kind of play, and they find a lot of space to work with. After Snappy backs off outside, they find so much room towards Mini, so much room to pressure things. And Vladin's going to have to give this one up. Despite such a strong lead for ENCE, the money is not the prettiest thing in the world. This one's going to hurt. They'll buy again, but it won't be pretty.
Yeah, that's where the damage comes in that FaZe have been doing over the rounds that they've lost, right?
Yeah, the last 3 rounds have been down to 2 players, 1 player. Chewing into this money, and this late reset might give FaZe the breathing room they need, but they have to win this one.
And even at Sydney, right, it wasn't like FaZe are winning these games really cleanly, getting good starts and winning off the back of those.
Except against ENCE.
Well, against ENCE, sure. But they have moments where they would have a really weak half, you start to worry about them, and then suddenly they find a couple of rounds at the end that get them an 8-4 half, for example.
Yeah.
And Kerrigan feels like he can work with 4 on the T side. He said that in an interview in Sydney about Nuke. So if they can get those 2 rounds, if they can get those final 2 and make this an 8-4 half, we're right back on again. Door wide open, Twist bombing out, but he's going to get lined up. Good flash from Madden to defend, and here is the XM 1014 swinging into the site. Carrigan is not happy to see it there, and Snappy towards the back of Garage wins the duel against Rain. He's been doing that quite consistently.
Yeah, that ain't bad. He's had some struggles against some of the other players, but yeah, this one is a good find for him. Broki's going to challenge out of the hut, but the shotgun again stands tall, blowing open the smoke. However, did not see Rops cross behind into the corner, so that might catch him off guard. But probably not enough for Rops to get back into this 1v4.
Well, that was the chance to really get back into this half, and unless Rops can do anything about this, he's going to be...
Madden's just tilting everyone right now.
Yeah, he is just clearing that smoke away.
Tilting me.
Oh, finally, Rops will take a peek. And it's actually into Sapias, the second from Rops. Now he's down the vent. Has he found his way back into this round? We've been waiting for a Rops masterclass. We've been waiting for a Rops round. And we might be delivered one right here, but Vladin again holds on. Holds on the bottom of the bomb site. Vladin is doing his job to perfection right now.
Yeah, what a tough off angle for Rops to read and actually have any chance of responding to. Rops almost makes the 1v4 interesting. Good opening provided by Nerds. Twist couldn't make it all the way through, trading to make sure that the upper bomb site isn't lost, and Snappy, this kill on Rain seals it. And again, Rops makes it a little bit interesting with that double, but this one right here, tough to handle.
Vladin has great positioning. You know, he really has shown some great positioning over the last 2 days. Never really getting caught in a bad spot. And here he goes, aggressive this time, let off the leash, and Vladin mauls Rops. Second kill in the lobby crunches from Nerds.
And again, it's the word we used in the quarterfinals was disruptive, and ENCE have really started to bring out that style and philosophy here. A lobby crunch likely when FaZe don't expect it. However, Kerrigan's already made his way down low, and it doesn't seem like there's any indication for this defense.
Madden's crashed.
Yeah, Madden looks like he has entirely crashed.
Oh no, that is frustration. He's smashing down. This is so frustrating, and it's such an important round to try and get 10, try and get double figures of this half. Madden's out of the server, Madden's out of the game, and now it's suddenly a FaZe 3v2. Sometimes the cookie crumbles just like this. And FaZe will take their chances. FaZe will take the cheese. And they're inside of the site, smokes are up, they get to the double doors, and Snappy's running in. They can still win this round. Snappy and Vladin can still find a way, although it is unlikely. Carrigan holds the rafters peak, Snappy with the kill, but it's not gonna happen. FaZe will pull it off, and sure, some luck right at the end. That's very frustrating for Madden.
Yeah, Madden's disconnect. That's the worst birthday present ever.
Yeah, well, happy birthday.
Yeah.
This isn't how this is meant to go, though. This is meant to be 10-2, or at least it was looking like there was a real shot at it. But well, this game is meant to be FaZe's party. This is meant to be a FaZe victory today.
Yeah, it really kind of, all the signs outside of the server pointed to that, but obviously inside the server, things are a little bit different with Snappy playing like this, with Vladin playing like this, even Madden having a good game in the upper bomb side. Actually, everyone from ENCE is within 2 frags of each other, so playing well across the board, and they'll have to just kind of forget about this frustration and play on into the second half. As you can see, the admin's helping to get Madden back into the game. But yeah, a gift that FaZe will take. Probably not happily. No one likes to see the competitors have to deal with something like this, but they'll take it regardless.
Yeah, we'll get Madden back in, but yeah, those rounds, you realize once the damage has been done and you crash, you realize I might as well have just died.
Yeah, you can't come back from it. You just got to let it happen. Tell the team I crashed. And that's the hard part, like they're kind of relying on his positioning, so a little bit of a bummer to have to improvise around that in the middle of a hectic, chaotic round. FaZe actually, even before we kind of noticed that Madden crashed, we don't know exactly when it happened, but FaZe had some pretty good standing and pretty good map control. Kerrigan was deep into Secret already by that time, so there were some advantages to the positioning of FaZe. Vladimir giving a smile over to the crowd. Performing well after a touch-and-go opening day of the group stage.
Yeah, nerves definitely on his first games, but I think he realized when he had some couple of rounds, and probably a good team environment to be in. A bunch of nice guys, honestly, probably made him feel very comfortable.
More than anything, it was probably 2 days off.
Oh yeah, true. It's like
you get to sleep, you get to get rid of the jet lag, you get to actually have some conversations about the Counter-Strike you want to play, you get to review some of the demos and some of the maps that you played with the team, and get to have those conversations to make you feel just a little bit more comfortable enough to where you can focus on yourself inside the server. 6-round lead for ENCE at halftime.
For ENCE's sake, you want to get Madden back in as soon as you can. You don't want to let this tech issue go on and then suddenly
FaZe are more relaxed. FaZe are have this little reset.
You know, funnily enough, it happens in the last round, so it's almost like we just got the halftime break back.
It does feel like halftime. That's
Right?
true. We just had a halftime
Yeah,
break.
it's not like you got to get back into the swing and try and recover a half. You're just starting afresh as you switch sides.
Their usual Counter-Strike antics, yeah. Well, here we go. You know, FaZe need this pistol. There's no secret about that. They have to pick up this pistol in the second half if they want a chance at coming back into Nuke.
They got the double dualies. They got the double dualies out on Twist. That's in the upper bomb site. The other one is on Brokey.
Rops holds. And it's going to be a sick peek. Just one bullet taps Madden away. There's nothing you can do. You come back from the tech issue to that. And he's really having a rough old time for his birthday.
Yeah, that's a rough sequence for Madden. That's a beautiful shot from Rops, though. It's almost like he called it. He's like, all right, I'm going to get one tap here. Bam.
And then runs away.
Dualies are downstairs on Twist now, over towards, it's Brokey. He's been perched here pretty much this entire round, actually.
Yeah, he's just waiting. Waiting for that walk down from Ents.
He's the only there's a second one now as Twist comes in towards the vents, but I don't think they can really do anything to stop the plant when it eventually comes in. Oh, maybe they can now. Aladdin, very exposed to Decon, but the door never opens.
It doesn't, but now it does, and surprise, it's Vladin. Oh my god, I thought Brokey was favored to win that duel, but Vladin runs right through the door.
This lurk from Nerds is huge.
And this could be it. Yeah, but he's been spotted now, detected. Oh, there's some Pius hiding from the back of the bomb site. Nice shot from Carrigan. Anything else from Carrigan? Anything else from his USP? Perhaps it is Twist to strike in. Vladin goes for the swing, but it's Rain to land a headshot, and now just Snappy. That defuse is happening, and Snappy needs to get to it. He's blocked out for the door. Julber Run is into the lineup, hoping for a desperate headshot to land, but the bodies block the diffuser, and FaZe come together for the pistol.
Yeah, he's almost trying to blow the door open so he can actually get a clean fight at that, or some kind of a look at that. It was his only real chance. What a pistol round from FaZe, a good recovery, because Ents got good standing, especially after that surprise kill onto Brokey. You mentioned Carrigan was happy with 4. Let's see if he's happy with 3 as they switch sides. Pistol round is at least his. That gives them some breathing room to work with. Plant goes down. They have to expect a second round investment from Ents.
Nice shot from Robs to kick things off. Vladin wins kind of an unthinkable fight there.
Ooh.
This last-ditch effort attempt.
Yeah, none of
Snappy.
All those kills down the stretch, despite the good positioning, Ents lose out on every single fight down in secret. Then all of a sudden you're sitting in a situation where you don't actually have anyone in the bomb site to help hold off that retake any longer.
But that bomb plan is the key word, because now it has allowed this force spite for Ents to come in. And it's solid. It looks pretty good. You got 3 rifles, a MAC-10, and a scout in the hands of Sampaius. Oh, so close.
That felt really close.
Don't know if it was, but it looked like it.
Yeah, Rain is gonna slowly back off to a new angle. He's like, no thank you, sir. I do not want to test that again.
Well, confirms the force buy. They know they're up against that, even though they would have anticipated it anyway.
And it gives a little bit of room for these Galils to start moving up outside. It's Rain, and now Brokey has come back to address the situation. Brokey playing over in lockers. It doesn't look like Ents are super interested in deploying a smoke, almost like they're willing to challenge, willing to fight, and that's why. However, Brokey being the second man outside, shuts down 2.
Oh,
Can't
Madden.
find anything clean after that.
No way. 3 kills out of the Galil, just standing in the same spot, just looking all over the show. And Madden has dragged his team forward. What happened to Twist there as well? Snappy and Madden, couple of kills in. And just like that, Madden has a huge round. 4 kills in the round with the Galil, and that's the force buy coming back. It looked like Twist took his hands off the keyboard before he got killed.
Yeah,
whether it's a delay in the relay, I don't know.
I think it was a little bit of a PC locking up. It was like when he was trying to strafe away from the player in mini, and he didn't react to the player in mini whatsoever. So I think there's something with the PC, but we're not getting a full-blown tech pause.
Okay, we're willing to play on with it. So we'll not get confirmation on what that was, but 10-4. And it's frustrating for FaZe to win the pistol and then not be able to beat out the force buy and convert upon that pistol win. So back down to pistols of their own. They're forcing into this.
Carrigan in dark position.
He shrouded his steps with the nades.
Yeah, not that dark anymore either. Vladin's going to cross over towards Secret so he can go investigating all on his own again. Another tendency we saw with the stand-in was having him off isolated from the team so he can kind of play his own game and find his own timings and not have to worry about coordinating.
Well, Brokey looking for some shots. Is actually Twist to deliver 1. That's the only kill so far for FaZe.
And it's not looking like they're going to get too much more. Rain will pick up the scout and try and come back in from heaven. Not seeing too many items. What a shot! Oh, they love that one. It's not going to do much for the round, but damn sick to look at.
Rain is probably even surprised he hit that shot. That is disgusting. Unfortunately, it's beautiful, but it's not in a position to change the round. It's not it doesn't happen in a situation where you can actually build upon it in any way. So setting up for some exit kills, as they know ENCE is going to have to evacuate for this massive bomb explosion. Rain's been spotted out and taken down.
Madden's looking so sharp. So sharp.
Yeah, well, you know, the PC crashed, and the next round he gets one tap by Rops, and then he just goes Hulk mode.
This could be a very quick finish to map 1 of this semi-final. ENCE have come to spoil the party. FaZe coming in as the team that are undefeated in CS2 tournaments that they've been a part of so far. There's only been 2, but still very impressive. They would have been favorites for this event, and still are. But ENCE are showing up, and this is that shot from Rain again. So filthy, so filthy.
Yeah, but that one's pretty nice too.
Bang!
11-4. Investment from FaZe. Buying SMGs, desperately trying to stay in this. They feel it's too far out of reach to let ENCE get up to 12 this early. ENCE wanted to execute a ramp rush. A smoke nade combo from Rops slowed them down. They were expecting some kind of a peek, and it ruined their timing, so now they're going to have to readjust on the map. Fladden's going to go back to investigating outside. Looks like a smoke wall being set up for him.
And here it comes, the outside execute. ENCE will run with it. The common smokes we're seeing these days. And Rain is just going to be staying inside a secret. Molotov away, so forced further down, close to that B-bomb site. Broky hoping he can catch a lucky shot through the smoke, but it is not going to work out for him. And Madden gets across. He gets down secret with this MAC-10, and he's not alone. He's got so many players of ENCE with him.
Yeah, well, Rain is down there with him as well, but that's about it.
Yeah, Rain doesn't have the weapon.
Going towards control side, yeah, this would have to be something real special. He doesn't even really have utility to delay after he makes contact.
He's kind of low in health too, so can't stick around and fire, can't take risks. He's closed those doors and now looking towards Decon instead. He needs some help, and he needs it quick. And here comes Rops to try and provide that. But Rops is actually going to sell him out.
Broky's here too.
And the vent. They're going up the vent. They're going back into the A play. And they're going to round the corner. Twist needs to step up, and he won't. He won't get a single kill, but Carrigan does his best. It's 1 and a little bit of damage, but that is it. You won't get a long way with just a little bit of damage.
What a call. What a maneuver up the vents quickly before FaZe can even respond and realize what's happening. Broky's got no chance turning this corner.
Yeah,
he's got to wait.
Locked in.
He's trying to wait for someone to do something at the upper bomb site to maybe take something away. Someone to peek from Squeak Door. It's not happening. So stalemate, and FaZe just have to save even these diminished weapons.
Well, here's Snappy going around to clear it. Broky just gets away, just gets around the corner and comes back now. Broky aware of presence in the lobby, but the sad thing is, it's actually the best case scenario for him to save the Deagle and Kevlar, because he only has $0 in the bank, like nothing, absolutely nothing to play with. So he has to take the Deagle, he has to take the Kevlar. And it feels like this one's done. It feels like ENCE, well, it definitely feels like that because it is. 13-4. If not that, then eventually that 13th round will appear.
Yeah, I think there's enough of a buy that FaZe can actually stop this from being finishing right now. You have some elements of it, and as you mentioned, Broky saving that Deagle allows them to replenish utility. So they have nades as well to make sure they're not, too weak in the early round. But yeah, the idea that, one of the next 8 isn't going to go in the favor of ENCE, especially considering FaZe hasn't even established their economy quite yet. It's all pointing towards a map 1 upset. FaZe's pick going the way of ENCE in very strong fashion. I'll remind you, these two just played in Sydney in CS2 not too long ago. It was a 13-5 win for FaZe on Nuke in that matchup, and then 13-0 on Anubis. But Nuke has been completely reversed.
Well, this is what FaZe bring for survival. 3 MP9s, a Deagle, a FAMAS on the hands of Rain. Or rather in. And they want to try to prolong play as much as they possibly can here. But everything points towards ENCE taking 13-4 and that upset on map 1.
In such shocking fashion
That's
as
the
well.
key.
It
That's
was
the key.
so dominant in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about
8-1 at one point.
ENCE just about getting through this in a really close game, sure, you can understand that. But the fact that they're about to beat them 13-4, that's a whole different story. That's a different ball game entirely.
Shuffling utility. Snappy. Moving his troops around the board. Sunpius and Vladin going to be outside. Snappy waiting up on top of the roof. Here's the utility. Off angle for Rain, but he missed his chance.
Yeah, utility now cancels him out. He can't do anything. He can't stand a credit card. He can't peek. The smokes are up. He's locked out. 43 seconds left in this round. Now, well, Rain's actually decided to just sit back and garage, and Vladin does not detect him. He does not think about it. And now the kills are coming in for FaZe. Twists and Rain with a couple. Rops at the ramp. Is there something to be said about this MP9? He'll drop down into the lower bomb site. Madden rips apart Brokey. Sunpius gets Twist looking the wrong way. Sure, an upgrade here for Carrigan, but he needs to work with Rain. And it's Sunpius left alone in the 1v3. He has the bomb in his back, and he slips down the vent. Slips down into B.
Yeah, and FaZe haven't realized it yet, so he'll have a plant. There's a shot. There's a very small opportunity for him to win this. First engagement is going to be up. Carrigan's going to try and keep him locked in, and yeah, it'll be just fine. Enough of a distraction from Rops to make that one easy, and FaZe survive, and they're on 5.
Yeah, okay, that's a round for FaZe, prolonging the play. Bomb plant in for ENCE, all that money built up. It doesn't get any easier for FaZe, right? You're still going to have to deal with this purchase. At least on your side now, though, you have got to buy alongside of it, so you'll get those rifles out.
Yeah, they've played the last 2 rounds with SMGs and Deagles, so this is a nice upgrade. It's a nice new feeling. They have the op on Brokey as well. Everything works out at the end of the day. Rain confuses Vladin with a little bit of movement. And Carrigan, just the security blanket in the upper bomb site, is able to close things out eventually. 12-5. Money and rifles in the hands of ENCE as well.
Outside smokes deployed for ENCE right away. And finally we get to see Brokey with the AWP. I feel like we haven't got to see him actually get any impact on the AWP or have it at all.
They haven't had the money in this CT side, and you wouldn't really expect him to bring it out on the T side all that much.
And they cross through those smokes to Secret. Perhaps Brokey can pick up info based on the crowd noise there, that there is a couple players behind those. And Snappy's going to make his way forward, Madden beside him.
It hasn't caused any shifts in the defense. Nobody is investigating or the lower bomb site at all. This defense isn't shifting. No one's taking ramp room so that Rops can go down. Rain is going to be doing it late, but this is risky because they already have control.
Oh my lord! How is he hitting shots like this? Rain gets a second out of it as well. He should have been dead to rights. He was sentenced to death, but he defies the law. And now 50 seconds left. FaZe have the player advantage. Nerds looking to try and pull it back for ENCE. He's looking at Heaven. He spots Twist, but that's the last thing he sees before his eyes close forever. It's Snappy in a 1v4. One shot locked in on Brokey. Brings down the AWPer, but there's so many other players to find. And Rops is the next up, the next on the pedestal. And Rops will fall too. Snappy getting them back into this one, but Carrigan puts an end to that.
Yeah, there's no business for Rain to get 1, let alone 2 kills in that position. We've seen that a number of times.
We gotta see it from his POV.
That vent rotation is so dangerous when you don't have information outside. And it seems like having, like if he knows they've crossed outside, he's not going down vent.
Oh
yeah, that's a crazy, crazy flick. And to get the second one as well. Just disgusting.
I think ENCE are realizing we're up against FaZe. This is a team that never give up. This is a team that always wait to the last second to get it going.
Yeah, they've always got some kind of a comeback in them. It's the extent of which that you're going to wonder about, but we know they don't stop fighting until the very end, until the very last round.
Oh, tech issue. This is that shot again.
Oh my lord. I mean, given a bit of a gift there. Yeah.
He's had the Deagle shot and the AK flick in the vent.
I know.
At the space of a few rounds.
It's a little bit crazy, a little bit wild.
He's using up his luck quota.
Well, they've got 6 rounds to go. This is still doable.
Brokey always looks like he's just woken up. He's like shaking the eyes, you know, like trying to get the sleep out of the eyes.
He's a true gamer.
This is like he's getting the sleep out of his eyes to come back into this game. This is FaZe waking up.
A pure gamer.
He really
Everything
is.
about it.
And Snappy biting his nails as he knows, oh no, FaZe are coming back into this. I've been here before, and we've seen this too often. Too many matches to realize what this can turn into.
I always imagine Snappy has something cooking in there. The way he's been able to call throughout the past few years, finding solutions no matter how bad the half looks, no matter what the score is. He's always been able to find the call. And this is the other thing, like, you know, we talk about how good FaZe is at comebacks and how little quit they have in them. This is such a hard team to come back against, I feel like, ENCE, because Snappy is just so willing to call insanity. He's so willing to call crazy things. Mac 10 and Tech 9, upper bus, you know, is going to come. Ramp rush, he's not going to be afraid to call it.
I think Carrigan's also of the same vein when it comes to it. Maybe a little bit more reserved than Snappy.
Yeah, to a certain extent.
Yeah, he has a few rounds like that in him too, so that's why this matchup is always so fun. And Twist getting the crowd going, entertaining them throughout the technical issue. FaZe always very good at getting the crowd on their side. When you go around the world and you have the profiles that these guys do, you have the scale of the team, what they've done, their track record, and the individuals within it, you're always going to have fans no matter where you are.
Yeah, especially, I mean, you can see Twist is just as an individual fan favorite everywhere in the world.
Now, if you are tuning in and wondering, when is that grand final? Well, that's later today. We've got the final coming up, and that is going to be the winner of this game, playing against MOUZ. Yeah, grand final best of 3 today.
Yeah, MOUZ took out Astralis 2-1 earlier in our first semifinal, excuse me, here at the Counter-Strike Asian Championships. And obviously this being the second one, winner of this goes on to face MOUZ, who's just waiting in the wings, getting some food, hanging out.
Yes, and we look through the rest of this map, Vito, and Nuke is up first. This is FaZe's map pick, which we were really worried about in that first half. We still are to a certain extent in the second half. But up next is Ancient. And that was a surprise to the desk that ENCE decided to go with the Ancient pick, considering sure, they've got some results on it recently, but has it been the greatest over the last few months? Probably not.
Yeah, you look, I think, you know, having been in a team, like sometimes, you know, those maps where it doesn't look good statistically feel really good for you in practice. Maybe it's a map that Vladin feels comfortable on as well, or just a map that they've just been enjoying playing at this event, even if the numbers aren't the prettiest thing in the world over the past 3 months. But I mean, it's always fun to be able to go back and say, that's that crazy map that was played in Dallas earlier this year. That was a 31-28 victory for ENCE back in CSGO in best of 15, or yeah.
MR, yeah.
MR 15, best of 15, same thing.
That's actually what we're going to do now.
It's a very
with
long
MR12.
series,
We're
isn't
going to make
it?
best of 15. It's going to add every map.
This series is going to take the entire weekend. Buckle in.
I'd enjoy it. Just chilling. Wouldn't want to commentate it, to be honest. I think I'll take a seat.
That'd be very exhausting.
I'll take a seat for that one.
Yeah.
But out of the technical pause into a tactical timeout. This one for ENCE.
That's the tactical pause that comes out and you're just like, okay, I thought about some cool things during the 5 minutes I've had to just chill here while the PC is getting fixed. So let me try and explain this to some of you. It might sound crazy.
Oh. No, just like that. Another one.
And we're back.
We're back. Back again.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's actually a really cool point. You know, you're sitting there, you have nothing but yourself to talk to. And you just come up with an idea. That's a pretty cool
idea.
idea.
Like, all right, guys, bear with me. We're going to take this strategy that we've ran 100 times, and I'm going to change like 2 things to it. You're going to do X, you're going to do Y. That's the difference. 1, 2, 3, boom, let's go.
You understand? 30 seconds to do that. You have to be very articulate. And that's the problem with these sort of international teams at the start, right? Was the fact that you have to figure out, you've gone for your native tongue where you can be very articulate and get those points across very easily, to then playing an international team where you speak your second language. So you may be able to speak English very well, but maybe one of your teammates struggles to comprehend very quickly.
It's also the language conversion in the heat of the moment in a game of Counter-Strike that is a big one as well. You know, most of these players can get by in conversational English outside the game when they've got all the time in the world, but when you're in the game and you got to make a call, you got to process a piece of communication from a teammate, that's where that little bit of delay, that extra 3 seconds it takes really hurts you. Nice thing is, even with these tech pauses, I know they're frustrating to deal with as a viewer, as a fan back at home, but you know, players, professionals have all been in these situations a number of times. 2 of the more experienced lineups that we have outside of the Vladin stand-in.
You know, seems to be an issue still with Madden.
Seems to be an issue with that system. It did crash earlier in this game. It still seems to have a few problems with it. So hopefully we can get that resolved. We don't need a PC change. That
What
would
do you
be
do? What do you do,
extended period of
Dinko,
time.
when there's a tech pause in your Premier games? When you got that 2-minute pause, when that thing pops up?
I'm not gonna lie, Jason. I'd probably go out of the room, get something to eat, or sit on my phone and watch YouTube videos.
Okay.
I get distracted.
Just no rest for the brain, huh?
No, I need
from
like
one
constant
screen to the
stimuli.
next.
Yeah, if I'm sitting there and I'm in my own head for like a few minutes, it's like, well, this is really slow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the world comes at you fast these days.
There's always a new TikTok to watch.
It's like it got to the point where I realized I was taking too much dopamine in.
Yeah.
When I was lying in bed and I wanted to listen to something. I'm like, I can't just fall asleep in silence. I need to have like something on. I need to listen to a podcast. I need to listen to music while I sleep.
Something to distract you.
Yeah, but it's you know, it happens. I'm sure everybody out there has experienced that. Frustration here from Madden.
Well, he's at least got his chair tucked into
He's
the desk.
typing.
That's an improvement from just a few seconds ago. Yeah, typing away. Talking to the other players inside the server. Doesn't look anywhere ready to actually get going live. Just hanging out.
Just chilling. And we did have FaZe having this extended pause in this tournament already. In that MOUZ game earlier on in the competition. It lasted a very long time. So Madden is 25 years old today.
Just turned 25.
According to HLTV, that just turned 25. Let me check his Wikipedia. He might have turned 26 and that hasn't updated, but I'd imagine it automatically updates.
25 is a good year. It's a good place to be. He's got plenty of time left in his career. Seems to be on a positive trajectory as well.
So, yeah, just turned 25. Wikipedia hasn't updated it, but HLTV has. So
What are you going to do for your 25th birthday?
make it there, I suppose. Hopefully.
Yeah, you do have to get there first.
Yeah, I do have
That's
to
a good
get
point.
there. It's about 2 years from now. I don't know, Jason.
Yeah?
Maybe we'll see what events are usually on, like a pro league or something. Maybe
I don't know when your birthday is. I'm not gonna lie to you.
September 2nd. So everybody add that
Sure,
to the calendar,
yeah.
of course.
It's about the time of a pro league.
Yeah, it's around then. So probably enjoy that. And if not, then I'll do I don't know. I don't know. I haven't planned it out. My
Well, you got to
25th
do something
birthday.
special. It's the quarter century mark.
Yeah, what did you do for your 25th birthday? Can you remember?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's a long time ago. I
That was a
suppose.
while ago, yeah.
Or Carrigan, a man that is well past his 25th birthday.
He's keeping it light for the team, keeping it light for his boys, looking over, getting everyone smiling as we come back into it. So, tech pause is over. Time to get back focused on the game. 12-6, issues resolved.
And this is the comeback for FaZe. This is what they mean trying to do, is try and pull this comeback all the way on the CT side.
And refresh yourself really quick on the money situation for these two teams, because ENCE are now out of cash, which you might have forgotten about during that extended break in the action. FaZe as well don't have a whole lot of money, but that's not the biggest deal, because if they lose, they're just out. There's no really long-term economic implications. But if they can win this and break ENCE, they can start to springboard this and close the gap. Still a ways to go.
Well, Brokey waits, sitting idly by. Eventually, he'll get his opportunity to strike. Laser-like shots from his AWP are required. And there he is, shot lands. He's very unlucky to move off, but he goes back again. And Brokey did really go past, and he's still able to react. He's still able to get the shot off, and that is massive from Brokey. Now Snappy outside, pressures Rops. And even after a couple of those kills, it's down to a 2v3.
This is possible. This is doable. Nerd still has the bomb over towards ramp room. Big find from Snappy. Smoke fades, and Rain's gone down, but Twist is going to get aggressive. Snappy's aware of the possibility, but will he be ready for it? Yes! Yes, indeed! Snappy steps up again.
He's becoming the carry of the team. And speaking of carries, here's Carrigan. 35 seconds, 1v2 to try and keep his team in this, or as Snappy just broke them.
Of all the players to step up in Diha's absence, I did not have Snappy on the bingo card. You would have pointed to someone like Madden. You would have pointed to Nertz and Sunpius, obviously, but Snappy's been a beast this event.
Carrigan is gambling on their play towards the B-bomb site, but that has not worked. They're on the upper bust. They're already in. They're going to start planting out for heaven. And Carrigan flying up the vent, making no secret about his arrival, and he's taking damage. They already have eyes on him, and he really will struggle to get any closer to this site. Nertz and Snappy doubled up together. How does he approach this? Through the avenue of huts. Snappy's down, now a 1v1. Carrigan against Nertz, and Carrigan's done it! He's absolutely done it! He's kept him in this. Carrigan's clutch does it again, and this comeback is not over. In fact, that could be the kickstart.
The in-game leaders going blow for blow, and Kerrigan, for all the criticism, he's always good for a clutch.
I can't believe it, Kerrigan. He's
got a special moment built into every game that he just pulls out, and right now he keeps FaZe alive. And look at this. This is a 2-on-5. A 2-on-5 that is recovered to be in this position.
You're right, he does have a few of those every now and then, doesn't he, to keep him in the game. And Kerrigan on the double kill. This is why people call FaZe the most exciting team to watch. Even Kerrigan able to step up with a clutch here and there. Nerds into the vent already. Rim freed up outside. It's a kill on Sampaius, and the opening move is FaZe.
It's a fine position for Nerds, but now you have the same problem that FaZe dealt with in the first half, was how do you connect the pieces? How do you get the other three players to be able to take advantage of Nerds' positioning?
So sick. How do you make this work? Ram peels away after the aggression, so he's back to a defensive position inside of A main, not wanting to offer up his life and give ENCE a way back into the round. Snappy, I guess he's earned that hero AK. I mean, he's out-fragging everybody on his team.
Yeah, after last round, I'm not going to argue against it whatsoever. Some wonderful shots to bring ENCE back into the round. Right, here's the footsteps crossing once the fight. He's done great damage, but that pulls him into Nerds, and it's Kerrigan again to answer the bell. Now, he can still split this one more time. Vladin shuts him down, and Rob sneaks in, somehow manages it. But Vladin, one more response into a 2-on-2, and the battle is never ending.
Vladin 1v2 for him, and he's not going to get caught. Brokey has him looking the wrong way. And that's 8 rounds now for FaZe.
ENCE really wanted the pace of that situation to calm down and slow down, and FaZe would not allow it to happen. Non-stop fights as FaZe have some space and vents to work with despite Secret being overrun. And a third time out calls from ENCE.
So this is the Reyna opening move. Then this shot, ridiculous, really. Kerrigan should have died. Should have went down to the Tech 9.
I think the vent might have helped him with that shot a little bit.
I think
on the ladder.
it did, yeah.
Shoots it a little bit sideways, straight to the dome. And now you have an interesting situation where it feels like, I mean, it's been 4 rounds in a row. So despite the fact that this is a comeback and it's not still fully activated, it still feels like FaZe have taken momentum out of this into this game. Like they have control of it, despite the fact that they're down by 4 rounds. 1v2 from Kerrigan has changed the energy inside the server. And ENCE gonna suit up again. AKs are out. Round 21.
Smoke down at the vent. Here's Nerds diving down again into the position that he wants to be early on in the round. This difference is he has an AK, and also he's not making too much of a secret about it.
He's being so aggressive about it. This might catch him off guard. It seems like they don't actually realize that he's dropped down vents.
It's hard to know if there was noise made elsewhere from his POV, but there might have been a way of like cascading the sound, sort of blocking it and
chucking nades into the upper bomb site to block the footsteps. So it's going to work. It's going to work.
Oh, it's working out so well.
Goes down. One more to find against the wall. It's Madden.
He's looking for a double there, but it's Madden to come and help him. Now Ray and Kerrigan and Twists in a 3v5.
Yeah, that's one to go back and review and look at what else ENCE did away from Nerds' position to cover that kind of an aggressive play. One more chance at recovery for FaZe, and Kerrigan gets pulled in a little bit early. Smoke blocks off Twist. You've got nowhere to go. There is no access to this bomb site for FaZe.
Smoke is out, just blocking him at the stairway. And this has got to feel so worrying for FaZe. They have to go for it every round. They have to just keep going for it. And this is the one that's done it. Twist in the clutch, doing his best, but there's no hero play this time. There's no way back in this time. And it's ENCE that win the first map eventually. This is not the way this is meant to go. FaZe's map pick is gone. They look like they are the team to get it done outside of the server, but when it comes to the play inside of the server, ENCE come up on top.
Yeah, ENCE as a team dominated in that first half, but in the second half, it felt like Snappy was having so much impact. But I mean, everyone had their moments in the first half. Madden, Vladin over in Ramp Room, Snappy had plenty. Sampaius had a couple great rounds. Yeah, and it just comes down to, once again, the hole was just dug way too deep. You start out 1-8 in that first half, and recovering is just so difficult, even with the heroics of Kerrigan, not able to make it work.
Yeah, this MR12, when you don't do enough in the first half, the comeback just feels so difficult because they get to map points so quickly in the second half.
It's just prime for the series upset now. This is crazy. I mean, still, you're going to say FaZe are favorites to take the next map as well. I know a lot of the predictions were 2-0s in the favor of FaZe just by all the circumstances outside the server. But inside the server, it feels like ENCE are really just ignoring all the noise outside.
Yeah, they really don't care. They're just playing with freedom. They're playing with the fact they've got to stand in. There's no pressure. There's no expectations. Yep. Whereas FaZe have all of those expectations. And to talk about their chances coming back into the series, we've got the panel.
Yeah, we could talk about chances, but I want to talk about expectations. That's where I think I want to start. Jacob here with me and alongside Maniac on his left. My name is Trace. Hey, wow, what a game.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people saw that coming into the game. I think we made the case that FaZe were the heavy favorites moving into this series for a lot of obvious reasons. But you got to tip your hat for ENCE. They were by far the better team from start to finish. The first half was in particular very, very well structured by ENCE. We spoke about the rotation. We spoke about Blatten mixing it all in, being a stand-in, and I think we couldn't see that. Honestly, it felt like ENCE were on top of FaZe Clan. And yeah, you'd argue that FaZe didn't play the best brand of Counter-Strike, but I am very, very impressed by ENCE's conduction.
And I'm very happy that you took the time to praise ENCE because I think it's deserved, and also because I want to take a minute to talk about the debacle that this map was from FaZe Clan. What a holy trash of Counter-Strike we've witnessed. Holy hell. Talk about the amount of power plays that were thrown away in the garbage in the first half. We're talking about favorable entries traded, 4v3 situation, running around, allowing Sumpires to punish them left, right, and center. They should have never been a 9-3 first half. FaZe had ways in more than 3 gun rounds that they completely bungled. So yeah, you're gonna play Counter-Strike like that, buddy? You're gonna go with an L, and we move on to map 2.
I like this, Maniac.
And you know, we talked about 3 different categories, AWPs being one of them. Broky, almost a non-factor here. Sumpires, not necessarily having to have that much impact, but still, the oppers were lower rated.
Yeah, you'd argue. Broky didn't have the best first half of that game, nor the second for that matter as well. He was outmatched completely on the server. Rups was a little bit quiet as well compared to how well he's been playing throughout the tournament. Twist, we didn't see at any point in the game, and I think that's part of the reason as well. Sure, as you said, Matthew, they got a lot of openings, a lot of favorable situations, but in order to close those, you need some of those individuals to step up. And fact of the matter was that the only player from FaZe Clan who can be proud of his individual performance was Rain. You see him on the scoreboard right here. Apart from that, no one else within the FaZe Clan showed up.
I was so confused by the rhythm with which FaZe played these power play situations on the T side. And I don't know if this is part of thinking, hey, ENCE have a stand-in. They're not going to be able to keep up the rhythm if we play fast. They're not going to be able to have these rotations. Let's try and make sure they're getting out of breath, because they played them so fast. And by playing that fast, they forgot a couple of protocols. They forgot a couple of training. The spacing wasn't great. And then, again, you have an AWP that's posted in the CT vent. Boom, immediate kill onto door. That's Broky. Sumpires is in radio. Boom, that's a double kill immediately. These are 4v3 situations. So there was an idea, a philosophy that FaZe wanted to put to the test, but you have to give it to ENCE. Like, the players, they stepped up massively. Talk about Snappy. What the hell was that performance from Snappy? From playing outside. He's a rifle outside. He's Nico.
Yeah.
It's Nico that's playing with the rifle outside, and Snappy's doing that, and he's not being abused at all.
Now we want to give it to Snappy, right?
We already did. Look,
yeah, the MVP
right there.
is on your screen right now. One thing is the individual output he had on the server, 117 ADR speaks to itself, but the calling as well from Snappy at this point as well. The one round where they were stuck lower bomb side, and he all of a sudden decided to go up the vent with the rest of his team, completely outcalled FaZe Clan from bottom up right there. So yes, individually speaking on the server, Snappy had a great showing as a caller as well, though even better.
Yeah, that audible right there as a caller, it has to be something you look back. I mean, funnily enough, same map, or maybe not the same map, but the same team in FaZe, we saw this testament of doing that on Ancient. But here, obviously, Snappy doing it.
Yeah, and there's also a good amount of problem solving as well, because we know FaZe, we know their ability to bring up these uncanny comebacks, and even towards the very end, that call from Snappy, we're going to assume it's Snappy. The direct vent dive from Nurse with that first spawn, a whole lot of noise being made, he becomes invisible, he comes out of ramp, that's it, you can just put a bow on it, the round is over. We have to give Snappy the credit for that. Even he might not be the one coming up, but from an outside perspective, we say to the leader, that was a good call.
Yeah, hats off, bravo, commendations, well done. All the things, all the fixings is the word I think we're using pretty much today. Was that you or me?
That was my watch on the desk. I'll be careful with that.
I'm glad it was you and not me. What also, when I did say Ancient, I meant that we're going to Ancient as well.
Yeah.
You know, so there's something in the tank there. There's something being worked up.
We were surprised when we saw ENCE coming into this matchup picking Ancient. I think a lot of it stems from the confidence they gained yesterday by beating NIP relatively convincingly. Now, we know FaZe Clan is a very strong Ancient team, so I'm not going to I'm not going to say here, I'm not going to stand here and say that FaZe aren't the favorites to win Ancient. I still think that's the case, but the way ENCE were conducting themselves on Nuke, the way they're playing, the way they've been able to almost hide the fact they're playing with a stand-in, credit to Vladden as well. Individually, he's holding up, but I also think the calling around Snobby is making sure that he's not being singled out, right? He's getting the support he's needed, and he's also supporting the rest of the teammates. I can't say that ENCE can win this 1-2-0. All I'm saying is that the way ENCE are playing right now, it's way, way better than I expected coming into the game.
FaZe CT start on Ancient.
FaZe CT start on Ancient. I feel like it's a real platitude to say, but you're going to have a bigger output from some of the individuals on the side of FaZe. And I don't know if this goes through a little bit more discipline, because what I have seen from them on map 1 is a slight amount of frustration and a little bit of impatience in that situation where you get one kill and then you go in and you force in that second because maybe you felt like you've been unlucky or unsuccessful in the first half. You need to behave as if you were 20-0 in scoreline all the time. Otherwise, you overcompensate and you give away situations, you give away kills. There has to be way more finesse and discipline from FaZe Clan on their CT side. You cannot allow all these trades. The snappy, incredible double kill outside, that's a 4 versus 2 that FaZe is in. And they all trying to swarm him, they give him the kills. So let the game come to you. I think FaZe have proven to us that individually they're strong. Let the game come to you a little bit, make a couple of right choices, and then guys like Brokey, you give them a multi-kill here and there, he'll pop off, he'll go crazy, but he chased his own tail this entire Nuke map.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty nice way of putting it. Jacob, I want to know if the series is going to end here on Ancient, if we already have a second grand finalist in contention and we're just looking right at him.
I think it comes down to that CT side from FaZe, and in particular, I want to highlight the B-bomb side. We see Rain playing in Sunroom, we see Kerrigan being the static play on that B-bomb side. We know ENCE, they love to do callings out of T-spawn, especially towards that B-bomb side. You highlighted Madden having a strong game against NIP, taking those duels. So you have Madden going direct up against Kerrigan, who is not known to be a great duelist, so to speak, in that position. So I look towards that B-bomb side. I look towards the CT side for FaZe Clan. If they can get away with 7-8 rounds in that first half, sure, we're going to a third. If not, then I think ENCE have a realistic shot at winning.
Jacob, this is where you're wrong. Kerrigan is the best duelist of our generation.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
That's what they're saying. Somebody said that. I didn't say that. Anything you want to teeter here?
I mean, listen, we can have fun about Kerrigan, but he was one of the only players that did put his best foot forward here. If you put aside Rain, Kerrigan had a couple. He had the clutch, the 1v2 that kept FaZe alive for a while. He took some of these duels, so hopefully he can maintain that level. He is not the one we have to put the screws on. He's not the one we put under the microscope. It's the rest of the support cast.
No, sure, but that was Nuke. Now we're moving into Ancient, notoriously a map where he's struggling. So I don't give a damn about what happened for him on Nuke. Now he got to do it one more time on Ancient, otherwise FaZe will be out.
So he needs to tighten it up, maybe? Is that fair enough? Not him, so to say, but tighten up the ship that he's riding on?
I mean, listen, Rain was great on Nuke, and I guess if we're playing the game from map 1 to map 2, you're going to have to hope that Kerrigan and Rain play in that unit towards the cave position. What you want to avoid if you're FaZe is Kerrigan to take 1v1s or 1v2s, 1v3s towards that ramp. You want to always have him in sort of a flick-flack position where he can play off of the teammate of Rain. If he's going alone, he's not supposed to have the individual quality to own his own block positions. You have to put him in sort of a team play setup.
And that's where Brokey comes into question, because Rain will be by himself in Sunroom. We know Rain likes to play aggressive, and Rain can hold up for himself. Brokey will be the rotator. Brokey will be the guy who's needed to help Kerrigan. And if we play the game from Nuke to Ancient, then Brokey didn't have a great time, so they need to step it up over there.
Ooh, you know what's going to be interesting?
Go on.
Chess match between Robs and Nerds.
Okay.
They will all be on the A side of the map. And that's what's going to happen. Nerds is going to try to outlurk Robs, and it's going to be basically a game of lurkception.
Lurkception.
You're flanking me, I'm lurking you, I'm outflanking you while you're out lurking me. You're going to have to see a couple of these weird duels, because Robs is very known to eat away space at the T's. When he feels like he can push into A main, he'll try and grab that map control, and Nerds has a tendency to lurk towards that area. So we're going to have to see who gets the better end in that one.
Yeah, which is exactly what we have, boys. We have to sit back, relax, and see. Thank you very much for your time. We do have a break in front of us, because on the other side of it, that is Correctamundo. We are staring at Ancient. We're staring at the FaZe CT start, and we're staring at a series with ENCE up one map in the entirety right now. So we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to see if we can find a grand finalist after that.
some fun. We've gathered ourselves some of the fans, and we've got a little competition where they can win themselves some signed prizes by all of us on the talent team.
我们这里也是请到了几位观众朋友们，然后呢，我们这里有2个小礼物，那他们现在也要来比拼一下，那胜者可以拿走这个小礼物。
Now with this, right, we're going to find out which team they're a fan of, and then they've got to make their impressions. So this is quite difficult.
It definitely is. 我们接下来就是要请两边的，我们让他们分成2队，然后呢，他们也会说出他们最喜欢的队伍以及自己最喜欢的选手，然后他们接下来就要模仿他们最喜欢的这名选手，然后让大家来评价。
Okay, so first of all, tell me who is your favorite team and which player?
我最喜欢的队伍是 A 队 Astralis， 然后我最喜欢的选手就是 Device。
Okay, and what about you, my friend?
BlameF from Astralis.
Okay, I like this Device on BlameF.
OK， 那我们看这边。
我最喜欢的队伍是 Face Clan， 我最喜欢的选手是 Robs， 然后我最喜欢的解说是马西西，马西西我爱你。
我最喜欢的队伍是 Face， 我最喜欢的选手是总监 Twins。
OK。
Okay, let's get our first one going then.
Yeah, let's go.
So give me your best Device impression.
Just
学 Device.
Alright, what do you think of that? Like that? Okay, the classic.
大家喜欢吗
What are yours?
？Alright， 那我们这边这一边这一队的话，也来比一下吧。
我要模仿的是 Robs 的这一个。好。
Oh, very handsome, very handsome. All right. BlameF, how are you doing, BlameF? Okay, he's got the size. Wait, do this. Muscle. Okay, that works.
That's actually pretty good. 那我们看看这一边怎么说呢？
我模仿的是总监的眨眼。
I like it. Okay, now crowd, you have to help us decide who won this out. Was it the Astralis side or was it the FaZe side?
好啦，现在大家也要来评价一下，更喜欢 A 队的这边的表演，还是 FaZe 这边的表演
？All right, let's start. What about Astralis? Make some noise. Okay, not very loud. Let's try on the other side.
那我们看看大家喜不喜欢 FaZe 这边的表现。
Ooh, very close. All right, one more time. Astralis side.
FaZe.
Ooh, what do you think?
That's a tough one, actually.
Close.
其实很接近。
I think FaZe slightly took the edge in it, just a bit.
Just a bit.
You want to go one more time?
I thought Astralis had the edge.
Okay, so we're 50-50. Let's go one more time. Guys, really cheer it out here. Astralis side.
FaZe side?
Oh, okay, it's definitely Astralis then. I'm going with that. Guys, there is your prizes. One of you got it each. Thank you very much for taking part. That was a hell of a lot of fun. We're going to try to do some more as well.
刚刚这个环节的确是非常好玩，那也恭喜我们2位观众获得小礼品上面有非常多你们喜欢的人的签名，应该都在上面那我们这个环节也结束了，我们要把我们的时间交还给分析席。
Thank you for being with us again here for CAC 2023. It's the semifinals, and FaZe are one map down. This was their semifinal on paper, but ENCE are starting the upset, and it feels like there's a real shot now to go and do it.
Yeah, with the way everyone's been playing. You know, Madden had a good game with the way, especially Snappy, with the way he stepped up was absolutely impressive. And also on top of like the step-ups on the end side of things, because Vladden was solid too. It's also some of the absence of the FaZe players, a little bit quiet, a little bit, we didn't see that impact out of someone like Robs. Twist didn't have his like signature rounds. You know, Brokey was kind of missing here and there. So yeah, you get the sense that ENCE is actually playing a much better game inside the server at the moment, despite all the upheaval outside the server.
3 players at the bottom of the scoreboard were Brokey, Robs, and Twists. Now that is not a FaZe clan that wins games right there.
No, it's not at all. And I think Maniac made that point on Twitter. I saw during the break as well, as like Kerrigan calling, I'd like my star players to show up to the server, and that's what we need now going forward into map 2. You can't have another absent map because none of the tactics are going to work if the players aren't producing in those situations. So they got pretty much wrecked on Nuke, and that can sidetrack them very easily. That can knock you off kilter. There were some tech pauses in there as well. So some different areas of frustration that ENCE gets to kind of forget about and be fine with because they win the first map, and FaZe has to work through that frustration.
And it's the T side that let them down, right? They didn't really get a lot going on that T side at all. And when you get into the territory where you're not winning enough rounds in that first half, and unless you're able to win the pistol, convert it, and then sort of build off of that, you pretty much are done.
FaZe had some good things where like the rounds, they seem to be putting them in good positions. It's just like the finishing moves didn't seem to pan out for FaZe. So yeah, going over to Ancient now, it's going to have to change quite obviously. A little bit, at times of a head scratcher. This is ENCE's map pick. They've stolen away FaZe's. And this is obviously the map we get a little bit of a rematch from Dallas, the marathon match that they embarked upon, a 31-28 victory for ENCE back in CSGO.
All right, let's do it again, shall we? Let's go. Semi-final second map. ENCE have a chance to head to that grand final and play against MOUZ if they win this one. And Brokey's kicked off the pistol with the dual Berettas on Vladden.
Yeah, that's deep as well. That's very, very deep. And Brokey's going to get aggressive again with a bit of a flashbang, but pretty content with the fact that he's managed to give them a 5-on-4. And that's the utility spent from FaZe to get that opening kill.
4 players to play towards the B-bomb side right now for FaZe. And Brokey, well, he turns out to be the only player that's needed. Runs down into the bottom of the B ramp, and Madden is caught by those dual Berettas. And Snappy is kind of cut off from the rest of his team, and he's the bomb carrier. So he needs to get out of there.
Yeah, Madden's going to be really frustrated he fell off the box in that situation because there was nothing for him to do after the fact. So Nerds has snuck into the A-bomb site. There's time for them